was too good. That's the second time that we've heard somebody say that evolution doesn't have to be natural. So if nature isn't selecting you, you're saying that you're selecting yourself? How could you do that?
Who
Or who's
selected you then?
selecting who? Yeah, like
If
who
nature
selected
didn't
you?
select you, if the universe didn't select you, who selected you? If evolution doesn't have to be natural all the time, who
Yeah,
selected
who's
your
doing
ass?
it?
That's
what we're asking. Who created the eukaryotic cell? They trying to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if I said something that flagged the live or what, but this prompt is undefeatable. We've done so many prompts, and for some reason this one works, and I just decided to try it one day, and that shit hasn't failed us yet. Like, what? Y'all, look, the way that I'm telling you, something is happening to their cells. We've been doing this live for almost 4 years. Zell started even before I met him. You see what I'm saying? We have literally watched it in real time. I've never, ever heard them say it doesn't have to be natural. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Something happening to y'all cells, man.
At first, y'all used to say we come from natural life. We that's where we come from. Now, allow y'all starting to say it doesn't have to be natural.
So then you're not natural.
So why can't we say what we're saying?
Yeah,
so why do we need to be medically and psychologically evaluated by you? Why do we need to get policed by you then? Why do we need to be in the same society?
That's so wild. They saying it out their mouth.
That's simple as shit.
And I know they're going to try to, you know what I'm saying? I'm not even going to say the word because I think that be getting, you know what I'm saying? The BAN word be flagging alive. But look, we're going to wait for our people to get in here, and anybody that disagrees with this topic, if you disagree with evolution by now, because some of y'all are coming back, y'all are seeing this conversation, and you still, you know what I'm saying, still can't debunk the truth. You see what I'm saying? You still can't debunk the truth. What degree? You need a degree to understand 5th grade science? Looking ass.
We the whole 360. We the universe that your people are studying. We are that.
What degree do you hold?
Talking about what degree?
Wait, are you trying to be funny or what? You know what I'm saying? Are you trying to be funny or what? If you're trying to be funny, this is 5th grade science. If you're not, this is 5th grade science. It really don't matter how you dice it. You know what I'm saying? The thing is, though, I would like for someone to explain to me how haploids turn into diploids. I want somebody to, that's what I want to see. I want to see y'all do that.
The endosymbiosis, that's shut down.
That's too easy.
Come on, man.
It's too easy. And it's y'all always have the same approach. Y'all always start me off at the chimpanzee. Y'all always start me off at the dog. Notice the animals that y'all share the most percentages with when it comes to y'all's DNA, those are the ones that you talk about the most.
The fact that you think a dog can undergo evolution shows me that you know that the nature didn't naturally select you, because y'all always bring up artificial selection with the dog to explain how you're natural to the planet. If the dog is artificially selected, so are you. How is it in your DNA? Like that's what we're saying. Like, it's not that hard to understand.
She said, what degree do you hold? You can't even spell. Like, these people's frontal lobes is not even developed. That's why y'all actually need school. You need to be programmed because, like I said, this system is meant to program y'all too. We're a different species, so you're getting programmed differently. You're just programmed to psychologically oppress us. You know what I'm saying? To give us a hard fucking time on this planet. But that doesn't make us the same because we're living in the same neighborhoods. You see what I'm saying? I can look at you and I can tell that we're not the same. I can look at you and tell that your hair falls down to the ground like animals, but my hair points towards the sun. I don't get red like you. So there's got to be a genetic or a scientific explanation for these things. Turns out we're not the same species. So go ahead. Who is this? Musako, go ahead.
Hello there. So do you not believe in evolution?
I sure don't.
Well, why is that then?
Tell me why you believe in evolution, or tell me what you believe. Simple as that.
Well, the main reason I believe in evolution is because when I was a kid, my dad had in his office, he had a trilobite fossil. You know what a trilobite is?
Mm-hmm.
And on this trilobite fossil, there was a rudimentary eye was forming on the back of the trilobite. This was, of course, when trilobites were the dominant species on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
And the eye was basically a a piece of calcite that forms on the back of the trilobite, and it had light sensitive cells underneath the calcite, forming a rudimentary eyeball.
Okay.
So that is evidence of how the eyeball came into existence. And obviously it's not the only one. There's multiple reasons. There's multiple situations. The eyeball's probably evolved 5 different times from 5 different pathways. But it's just an example of, something appearing like eyes or sight or a new sense or something like that. So, that's pretty good evidence for me.
So you're saying trilobites, right? A marine species, arthropods. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, trilobites, yeah.
Yep. So you're saying that at some point they began to evolve into having these rudimentary eyeballs on their backs.
Yep, so that they
And
can.
hold on for a second. What is the reason for why this would have happened? This is a species that was alive during like the Cambrian, Paleozoic, you know what I'm saying, early marine life. So how, first of all, tell me, how does this organism, how does their cells function? How do they reproduce, right? And what would have caused this rudimentary eyeball to form on their backs? What was taking place within the environment? Because that's what evolution is saying, that the climate affects the DNA. So can you expound a little bit more as to what you're talking about?
Well, I don't think that there needs to be a reason for a mutation to happen in a species. I think that what you're referring to is something like if in cold weather, or hot weather, rabbits get longer or shorter ears because it's beneficial to their survival. But with something like developing light sensitive skins on the back of light sensitive cells on the back of a small animal, that's probably just random mutations from the fact that there's billions and billions of reproductive events happening, and it would just end up that the ones that had light sensitive cells on their back would actually survive because they'd be able to tell if something swam over the back of them, or they'd be able to tell the difference between night and day, and that would contribute to their success as a species. And then more ones with light sensitive cells would develop, and then eventually that would get a stronger trait through the generations. But I do think that it's random, really.
So,
You're saying it's random, but
yeah,
a
you're
stronger
saying
trait.
that there's not a reason, but it's random. And then you're saying light sensitive cells. Like, why would something that hasn't happened before begin to happen with a species? Is there a new predator? Is that what you are insinuating? You're saying light sensitive. So did the climate change? Did they move out of their environment? There has to be a reason for why this organism was the same genetically and anatomically for millions of years until this one random ass day.
Because that which is natural will never change in nature unless something unnatural takes place to it.
Well, that's not true at all, is it? There's
mutations
random
don't happen in nature.
mutations.
Yeah, mutations literally happen because of the sun. So when you're saying that they are now light sensitive and producing light sensitive cells, that's why I'm asking you the origin of this cell. I'm asking you, how would this have happened when they don't have the genetic expression to be like this? If it's just all of a sudden randomly happening one day.
And mind you, you're telling us that this genetic mutation is them growing new eyes for that species, for their offspring. They're not doing it for no other species. So how it's not them evolving into a different animal or a different organism. It's them evolving their own genetic ability to adapt on the planet. So go ahead and
Yeah,
answer that
so
last.
you would have to explain what is actually causing this, not just saying this happened. So we've seen evolution. What? We've seen your scientists literally mutilate moths. So now they've shrunken in size. They used to be much greater in size. Everything used to be much greater in size in the Carboniferous era. How did we get to this point? What took place to get us to this size when we were in much greater, everything was much greater in size? Well, the scientists are saying that it's because of the interstellar gases that were on the planet. They're calling it the Carboniferous era, but we can see other things in the atmosphere where these organisms were taking in more of these nanodiamonds that were powering up their DNA and expressing on a macrocosmic level.
So is that evolution?
So
If they're getting smaller?
if they're
Which
getting
point do you want me
smaller,
to
they're going
talk about?
against
Because you
time, which is what evolution is explaining. How these species arriving under this theory is going against time. There
okay,
are
you've
new
made
species, chickens, 2,000 years old genetically, but they're in the so-called human genome.
well, you've said a lot of points. Which one do you want me to talk about?
All of them.
You have the floor.
I'm
Go ahead.
only saying these things based off of what you said. You brought up an organism and saying that over time it grew a rudimentary eye on its back, and you're saying that everything doesn't have to have a reason. So now I gotta ask you, you're saying that evolution is a thing, but you can't explain it though. Evolution is explaining that each organism is coming about because of the organism prior, but you're saying that there is no reason.
No, there's no reason. It's just random genetic mutations over billions and billions of different generations. Some will get bigger body mass, some will get smaller body mass. There'll be less common mutations like the light sensitive cells on the back. Them ones will have survived because they'd be able to tell when it's nighttime and stuff.
But a
Just
cell
random.
changes because of something like that. You're talking about a prokaryotic cell engulfing another prokaryotic cell, meaning its genetics don't express to engulf something else, by the way, which is what now creates a host of unnatural organisms with completely different embryological origin. All life falls into two categories, and it takes us back to the two cellular form types. So if we can look at the genome, if we can look at how these genes are expressed, we can actually pinpoint the reason as to why it would mutate according to your narrative.
Yeah.
We will be, because we can calculate allele frequency. It's simple division.
So
So
you're
again,
basically
hold
saying there
on.
has to be
What
a
I'm saying is
reason.
that when we calculate the allele frequency, speciation debunks evolution. That's the last point I wanted to make. Go ahead.
So are you basically saying there has to be a reason?
No, I'm saying that there is a reason for all life on this planet, because both cell form types came into existence different ways.
Yep. And morphogenetic fields are known to guide and form and shape life through memory of past living systems. So everything that happens to the morphology of every species has to have a reason, because there's a metaphysical energy that is controlling that organism. You see what I'm saying? The evolution theory a lot only tells you to look at animals as machines. Like there's no actual field or aura behind that animal controlling that animal. Just like magnets have fields. You see what I'm saying? That surrounds the whole magnet. Just like Earth has a magnetic field that surrounds her. That just these animals have that. But spliced organisms don't have that. They don't have that because y'all have Hox genes, crippled genes, eukaryotic genes, allele genes, recessive genes, because you share more than one genetic material with multiple different unnatural lab-made organisms within your cell, which is why we are saying that y'all are eukaryotic cell, and this is why eukaryotic cell is even a term in the first place. Multicellular organism. Y'all have multiple cells from different organisms, and we've never seen these organisms naturally reproduce with each other to create y'all, because evolution happens through reproduction as well, and we've never seen none of these animals reproduce to create y'all.
Okay, I'm not really sure what you're talking about, but basically, there's like pretty much all the traits that we have. We can look back in the fossil record and see when we develop them, like eyes, all of this stuff.
You're saying eyes and all this stuff. I don't think you understand what's being discussed in here, like respectfully.
I
I know
just think
you
you're
came in
talking about
here and you're
science, but you
talking
don't have a
about,
grasp on the
okay, so the
fundamental
thing
basic
is like
facts.
you're the one that's asking me and telling me that you don't know what I'm talking about, but this is the base premise of evolution, how prokaryotes turn into eukaryotes. So if you only know about one organism, you're not going to be able to hang in this conversation because we're talking about all life forms on the planet. It doesn't matter if we're talking about microorganisms, plants, animals, insects, so called humans. Every single living organism breaks down to the two cellular form types known to man. That's basic. That's basic, like eighth grade science,
No,
ninth
I
grade
know that. I
science.
just don't think it's
I'm not
relevant.
sure like where you went to school, but that let's like elementary.
No, I
I'm
know that.
saying middle school.
I don't think it's necessary to talk about that in the context of this conversation. You're having a problem with basic fundamental facts of characteristics changing over generations. But you want to go into all this, oh, like cells and that. Like, what's the point? If you can't understand the basic concept of evolution, which you clearly have a
Bro,
problem
you're
with,
slipping
why
this
are you
shit
The
on
moving on?
us.
cells
That's what you're
is the
doing.
basic
Oh my
information of
gosh.
evolution.
That cells make up the organisms that we're talking about, which breaks down to two cellular form types on the planet. You're the one that doesn't have a base understanding. That's why you keep talking about this one anthropod from 500 and plus million years ago with the eye on its back, but you're not telling me why. You're not telling me how it got there. You're saying, oh, it doesn't matter. What the fuck are you up here for if it doesn't matter then? If it doesn't matter to you,
I've
why would it come
explained to
out
you
your
Relax.
that
mouth?
twice, but you won't accept my answer. I've
Thanks
said
for
it.
playing.
You're telling us cells don't matter, but trying to tell us that evolution exists.
Hey,
Evolution
where did you
starts
get your
within
degree
the
from?
cell. It starts within the atom. It starts within the protein enzymes. Why haven't you spoken of none of these things that is happening within these species that is evolving?
And then
Tell us the specific amino acids that are becoming unlocked. Tell us about the specific
Why would they need to talk about the
DNA
specific
structures
amino
that's
acid?
becoming unlocked. You're not telling us none of that.
all right, so we don't do any over talking. That also is on the board. Evolution, the biggest lie ever told, no over talking. So I wouldn't suggest you come up and piggyback off of what another grown man was saying. Come and tell us why you requested up on this panel. Explain
Okay.
to me how you feel about evolution. Is it a lie to you or do you think it's true?
No, it's not a lie. It's true. And I'm wondering where you got your degree from.
Okay, so go ahead and tell us why you think it's true. You don't need a
No, I want to
degree for
know
eighth
where you
grade.
got your degree from.
Thanks for playing. I'm not finna come in here and I don't look. We're having a real conversation here. You could have just told me why you think it's true and we could have talked to you, but you're trying to insult me and insinuate that I don't know what I'm talking about. If I don't know what I'm talking about, intellectually debunk me. Show that in front of everybody that's in here, but you're trying to, oh, where you got your degree? Where do you don't need a fucking degree for prokaryotes and eukaryotes. We taught a 3-year-old what prokaryotes were, and he can now point out everything that has a single embryological origin in nature. He's 3. And you're talking
Exactly.
to me about degrees. My 5-year-old cousin can tell you that she's not supposed to eat a cow because a cow is man-made. Her brain can she can wrap her mind around it, but y'all can't tell me how the cow got here and you're supposed to be, you know what I'm saying? You're supposed to understand this shit. Don't come in here and insult me when I'm not doing that to you. Tell me how y'all got on the planet. All right? That's what this conversation is about.
Yeah, you went to school and they only taught you a piece of the truth, which is incomplete. So that you're still going to see truth as lies and lies as truth. You're never going to actually have actual foundational information about the entire universe.
All right, so look how you just got up here and you
Where did you
already
get your
ready
degree
to
from?
talk. Look at you, man. Crash out, genetic crash out, animal
Oh, I'm
DNA,
calm.
gene expression. You're not calm.
I'm calm.
You're fighting with me over the mute button, bro.
Relax.
Go ahead and tell us. Go ahead and tell us why you requested up. You said evolution was true. Explain it.
Sure. Evolution's true. It's backed by science. There's tons of articles about it. It's scientific belief within the
Tell
scientific
us how it
community
is
by
true.
people who have actual, hey, there's no over talking. Remember, no over talking.
Backed by science.
Like,
That's
bro,
it.
like that shit lame as hell. I'm gonna keep it a buck, man.
It's backed by science.
I asked you to explain how, and you said, "Oh, it's backed by science." Can you tell me it? Because there's no scientist on the globe that can explain how haploids turn into diploid cells. I keep telling y'all might need to sit down and pay attention to what your people are saying about evolution, because it's a lot of them coming out saying that it never happened and it's not true.
Exactly. Science is what? Atoms, molecules, crystals, cells, tissues, organs, and organ systems. That's all information is. You're going to school to learn about that and how it moves in the universe. All of us can do that. Like I'm confused. Like that's what you're and the thing is y'all can never come up here and explain how you're me and how I'm you. Why can't y'all produce a me in y'all womb? Why can't y'all do that? If evolution theory is real, just answer.
Literally.
And yeah, and when we ask y'all things like that, y'all want to say we pseudoscience. So it's pseudoscience to say that I'm genetically not you because we don't have the same phenotype, and your anatomy can never create this phenotype, and my anatomy can never create your phenotype, which means that we have two embryological origins, which means what? We have two different DNA structures, which means what? We have two different cell types, which means what? We have different tissues, we have different organ systems, and we have a different organism. So what is your biological identification to the planet? Who are you? Why are you around our children? Who are you?
Go ahead, Chili. Tell us why you came up.
Oh, I was just looking at the prime evolution is the biggest lie ever told. It is.
Go ahead
It's
and
not even
explain how you
evolution. It's never. Okay, so if you go to Darwin's theory of evolution, Charles Darwin's theory of evolution, it just didn't really make sense. Because if you saying that monkeys and apes and chimps evolved from humans, or humans evolved from them, why does they still exist? Why do monkeys still exist? Because evolution means it's change over time. So if you taking a species of animals from an animal kingdom, and that animal kingdom itself is evolving over time, that means over a period of time, that species, well, the beginning stages of that species will unalive out. It wouldn't even exist. And if it did exist, you still would be able to crossbreed with that species of animals because you share a common ancestry, and that animal in itself, its innate behavior knows that. It would know that because it's built inside of its DNA to know that it can actually breed with you.
Okay.
But they will not breed with you.
Yeah, you're right about you when you're talking about the apes and the evolution, but when it comes to breeding, you kind of lost me a little bit there, but I still understand your main
What I mean
point.
by that is if a monkey see a monkey, they will breed. If a male monkey sees a female monkey, they will breed. Their instincts say, this is my type. This is who I breed with. They will not breed with anything else. Anything else they would think is would be an enemy or something that will harm it.
It's not the same species as them. I
It's
got
not
you.
the same species.
Yep.
That's my point. They're not the same
Yeah.
species. So in their natural instincts say what they can and can't breed with. They should be able to breed together. Monkeys will not breed with humans. Chimpanzees will not breed with humans.
But these people will try to procreate with dogs. They will try to procreate with horses and cows. There's a small town in the state that I'm in, about 200 people, and a boy literally told Zell that his people have sex with cows. These
I
little
believe it.
small towns with 250 people in the middle of nowhere surrounded by trees, they're the ones doing it.
Yep.
Right? So I
They
got what you're
have sex
saying.
with their dogs all the time. How many stories do you hear of that?
Yeah, literally. The
Exactly.
women fondling the horses and shit. None of our women do that because our genes don't express that way. We don't do over talking. So if you're a grown man or woman, please wait your turn, man. All right. Go ahead, Wendell.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, why do you think you're smarter than every scientist that has confirmed evolution?
Why have you not paid attention to the scientists that debunk evolution every single day?
Because there are none.
You're a liar. You're a liar. Can you think
What
you
percentage of
Dr.
scientists?
Dr. Carter, you see what I'm saying?
Oh, Dr. Carter,
Evolutionary
all right.
biologist just made a documentary like 2 days ago saying that
Oh, well,
humans
Dr. Carter
didn't
made a
evolve.
documentary.
They say
My bad.
humans didn't evolve. They say your DNA is not able to evolve. It's a hackable DNA. Y'all are hackable organisms. And you're not even considered to be organisms because y'all are a virus and a parasite. And you need
And that's the
blood
stupidest thing
and
I've ever heard.
you need blood and DNA from other organisms to regenerate your cells and to actually undergo morphology of your cells through Hox genes. So go ahead and explain to us how a prokaryote changed into a eukaryote. Don't come in here telling me about why I'm thinking I'm smarter. We never said that. That's what you
Yes,
thought.
yeah, you
So
implicitly said
again,
that.
you came up and requested on a live that's talking about evolution theory, and it says clearly on the board that the evolution is the biggest lie ever told. So if you see that that's what it says, go ahead and explain to us through genetic and biological and morphological processes how we are the same species, how prokaryotes change into eukaryotes. Just do that.
You're saying, hold on for a second. Before you do that, I want to address somebody in the comments saying Carter has been debunked so many times. Which one of his theories has been debunked? What being said? Don't just say he's been debunked. Actually talk about what was said and what was not factual, right? And you're saying endosymbiosis. You know how many scientists have debunked that? You know how many historians, archaeological records that debunk endosymbiosis? Ouch. All right. Wendell, go ahead and explain to us how how the eukaryotic cell got on the planet. And then we'll move
I'm
to
not
the
going to
next
explain it
guest.
to you because you have no biological
All right.
background.
Thanks for playing. Go ahead, K3.
I'm not gonna explain it to you because I don't know shit. That's what you just said.
K3, you're off the app. Go ahead and come off so we can hear you.
So you guys' argument is we didn't evolve because is it just we didn't evolve as
Can you just tell us
humans?
how you feel about what's on the screen?
It says that the
Well,
evolution
yeah,
is the
but I
biggest lie
wanted
ever
because
told.
I joined, but I didn't fully understand what your argument was. I thought it was something. I thought it was what was on the screen, and you were talking about something completely different.
Oh.
Yeah,
Oh,
meaning that
okay.
so-called white people, Asian people, Arab people, Dravidians, y'all never evolved from the so-called black woman. She doesn't possess animal proteins, enzymes, and amino acids to produce animal DNA or a eukaryotic animal cell. So we've never seen that. So there's no way that we can be the same species as y'all. So there's no reason for us to live in the same society.
Okay, I guess that's an interesting take on the society part, but I don't entirely disagree on that. I think there was a lot of geographical separation, a lot further back. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fucking scientist. This is retarded.
Okay, but you told us that we were wrong and you left. I didn't take him off. He left on his own. You came in here saying, oh, I thought y'all were talking about something else. I thought y'all were talking about what's on the screen. We are. Hello? We are. We are talking about that. That's why I have it on the screen and I'm live about it. Frontal lobe is undeveloped. That's what we keep seeing, gene expression. We don't do over talking. So Macroby and Bishy, give us a second, okay? There's a couple more people up here before you. Go ahead, Mike, Jack, Trip. Go ahead. Mike, Jack, Trip, go ahead, come off mute.
Yeah,
If you think evolution's fake, you're about the dumbest motherfucker.
yeah,
All right, we'll get you in a
Stupid
second,
dumb.
Glitch.
You
You can
dumb
call me
dumb.
whatever, but just wait your turn,
Dumb
please.
ignorant bitch. You dumbass
Yeah, no,
stupid
no,
fucking.
you're-
Like, y'all animals,
Yeah.
man. You couldn't even
Evolution
wait
is
your
fake.
turn.
So
All right, hold
evolu-
on. Oh my gosh, man. I can't stand this shit. I really can't.
Instead of explaining how you genetically came about and just simply explaining that, you rather call us names.
Exactly.
That's just, it just shows that how this shows us more that we shouldn't be living in this society together. Your brain would never fully develop to have a prefrontal cortex. You guys only go as far as orbitofrontal cortex, which is found in chimps and baboonous monkeys. Y'all would never have the prefrontal cortex open. And when y'all talk, we don't know what animal is talking, the cow, the donkey, the pig, the chimpanzee. So it just doesn't make sense to us. Just go ahead and explain to us how all of these genetic material came about naturally in nature. And if you can't, then we should not be living in the same society with each other. Simple as that.
Can I go now? Do I get to go now?
Wait.
Host, you're about
Go
the.
ahead.
I mean, you told me to
You're
go
about
a
the
long
stupidest
time
bitch
ago,
in the
and then you told
motherfucking
me to
house,
stop.
bitch. You don't fucking accept evolution, bitch. You fucking stupid ass.
Go ahead. This is messing it up. I don't know who was just up here that was just talking, but go ahead and request back up if you want to talk. And let's see who else was next. Macroby, go ahead.
That son whipping they ass
Yes,
today.
y'all can't even talk.
Chromosomal deletion.
All right.
We was kings and queens.
Listen, do I get
y'all,
to
for
talk, or
real.
am I
You
just gonna have to
understand? You
keep
feel
waiting?
me?
Like
Okay,
y'all
hold on
asked
for a second. Hold on.
and you
You
kicked me
just
for some
seen,
reason.
Mike, you just seen everything that happened in here, and you talking about, do I get to talk? We're trying to
Told me
clear
to
the room
talk.
for
You were
you,
like,
but
"Let's talk," and then you
thanks
let
for
somebody
playing.
else.
Thanks for playing.
Hey, what the fuck?
Fuck, because when we trying to get them to not talk over you and you see us doing that and you crashing out on me, you must eat meat, I suppose. Sugar and processed foods. Because when you do, you start acting like them. This shit is meant to program your DNA to act like them. These people need blood and meat for them to function. You need sunlight to power up neuromelanated cells. All right? When you cool off, request back up. All right, Macroby, go ahead. Macroby, go ahead, man. Come on, man. All right. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Request back up.
Hey, we was kings
Go ahead,
and queens. You
Bishy.
feel me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So, I could ask you, do you want me to ask you to steelman the position of evolution? Do you know the evolutionary chain and how it comes to pass?
How
Just
did we
tell
go
me,
from
yeah.
prokaryotes to eukaryotes?
Dang.
How did we go
Yo,
from
this bitch is dumb
prokaryotes
as
to
shit,
eukaryotes?
motherfucker. She's a dumbass bitch. She doesn't think evolution's real. She's fucking stupid as fuck. You fucking so stupid.
These are
So-
your doctors.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
So this sounds like a
your
fixation on
lawyers.
eukaryotes to
You
prokaryotes.
see what I'm saying?
I heard one of
These
you
are your
say
chefs.
earlier that
Hey,
you
it's too
don't.
much
Type of
talking.
primordial soup.
That is true.
Gosh, y'all are just, everybody get the fuck off my panel, man. Anybody that come off mute and it's not your turn, you can just already end up in the comments. Just know you're headed there, okay? We do one at a time because it's a scientific discussion. Everybody needs to get a chance to speak. I'm gonna come clean. If you on the panel or in the request and you don't have science, you can get off now. I don't care if you agree what's on the panel or not. If you can't use science to structure what's gonna come out of your mouth, please leave the panel. All right? So let's go ahead, Tupac. Go ahead.
Oh, can I come back in like 10 minutes? I gotta do something.
Oh my gosh. Fuck, man. These people.
It's cool. It's cool. Who's
Grand
next?
Rising,
Come
is it my
on.
turn?
One at a time, y'all. Stop playing around. One at a time.
Jeez, man. Go ahead, Yosef. Go ahead.
All righty, how y'all doing this morning? This lovely morning. Just got to get
This
the
bitch
icebreaker
dumb
out
as
there. Used
shit,
to be
motherfucker. You a
instructive on
dumbass
it.
bitch. You stupid as fuck. You don't
I
even know
appreciate that.
evolution
Thank
is
you for your
real.
energy. I
You
love the
stupid
energy
fuck.
that you have. Without your energy, I couldn't be a successful person that I am. Thank you for that energy. Love it. Whore, motivation leads the way. All right. This whole thing about this evolution, you're right. It is a lie. It's two things simply said. The Bible says we're living souls. Man calls us humans. If you look at the definition of man, it calls you an ape. God says you're a living soul. I actually got a petition to claim your divinity to be a living soul because it's in Genesis 2:7. He formed man of the dust of the earth. All this other stuff about what man talking out of his mouth is full lies. Everything down to your poundage, everything to your metric usage. Even when I was in the military doing ammunition and was an instructor, there were things that I found that was lying about everything that was told. So I went against the grain and reformed that thing. And this is the life that I'm living now. I'm not a human. I'm not a primate. I'm a living soul that cancels and is the solution to everything of division in the world. I see you as a person. I don't see you as black, white, Hispanic, or anything. No ethnicity except a living soul. That's what we are. That's what we're supposed to communicate. And that would cleave all of the dissemination of division, no matter what the beast government system do. So I agree with the whole fact that everything is a lie. That's the first part of enlightenment and knowing who you are, because it starts with ourselves, knowing what to call ourselves instead of what man calls us. I appreciate the time for speaking.
I don't understand why you brought religion when I asked for science. I said if anybody is up here and they
It's
don't use
because
science
science
to
is bullshit.
structure
And if you looking
what's
with
then
science,
get the fuck off my scientific ass live then. Grown ass man eager to speak. You heard what I said. I'm not in here talking about a fictitious God. You have a convoluted ass argument. You're saying that we're all the same, but you're not an ape. Hello?
The people that you're trying to say you're the same as have animal DNA and are apes.
What are you
But you're
talking
saying you're
about?
not an ape, but you're connected to ones who has an ape.
You're saying you don't
You
see
sound like an
color.
ape.
Look, I'm gonna come clean. I know you just got in here. We don't do over talking. There's other people before you, so you got to give them respect. All right? Do not over talk or I will get you out of here respectfully. I said
Sound like
bring
a
science.
monkey.
Thank
You sound like a
you. Thanks
monkey.
for playing.
Like a
Thanks for
monkey.
fucking playing. These is grown men and women. Like a lot of y'all that's in here, you're like 30 years our senior, by the way. And we move with respect. We let you get it out. We let you call us names. We let you say whatever you want to say. We just say bring science.
Yeah, we don't care about the feelings and opinions. Bring facts.
Yeah, the only brother on the panel talking about God. The God these niggas created. Explain to me how God created an organism that can't take the sun. Chromosomal deletions, acute body radiation, 1p36, Q132. Like, what's up? It's not even just about them. There's fake insects. There's vitrosynthetic pheomelanin, vitrosynthetic eumelanated organisms. Why is God allowing unnatural organisms on the planet? Why is God allowing someone to play him? To play God? Who's doing that? Do not bring me feelings and fucking religion. Bring me science, because that's what it's about. That's what this live is about. Go to a religious live and y'all talk about that. We talking about science, what is cyclical and reciprocal and what continues to happen unless something unnatural takes place to it. That's what this is about.
You said F science, but you use neurology and anatomy to say that. I just hope you know that, by the way. Who's next? Go ahead, Brock. Go ahead and tell us why the evolution theory you think is real or not. Go ahead and expound.
Bitch is stupid. You know fucking evolution's true? What a dumb fucking cunt. You fucking stupid fucking cunt. You a fucking dumbass fucking stupid ass cunt. You fucking dumb fuck.
Yeah, we need Chris in here.
Evolution is a theory, so it's not.
I don't understand why y'all are watching us in real time go in an order and y'all are coming up here talking. We don't know how you feel about the prompt or nothing. This is wild. Like, this is wild. Wait your turn, please. Okay? Wait your turn, please.
These are people who we live in the same
Wrong.
society with. Come on, y'all. Detach.
All right, go ahead. Let's see. Brock Fitness. Go ahead. Brock Fitness, come off mute. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I don't believe it's a lie. I don't believe evolution is a lie. Well, I don't believe it's the way people have been talking about it. We didn't come from no goddamn monkeys, okay? Because if we came from monkeys, don't you believe they wouldn't be here no more? I mean, you know, we came from, to me, it seems like we came from earlier. They kind of look like monkeys, but they ain't no damn monkeys. So we didn't come. Oh, that ain't a lie. See, okay.
All right, we can barely hear you, but I did hear you say that we don't come from monkeys, and you don't believe that. So I do have your stance with just that main point, okay? I'm going to keep you up here, and I'm just going to introduce the next guest to get everybody's point of view before we have a big discussion, okay?
Yeah, in due time, get in a better environment to speak.
Yeah. Opler, go ahead. Operalite, go ahead. Go ahead and come off mute.
Hello.
Yeah.
Alright. Can you type up the primordial super experiment or theory?
I didn't hear nothing you said. How do you feel about the prompt? Evolution, the biggest lie ever. Oh, he left? Okay. All right. I didn't hear anything he said. Let's see who else was up here. UK King, go ahead.
Okay, so evolution is a theory. It can't be proven. There's missing links as well. So it's up to you whether you take it or leave it, kind of thing, you know? So my point is, if someone wants to believe evolution is true, if they don't want to believe it's true, it makes no difference to me. And when
Okay.
people think of evolution, it doesn't mean evolution is saying man came from monkeys. It just says they had a common ancestor, and some of them became like apes or monkeys, and others became humans from that common ancestor. So the monkey is a completely different line, an ape from a human. So they didn't come from each other, if you know what I speak, if you know what I mean.
Right.
So even if evolution is true, so and when someone else said, "Oh, like white people and Chinese people and Asian people are completely different species," no, we can't interbreed. We can't, like white people and Chinese and black and Asians can all have babies. You know, we're not a different species. We are a same species, uh, but we adapted to our local environments. So the humans that live in certain have certain characteristics or features or that suit them to the environment in which they're living in, which people the science might call micro evolution, which they say then okay, evolution is carrying on, but it's micro, meaning like a Chinese person might have really tiny squinted eyes compared to other people that have big eyes. Some have bigger noses, some have smaller noses, bigger ears, smaller ears. The variant skin tones because of the heat of climate of where they live makes them more suited where they live.
More suited? You're saying more suited, but these are people that you're saying is supposed to be natural to the climate. So how can one be more suitable than over the other? So I hear you. You're explaining microevolution, which is a theory suggested under evolution. You've already hinted on speciation, which is also another theory that is suggested under evolution. You're not telling me how the engulfment happened. You're just saying, oh, there's monkeys, there's this, there's that, but you're not telling me the genetic connection between the prokaryotic and the eukaryotic cell, right? So let's just go with endosymbiosis quickly in one sentence or less so I can get to the next guest. Can you explain to me how two prokaryotic cells engulf one another to create a eukaryotic cell for all these other species that you're talking about?
There can be mutations within cells as well. So, which has happened. Even what they say is the blue eye gene. It was a mutation, came, and then the blue-eyed people came after that mutation. So there have been mutations that make cells behave completely different ways than before, and this is why we can get disabled children as well. So that's part of
I
the
asked you
game.
about the engulfment, but I got you. I asked you about the engulfment and you're telling me about something else. So you can stay up here, but I'm gonna get to the next guest. Go ahead, educator.
Hey, how you doing? Good morning.
Greetings.
Okay,
Abundance.
greetings. Abundance and gratitude. Evolution is the biggest lie. Yes, it is. Because most of these people on this that's coming up here, which I do understand, they don't understand basic biology, and that's the issue. They weren't taught basic biology, which is how cells come into existence, be it the prokaryote or the eukaryote, is a fifth grade science lesson. Me being a science teacher, I taught that shit. Fifth grade, we're introducing to cell regeneration, cell mutation. That's where the atom is introduced, and most people skipped over that. So in order for evolution to be real, what you evolve from can no longer be here. Because the eukaryote species, like you said, has 46 different species of animals, they were never taught that. So if we dig into their cells and just let's say we go into their mouth and scratch their cells out of there and we put it under a petri dish, the first cell we're going to see with the eukaryote is a primate. There are 4 different primates. You can literally go, this is why it's mind-boggling, because the species with the 19,000 genome patterns that they have do not procreate together in nature. You would never see a monkey, well, you might because they're nasty, chimpanzees are nasty, but you'll never see a dog, a cat, a rat, a zebrafish jump out the water, a primate, because you got the gorilla, ape, the 4 different primates right there. You have 46 different species. They got pig, their skin is carcinogen. Phenomelanin produces carcinogen skin. They don't even understand that part, that you are prone to get the cancer because of your sense scales. They don't even understand that. They miss basic biology, basic chemistry, basic genetics, and the 3 parts of physics. They don't understand any of that. So that P136 chromosome that the sun just hit the planet with 17 solar flares, they crashing out. We're seeing in real time the great separation that is upon us, and they don't even understand. And I'm not even religious, but Corinthians 12:52 tell you that everything's going to happen in the twinkle of the eye. Your Bible is an esoteric book. It's a science book. And they're not even ready for that conversation. So we know that they call us chimping out. They're literally crashing out. That 1p36 chromosome deletion that's housing their melanin, their central nervous system, is about to be deleted. So we don't know what these people are going to turn into. But we know they're going to turn into something. We're going to see it in real time. And they're going to stop lying on the sun and say that you can walk under the sun when this ozone layer is being pulled out. We're going to see you walk under 115-degree weather when this power grid is go down and you don't have no central air. This is going to be very interesting to see how you walk on this planet. But I'll land my plane.
Facts, my sister.
Abundance for
No
that mother
lies
of
told.
life.
You know what I'm
Abundance for
saying?
that. Facts.
Every time she come in here, she lays down the difference in cell biology, the difference in the genetics and anatomy, everything, because she has a base understanding of how the cells function.
And
That's
she's
what she
right.
just told you. This is 5th grade science. So the people that's asking, do you have a degree? You don't need it. You do not need it to understand how prokaryotes function and how they pass genetic material and how the traits are inherited.
Yeah.
You don't need that for eukaryote and prokaryote. Now, if you haven't studied it, then just say that, right? Then just say that, right? Gratitude, my sister. Let's see who is next. I think it was McLovin. Go ahead.
So yeah, I wouldn't agree with your prompt. Basically, I would say 2 of the biggest evidences for evolution we have is, first of all, scientific observation, and I would say natural observation. First of all, for scientific observation, I would say we have DNA and genetics tracking. So basically, when scientists take the DNA codes of many species, they can basically put them in a family tree that's basically bigger. And for example, chimpanzees and humans have about 99 to 98% same DNA and genetics. So basically, by that we can basically it's so accurate between us and chimpanzees.
You left. I didn't take him off. But you're saying that we share 99.9% of the same DNA with chimpanzees, but you're not talking about who, right? Human is referring to animal man, and none of our people on this planet express animal features because we don't have animal genetics. Y'all are the ones that have the animal proteins, right? Y'all are the ones that have the genes that actually mutate, right? So when we're talking about two cellular form types and how they function, I don't understand why y'all trying to group us together when every single thing on this planet is not grouped together.
Y'all have the monkey DNA. We don't have monkey DNA. None of our phenotypes represents monkeys, but somehow they represent your phenotype. How is that?
Yeah. Let's see who's next. I think it was Gym Nurse. Go ahead.
Hello, everyone. I think evolution has been miscategorized, and I think what you're saying is true. I believe that the Anunnaki created a lot of these hybrid species. And think about it. To exist in nature, you have to have animalistic traits, unless you are the creator beings. And a lot of the things that you're talking about, there are all truths to all of it. The problem is people don't know the differences between these things. And it's been proven there are a lot of hybrid species which have been created on this plane. That's the whole top and bottom of it. It's like it's a test for consciousness. That's my genuine belief. See how you can get different species to respond, and then see how far their consciousness develops or grows. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. But I think a lot of people are right in their approaches, but basically, depending on what your science is that you believe, you come from a curveball, you come from a different angle, and we never agree, we never meet up on it. But the truth of the being is there's elements of truth to a lot of the things that people say. And that's my opinion. So I would say that evolution is correct, but it's not in what we have been told, or it's not what's been defined to us in a simple way, as simple as that form.
I can, for the most part, respect that. You know what I'm saying? I don't agree with the Anunnaki simply because the name of the entity, keeps changing, but it's the same story. But as far as looking at evolution itself versus what is abiogenesis, biogenetic versus spontaneous generation, that's makes the most sense. That's what scientists are saying, that the origin of the eukaryotic cell would have to be genetic engineering, right? That's the type of spontaneous generation that it would fall under, is introgression. So the people that are in here saying we can procreate, well, it's because of introgression, right? Prior to that, y'all were unable to procreate with yourselves because y'all are not 100% of anything, right? You have genetic material that stems from multiple different origins, and these animals, insects, plants, and microorganisms do not naturally procreate in nature. We only see this sort of engulfment that they're talking about in this theory take place in vitro. It does not happen in nature. So
you're a part of this hybrid species that you were talking about.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sean Ludwig. What do you mean mules don't exist? You can type in mule right now. First of all, you can type in hybrid, and mules is in the definition. So I don't know what you mean by that. They're a hybridized species.
That's unnatural.
What do you mean? They literally were written into time.
Any cell that holds more than one genetic material within that cell, that is an unnatural organism. That's what it is.
Well, greetings and salutations. How you guys doing?
All right, go ahead and share your thoughts and visions.
All right. So, when Darwin introduced his theory, it was a theory based on basic, observation. I can prove without a shadow of a doubt that humans are one of the most adaptive creatures on the planet. And how I can prove that is if you put your hand in water for a time, it wrinkles, correct? So what is happening in that process is that you're adapting to the water for better grip underwater. So
That's not explaining how haploids turn into diploid cells.
And you're not telling
Whoa.
me what the water is doing to the cell. You're not telling me how it's absorbing the hydrogen. You're not telling me how the whole finger, the tissues are absorbing the atoms. You're not telling us that.
what explanation would you like for me to explain? Because
Thank you.
The actual one.
Yeah, go ahead, Zine.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. Firstly, I don't understand when you say y'all. I don't know who you're talking about, because that part needs to be clear. But this is something that we all need to understand, that when people talk about evolution or mutation, they're typically talking about the phenotype, the thing that you see, the facial features. What we need to understand is that Africans themselves have mutated over time. And so physically, the people that you see, like West Africans have a certain look, East Africans, Southern Africans, we didn't look like that 50,000 years ago. People just continue to change based on the environment and a response to the environments. Even physiologically, internally, we continue to evolve and mutate. It's not just about the physical features. And so when you say y'all, actually what you're talking about is that Africans, because the African phenotype is the default phenotype for all species, by the way, like the dark skin, all of them, Neanderthal, all of them were dark skinned humans. And so when you say y'all, I'm not sure who you're talking about, because what happened is Africans left Africa.
You're
And then
saying
they
y'all and you're
experienced.
saying African. We don't know who you're talking about because Elon Musk is a white man, but he's in South
No,
Africa.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about genetically
Go
people
ahead and
that have never
explain to
left the
us how you
continent.
feel about what's on the screen, though.
Yeah, what
Evolution
is
is the
the
biggest lie ever told.
what is the genetic composition of an African? Like, what is the
We're
genetic
not getting off the
composition
topic
of a
because
Neanderthal? What is the
What do
elemental
you mean the
atoms?
topic? The topic is on the
Like,
screen.
you're
You're
making
coming
no
in here
sense.
talking about something else nobody
no,
else in here is
that's
talking about.
exactly it. So I'm talking about evolution, right? The mutation is a result of it is the evolutionary process. So I'm saying that it is happening even now.
Can you
It's
explain the
happened.
evolutionary process? That's what we're asking you to do.
Well,
Exactly. Explain
do
it.
we have to go back to rudimentary science? What we already covered. We know what it is because we're talking
Go
about it,
ahead and
right?
Explain it
explain
then.
it.
If we know, explain it.
But you want to get in the weeds of it. I'm talking about the broader discussion so that
Yeah,
we
so
can
you should be
get to
able
the
to give
point of
me
it.
a vague description on the
There's no vague
evolutionary.
description. If you need to
Thanks for playing. I'm not finna play with y'all. Do
What?
not come in here thinking that you
Can I
finna run
say
shit. This is
something?
a
Okay, excuse
conversation. Go ahead, educator.
She sounds ignorant. And let me just check her because she's talking about we, baby. Let me explain something to you. I just explained basic fifth grade science. Every fucking thing, excuse my expression, because you all getting on my nerve. I don't even teach anymore, but I'm at to dust off this goddamn degree because you all are really ignorant. Every fucking life on the planet is going to start with an atom. I don't give a damn what the actual end product. You must give me a fucking cell. That is universal law.
Period.
That is in every fucking
Exactly.
science, from your biology, from your chemistry, from your physics, from your geology,
Woo.
your astrology, your astronomy, your gematria, your cardiology, your gnosis. All these are fucking sciences. There are 25 branches of science. Just say you don't understand, sister, but don't you dare bring your ignorant ass up here and check these two young starseeds that's educating people. Pick up a fucking science book. That's what you need to do. This is basic science book. I taught this shit. In order to become a species, the sun is not going to argue with you imbeciles and say, okay, you a nice person. The sun say, are you a prokaryote, eukaryote? Are you a haploid, diploid? Are you organic to my planet or you are inorganic? That's it. The sun don't give a fuck about what you're talking about. You are looking at the outside and everything must come from an atom. That a atom. You gotta give me a fucking cell. I don't care if it's a cockroach, a mouse, a cat, a tree, a whale, a dolphin. Give me a fucking atom. That is
Thank
the
you.
basic of life, and that's what they're saying. Explain to me before you get the vessel, dumbass. You gotta give me a cell. What come first, the chicken or the egg? The goddamn egg gotta come first. You have to have a cell regeneration. Cell, tissue, organ, system is the fundamental universal of life. And
Thank
if you all
you.
can't understand that, get the fuck off her life. And I'll land.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, mother. Appreciate that. Because
Gratitude.
that's what we're saying.
Like that's what
Tell
you're.
us
Oh,
the
we don't have to go
process.
through the rudimentary. Oh, if it's rudimentary, we should be able to go through it. What do you mean? A lot of people are next to their children right now. They could be playing this out loud. Their children could be hearing it. We gotta articulate it for the next generation because right now we looking at these niggas and we can tell we're not the same. We can tell we're not the same thing is not happening to us under the sun.
Exactly.
So somebody got to be able to articulate that from micro to macrocosm to the children because these children is coming out asking all the right questions that we should have asked decades ago.
We need to be talking about the different melanin types, the different cell types. That's how we differentiate species. You build up your intelligence by knowing how to differentiate. That's how you do it. Like I'm confused.
I'm confused. Why are you telling me about a big grown organism, but you can't tell me how his cells function when there's only 2 for the planet?
Exactly.
How come you can't? Why can't we talk about that? We're talking about a complex cell organism. You like we might as well just stay with the genetics, please. When we're talking about the complexities of their DNA. 25 to 35 that look, hold on for a second. 25 to 30,000 different genes that stem from different origins that all lead back to introgression. Just because somebody said, well, we can procreate, that doesn't make it natural. It's kale, cauliflower, carrots, all types of shit that's coming out of the ground that's not supposed to be here. Just because you see something does not make it natural.
And every time we procreate with y'all, zoonotic transfer starts to happen. We start to develop zoonotic diseases. Our red blood cells starts to go under ischemia. You see what I'm saying? Red blood cell hemolysis. That's what happens every time we procreate with y'all. We're thinning out our blood. It's not natural to do it. When we first started procreating with y'all, and it wasn't voluntary, it was through grape. You see what I'm saying? More than 509 million of our women and children were falling unalive.
If we're
You
the
wiped
same,
out
thank
2
you.
to 3, 4 continents alone with your seminal fluid, with your reproductive fluids. How can we be the same? But you wiping my people out. When elephants procreate with each other, they don't have venereal diseases. When you see species in nature, giraffes procreate with each other, there's no venereal diseases. But there's venereal diseases when I procreate with y'all. How is that? How does that make sense?
See, the problem is people don't understand the basics. The knowledge is not out there in the public domain. That's your biggest problem.
The knowledge is there.
Hello?
It is public, and the most public information that you can see is what's taking place on a phenotypical level. So that's what I did want to tell the sister, and she's talking about the phenotype and how we need to look at the genetic. That's what the live is about. What are you on about?
She was
You see what
correct
I'm
in
saying?
what she was
So
saying.
I got you, Gym Nurse. Thank you for bringing that point up. You know what I'm saying? That's a valid point. Venata, you're disagreeing with me in the comments. Why do you disagree with what's being said or what's on the screen?
Yeah, so I'm seeing you saying evolution is the biggest lie ever told, no over talking.
Mm-hmm.
So what brings you to this conclusion?
Why are you disagreeing with me in the comments and telling me that I'm wrong?
Because I'm a firm believer in evolution, so
Go ahead and explain that process to us.
the process of evolution.
Yeah, how are we all the same? How did all life come about? How are humans one human race when we see different genetic structures within us?
Well, what it comes down to is genetic variations that adapt to being the best in a certain environment. You can see this even today. We have currently evolving humans that have slightly different architectures, but are still close enough to be procreated with.
So are you
Like you have
insinuating that these are not the same species?
no. They're the same species, but you can see how even though you're still able to procreate with the same species, they still have microgenetic adaptations. Like there is actually a tribe that dives a lot, and their spleen sizes are 50% larger than the average human. 50%.
That's environmental
You're
factors.
talking about the spleen size, but I'm talking to you about their cells and how they function. So
But that's
those
what I'm trying to
people that
tell
you're
you.
talking about are actually
That's
hybrids, and they're
no
not supposed to be on the
why they
planet and
okay,
have
wait, what
and okay, hold on for a second and let me respond to you. Those people that you're talking about are hybrids and they don't look nothing like neuromelanated people. They have vitrosynthetic eumelanin and pheomelanin. They don't have neuromelanated cells. Okay, so you're talking to me about people that could literally have fish genes introgressed into their genomics. You're not talking to me about people whose cells or an organism whose cells is arising as a byproduct of biogenesis. Y'all love starting with spleens, dogs, cats, chimpanzees, one person over here, one person over there. Talk to me about the cellular form types and how they express their genetics.
You think
wait,
humans are
so
just
can I get this straight
Yeah,
spawned
though?
on
they're
the planet
saying
and started
that.
moving around? You think
Wait, I'm
that's what just
sorry.
happened?
No. So let me get this straight, right? You're basically telling me you believe in the idea of people altering people's genomes and changing them for genetic selection, like having fish variations in their genes, but you
Yeah,
don't
genetic
believe the
engineering.
idea. You don't believe the idea that a certain individual can be born with a small difference. Like you can see it in even your own family members, where one can come out taller or shorter.
Small
That small
difference
difference,
genetically,
yeah,
or
but that small
embryologically
Okay,
in our
no, I'm
people.
talking about genetic variation where like in a good mass amount of people, you're always gonna have an outlier. And depending on the environment, you can change over time. Which is what I'm saying when it comes to evolution, the idea of us being related to another species, but just by a small amount, is very possible because of what
No, no,
happens
no, no,
over
no.
time.
Hold on for a second though.
yeah.
Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay. I'm listening.
You're talking about each species is gonna have an outlier.
Right.
What are you talking about? Because
An
every
outlier,
single
like
species on this, go ahead.
I'm saying that when it comes to an outlier, it's not like a very strange thing to happen. It's a very average thing to have outliers, right?
Like
When you
what?
have, like, for instance, when it comes to an environment where, let's say, you need better heat dissipation, right? You have something like the Maasai tribe where every time that someone's born with longer limbs, right? And they have taller stature, they're more genetically favored to survive because they're better at heat dissipation. So they're better at hunting,
So where does
gathering,
Why?
the
which means that they're
animal
gonna
DNA
Why
come in
would?
at?
Yeah,
Because you
where
just try to make a
because
whole point
you're talking
earlier
about.
saying
because the
that
idea the
it have
idea
you
is
try to make
the
a
I
whole point
no,
earlier.
you're not listening.
Hold on for a second. You try to make a whole point earlier saying that if in my it can even happen in my family. And you try to
Exactly.
bring up a fish gene. So the fact that if I get taller than my dad, I have a fish gene now.
right,
I
but
have
no,
the
that has
genetic
nothing to
difference of
do.
me being taller than my dad is now because I have fish genes. So this is what we're saying is just that if you're going to say these things, just go ahead and you're saying genetic
No,
variation,
I'm
but we're
getting to
talking
that though.
about.
I
Hold
got
on
you.
for a second, man.
Bro, like, damn, nobody in the live can hear us when we're both talking over each other, by the way. Think about it from the viewer perspective, okay?
My fault,
Let
go
him
ahead.
land and then go. Oh my gosh. What the
What
Oh
the
my
hell,
gosh,
man?
bro.
Y'all, man.
Like, bro, my
You see,
gosh. Like,
wait,
this
is
shit
it
just
so?
makes me, bro, and you're still trying to talk. Like, get the
I'm
fuck on, man.
wait, I'm actually
Like, bye.
no.
This shit is terrible. Like, this live is ass. Like, for real, man. You're grown adults.
Like this is grown people, y'all.
Like this shit is upsetting. Like, what the fuck?
You're not understanding me. Wait. You're not in this. Just bro, you're done
Wait,
talking,
I
bro.
got a question for
Let
you.
me talk.
Bro, get out. Get out.
Oh my
Bye. Thank
gosh.
you.
Like we understand,
Skywalker, and
y'all.
not to interrupt you too, I just want to say this is happening for a reason because Mother Universe have to show everybody All truth has to be revealed so that when this solar flash that's coming, this because we already got hit by that X4, S5, we have never had that. When we get with a S5, then we'll be right. That's when the power grid is going down, and we are damn near there. So this has to take place. They're not stopping what's coming, and what's going to happen is they're going to be confused because when that sun goes retro, when he really comes out and show himself, when there is no more ozone layer, when it's really over 100 degrees, UV index is 11 going up, and it ain't coming down. Every day it's hot. That's when the reality gonna hit a lot of these people. That's when it's gonna set in. Because now you're gonna have to prove everybody, we all gonna be in real time looking at this. We gonna see you walk under the sun. We gonna see their skin, because what that radiation is doing to their skin, like I said, they don't understand on a cellular level. It don't matter. They don't understand species. They don't know what the definition of a species is. And I think that's the problem that a lot of people are struggling with because they're stuck with the phenotype and not looking at, once again, cell, tissue, organ system. I go back, like they said, you got to give me an atom. The sun there's only 2 species and many different outcomes out of that species. Out of prokaryote, they list all the things that are natural to the plant. Lions and elephants are prokaryotes. They're one organism. I won't go into a lion, pull his DNA and see a monkey. That would never happen. I'm not going to pull the cell structure of that elephant, put in a petri dish and see a damn raccoon. I'm going to see an elephant. You're not going to pull the black woman's DNA. We have seeds in our ovaries. Dr. Delbert Blair did a whole series when God was a black woman. We don't care that you all can't accept this. This is happening. And the fact that your government, your GOVERN, is using data centers and fresh water to power up, that means they know something is coming and they're prepared. And it's really sad with you people that's on the planet with us to think that you're going to walk under the sun when we just had 17 solar flares. Look it up. You need to go to NASA and see what we're talking about. What's coming for you all. You think it's a joke. It's not a joke.
Yep, solar
That's why we're trying to wake our
prominences.
people up. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Nah,
no,
abundance for that,
gratitude for
mother of
that.
life. Abundance.
The solar prominences, the UVC radiation that's been ground level for the last 11 years, that is a gene mutating, detoxifying, germ unaliving wavelength. We're seeing these people on the streets eating road stuff off the road that's unalived. You see what I'm saying? I don't see any of my people expressing their genes with that type of behavior. It's something happening to y'all under this sun. I'm watching y'all get sunburned
I
at
have a
night.
question real quick.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Like whoever has the question, who is that just said that they had a question?
Me down here.
Who? Like, what's your name?
Don.
All right. Thank you for speaking, because I literally said no over talking. Thanks for being loud and wrong. We got to give each other the respect. If I'm talking, why are you talking over me, man? If I'm explaining something. All right. So the solar prominences are hitting every single organism on this planet. It's hitting their DNA. We're seeing things go back up in size. Bees, spiders are being reported to increase in size, right? That's why we can look back at the Carboniferous era and we can see things are much greater in size because of the interstellar gases that were on the planet. So this is the reason why the scientists are saying what they're saying about Greenland, because billions of tons of ice have been melting since the 90s because of what's been taking place. Earth's resonance increasing, UVC radiation that is now ground level. We're able to take the full spectrum of radiation. These people can't. So they're getting sunburnt at night. A lot of these people are struggling, even in snow, ice conditions. The sun is reflecting off the snow and it's a problem for them. You need sunblock even in ice, cold regions. We're not the same, right? We're not the same species. And I keep telling y'all, we can only procreate with these people because of introgression.
Yo, can I speak? Yeah, okay. Wait. We can't procreate with these people.
All right. So go ahead, Mr. Torrance. Like, y'all in here playing, man. Y'all in here playing. Go ahead, Mr. Torrance. Come off mute. Go ahead.
So, can I speak now?
I got a question.
You niggas, man. This is sad as fuck, bro. Like, Like, y'all, it's a mess. It's a mess. If I just said no over talking, why are y'all coming off mute to over talk? How do you have a question when it's a statement on the board? You're supposed to come in here and tell me how you feel about the evolution theory. Evolution is a lie. Biggest lie ever told. You know what I'm saying? So, look, Clone Cop, go ahead and tell us how you feel about what's on the screen. Go ahead, Clone Cop. Tell us why you requested up.
Y'all, how about y'all find the answers to our questions? That's what we want.
Can I speak real quick?
Go ahead and tell us why you believe what you believe about evolution.
No, I tried coming here to understand what you were like talking about. Like,
what does the prompt say?
Thanks for
it
playing.
says the evolution is the biggest lie ever told.
Yo, go ahead and tell us why you requested up.
All right, so don't end up kicking me like right after, because you keep doing that with people that like talk to you and stuff, right? And you're probably
don't worry about the other niggas, man. Tell us why the evolution theory
I'll join
is
because
real.
you're wrong. Evolution is correct.
I would have let you talk if you just followed the rules of the live, man. I don't have a problem with y'all telling me that I'm wrong. I just need you to respect the live. We can have an intellectual discussion. Please be able to tell me how haploids turn into diploids. Please be able to tell me these things. Please be able to tell me and explain the engulfment. Be articulate with endosymbiosis, right? Symbiotic relationships, or get out. It's no point in you being in here. You can't be coming in here to ask me a question. You can't be doing that. Like, save that for the comments. If we see it, we address it. But the panel is for people that understand evolution. All right, so who is this? I don't know who this is in the request. I don't see anybody, but Gym Nurse, did you have something you wanted to say? Gym Nurse?
So, yeah, sorry. It's quite clear from this live that people just don't know enough. That's my problem with it all. And I know what you're saying. If you know where to look, you can find the information. Totally agree. But it's not in the public's. It's not in the public's ether.
What do you
it's
mean
not in
that
their
it's
consciousness.
not? Prokaryotes and eukaryotes is taught in public school. What do you mean?
Yeah, but it's at certain levels, not at all levels. So this is why people don't know about what you're talking about.
But it is
This
public
the
though,
truth.
right?
Yeah, but I've agreed with you on that. That is true. It is public if you know where to look. If you don't know where to look or you're not educated in it, this is the problem. And a lot of people, they're struggling to follow along with what you're saying. That's the truth. You know that yourself.
When you're saying cite sources, this is where I'm not trying to be funny. You don't need a source for prokaryotes and eukaryotes. It's a definition. If you don't know what those things are, go look at it, because it's just as simple as a definition and understanding how the cells function. It's just like me saying, what is a tree? And you give me the definition of tree. You don't need a study for that, right? I just wanted to say that. Go ahead, VVX dog. Tell me why you were, yeah, you did, educator. You sure did. You sure did, but I don't know how long she's been in the live. Go ahead, VV. All right. They dropped down. Maybe they came up by accident. Yo, go ahead.
all right. Wait, I'm just trying to say something. How do you think we adapted to other temperatures up north whenever we?
Look, when it comes to yeah, when it comes to adapting, you're saying how do we, and everyone on the planet does not adapt to temperature. When you say temperature, is this temperature that is a byproduct of sub-zero tech, or is this according to natural climatology, right? Is this natural weather that we're like that's what I mean, y'all. This is not the conversation you think it is. This is like atom to atom, molecule to molecule, cell to cell type talk. It's not, let's talk about monkeys. It's not that. I know y'all think it is, but it's not.
If we're saying it's the biggest lie ever told, just come up and explain how it's true. If what you're saying is so true, just come up here with the facts. There's no need to ask 21 questions. Please, just go ahead.
Facts, like the sister said, why do they assume there's not so-called BLK
Hello.
people in cold climates? Do we see their cells mutating? Do we see them with 1p36 or 1q32? Do we see them with SLOS phenotype? Do we see that shit? No. So that's a very viable point. Go ahead, Artsy. Sound like you breathing
Hello.
hard as fuck.
I'm with on your side. So can I speak still, or are you looking for rebuttals?
You want me to kick you out of here? Don't ask me nothing. Go ahead and
No,
talk, man. Go
no,
ahead
I'm
and
on your.
talk.
I'm with you. I wanted to. So
Yeah.
to the guy saying there's loads of evidence to support evolution. There's loads of missing links as well in evolution, and evolution is an idea. It's not been proven, and those sources he was talking about, you can go and look at those, and there is so many gaps not explained, and they will even tell you that, which doesn't prove evolution.
Yeah, there is a lot of gaps in between it because it's just talking about how prokaryotes and eukaryotes are now in existence, but it doesn't
Exactly.
explain the engulfment. It just says one prokaryotic engulfed another, and then here's a eukaryote, but it's not explaining. Everything is
Exactly.
articulately put, but the engulfment is not.
Yeah,
What's
and you
your
know that
biological
guy. Can I
identification to
just
the
say one more
planet?
thing, please?
But what's your biological identification to the planet?
One sec. I just want to say one more thing, because I hadn't finished.
Yeah, just answer that question, and then you can move forward. Just answer that question, though.
You're on mute, Artsy.
Man, y'all are ignorant. No college or professor
You
agrees with
could have literally waited your turn and you could have said that. Let him
ignorant. No
finish.
one believes the
Thank
bullshit you
you. Thanks for
believe. No one believes the
playing. Thanks for
bullshit.
playing. Artsy, go ahead and come off mute.
I hadn't finished my point. I would have answered this question after if he was patient. That's the
Right.
ridiculous thing. You need patience for this conversation, and people on that side don't have the patience. They need the answers right there. They don't want the conversation. They don't want to hear what I'm saying because it's like fear to them. Like what they've read is the fact. And I have read through the sources he is pointing me to, and I would have started answering his questions. And I've read through those sources, and there are gaps. And even in those sources, it speaks about those gaps clearly. Clearly, every evolution theory has those gaps, and they will talk about them. And
Yeah.
that's the problem. Gaps are problems.
The microevolution is not as micro as they're saying it. The macroevolution is not as macro as they're saying it. The evolution theory is explaining that this is a slow and a gradual change over time, but it doesn't explain how the change happens over time. It just says cells mutate.
Yeah,
Because it was
exactly.
too hot. That's not telling me anything. That's why there's no fact in the theory. It's telling me that these things are here, but the engulfment, how they came about, it doesn't talk about that. It just says prokaryotes were here for a long time and then eukaryotes popped up. Well, that's called spontaneous generation. So how are things spontaneously ending up on the planet? That only leads us
Yes.
back to genetic engineering and introgression.
And the problem with you they will have with that is that's what you've read, and they don't want to read what you've read. They want to read what they've read and what they've studied, and they won't take anything else in, and they won't even converse with it, as that guy just proved. No, you answer my question. I was like, I haven't finished, bro. Like, just wait for me
Go
to
ahead,
finish. Then
bro.
I'll
You haven't
answer.
answered it. You still talking about how the question. You
Because
go
you were
ahead and
muted.
answer
You
the
haven't
question.
been
No,
here.
he's talking about the other guest that was talking
But
over him.
I just asked him a question though, and that's what he's speaking about. So go ahead and answer that
yeah.
question.
Who are you? Are
What
you
is your biological identification to the planet? You keep worrying about how I asked you the question, but not answering it. That's also
Okay,
mental
I'll
illness
answer it
and not
now.
emotional intelligence.
Okay, I'll answer it
Mhm.
now because we do not have to speak the same language around this. What do you mean by that? Was going to be my question. I don't need
like?
to
Are
answer
you a
your question.
so-called YT man or what? We trying to get to the next guest. We just
Yeah,
want to know who we're talking
if
to.
I bring up biology, we're talking about the two cellular types.
So you're asking whether I'm white, black.
Yeah,
You're
are you
asking
a
my
eukaryotic?
ethnicity.
Are you a eukaryotic mixed cell hybrid? Do you have multiple genetics within your cell? That's what I'm asking you.
No.
So you don't share DNA with animals?
Do I share DNA with animals? I think there's a possibility.
Then you're not a prokaryotic cell organism.
Sorry?
You're not a prokaryotic cell organism because you say you said you share DNA with animals more than one.
No, I
Which means
didn't.
that
I said there's a possibility. I'm talking about theory and saying who is right and who is wrong. And you seem very poignant on your point, the evolutionists. And this is my argument. You're not understanding my argument. I've not made any argument. That's my point. I'm talking about the gaps and the holes in evolution.
Yeah, and then I
You
asked you,
understand?
do you have animal DNA?
And what
You
did I
said
say?
possibly. So if you
Yeah.
possibly have that, prokaryotics don't possibly have animal DNA. They don't have animal DNA. You saying you possibly have that? That means your genetics can be spliced. That's what I'm
Yeah.
telling you.
Yeah.
So
But
when I'm saying,
what do you think I have then?
No. Okay,
yeah,
hold
I'm
on,
not.
Milo. Go ahead, Milo.
Yeah, I'm not doing
Yeah, I
all
would
that.
say that we're doing a lot of word salad in here. I don't know. What are you saying?
Go ahead and tell us how you feel about evolution.
Exactly.
All right. Yeah. I don't believe in evolution. So,
All right.
but I want to ask you a question because obviously, if you don't believe in evolution, because you said earlier, you said genetic engineering, right? If I'm not wrong, is that what you said?
Go ahead and
I'm
tell us how
speaking
you
to.
feel about evolution on the screen, what it says on the screen.
Wait, can I ask you a question or do I have to?
No, go ahead, and we don't know your point of view. That's why I'm saying that. Like you gave us that, but you didn't expound. So tell us why you feel the way that you feel so that we can know who we're talking to. The guests in the room want to hear what you have to say about the topic.
All right. I'll say that. Right. Yeah, I don't believe in Darwinian evolution. I believe there's a lot of holes when it comes to that. So very likely, I believe the way we evolved, very likely there has been some sort of intervention from the outside.
Okay, what type
That's
of
what I.
intervention? What type of intervention do you think?
Like at a genetic level, like because a lot of primates they have like 48 chromosomes, and we have 46. And because something happened, something called something called Robertsonian translocation. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's like the fusion of the second and the third chromosome in the human DNA, and that's a very dangerous process that if it happens in nature, the organism might die. So some scientists they believe that is a sign of intervention from, let's say, a third party. And on top of that, humans, we have, like, we present signs of domestication. So, for example, the fact that we maintain our our childlike features when we grow up, I think is called neotenic features in English. Um, so yeah, there are some aspects in humans that kind of indicate that somebody intervened on us on multiple levels. So
All right, I'm asking you to explain it, but I don't if you don't know, you can say that too. Like you're saying the genetic level, but like I'm asking you what type of intervention on a genetic level. Does that make sense? Like are you able to
yeah,
tell us like
I just said it. I said there's a process in evolution called Robertsonian translocation, right? Basically, primates they have 48 chromosomes. We agree on that, right? Like monkeys, they have 48 chromosomes.
yeah, I'm asking you what is the intervention? Like just simply the term or whatever it is, the phenomenon, like
Yeah,
whatever the intervention is.
Yeah, that's not the phenomenon that you named. That's locating the ribosomes, and the ribosomes is the proteins, the amino acids, the cytochrome C that chimpanzee has that humans have. So-called black people were not humans. So we just want you to go ahead and explain on the process on what genetic intervention happened. That's
Yeah,
all we're asking.
yeah. I just said it. I said primates they have 48 chromosomes. Can we agree on that?
That's okay. Got you. Go ahead, Big Fish. Big Fish, did you mean to come up? Jacob, go ahead.
Fuck you.
Like, bro, y'all be grown as fuck. You waited patiently to come up and say that? What are you mad about? What are you upset about?
Your life is miserable,
Yeah,
man.
it gotta be. You
It
know what I'm
gotta be,
saying? It
man.
gotta be. So, Milo, we're asking you what is the intervention, and you keep telling us about the 48 chromosomes. What is the intervention? Right? Is this
Yeah, I just
is it
I just said it. So I'm gonna say it slowly so you get it. Okay.
okay?
All right. So we humans we have 48 chromosomes, right? The way we got to 40, not 48 chromosomes, 46 chromosomes. The way we got from 48 to 46 is through a process called Robertsonian translocation or transposition. I can't remember correctly. Basically, is the fusion of the second and third chromosome in the human DNA. Are we good to this point? Did you get that?
Okay, so you're saying oh my gosh, man, I ain't gonna
So you're
lie.
saying they fused two
And
chromosomes
I'm asking
together?
you how. I'm asking you how they did it. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the point. It doesn't happen in nature, and when it does happen in nature, the organism is infertile or dies. So the explanation that some geneticists give is that this thing was done by a third party that understands genetics.
What?
Do
Like
you get
I
that?
don't if you don't know, then just say you don't know. I'm
Yeah, I
asking you
literally just
what is
explained
the
it. It's
intervention?
okay if you don't understand. I can explain
No, I
better.
understand because I can explain it to you. I have
Yeah.
been explaining it and saying it this entire live. You're saying the fusion, but you're not telling me how the genetics was fused together. That's what I'm asking. You're saying, oh, it was fused. I got you. That's what this live is about. How was the cells fused together? How did the DNA come about? How did the cell come about to fuse with something else?
Explain the tool.
That's
Explain the
it. I'm not.
biological process. Explain the genetic
Yeah.
tool that was used to do that. Because again, you keep saying 48 chromosomes and then 46 to 46 chromosomes. So you're saying that they fused this monkey, and then you're not explaining how it's happening, and then to make a human.
Yeah,
But a human doesn't have just chimpanzee or snub-nosed monkey or bubonus monkey DNA. They have cow DNA, dog DNA, fruit fly DNA, chicken DNA, celery DNA. So how did can you go ahead and explain that to us?
Yeah, we don't know how the second and the third chromosome got fused. That's the whole point.
Okay, so
So you don't
look,
know.
so you don't know, and the thing is that
But you've been
genetic engineering is taking place as we're speaking. It's been taking place for at least 200 to 400,000 years. So we can actually look at things like CRISPR and Stitcher. We can look at protein 9, Cas9. We can look at hybridization, which is the fusion that you're talking about, and that it's done through electroporation, it's done through magnetofection, it's done through cell sonication, sonoporation. There are several different ways that cells can be fused together because it depends on the frequency of the cell. It depends on what's within the genome. That will depend on what it can be fused with and how it's done. Is this cell going to respond to magnetism? Okay, so then we can use an external magnetic field to basically influence the opening for this cell for us to go in and penetrate and take out or insert in, right? Is this cell, is it going to respond more to sound? If so, we're going to use sonication or sonoporation, which is going to allow microbubbles to oscillate and create pore formations to insert or take out. Or are we going to use cell transfection? Are we going to so that's what I mean when I'm asking for the medium and how this is done, because whatever chromosome you're talking about, has to be connected to the eukaryotic cell.
Yep, only eukaryotic cells can be spliced. Prokaryotic cells coated in neuromelanin, coated in condensed sunlight or liquid light cannot be spliced into. And so-called black people, we don't have animal DNA and we cannot be spliced into. So who did they splice for y'all to exist? Because it's not us. That's what we're saying. You didn't evolve from us.
Sir, I'm black, by the way.
I got you. I'm talking to the collective, the 178 people on the live. But I got you, bro.
Let me ask you this question. So, can you like elaborate on what you guys believe so we on the same page?
I just said
told
it.
you.
We
See,
just
that's what I
said it.
mean, man.
That means you're not listening, bro. We just told you. We just said what we were talking about.
Yeah, can you say it like in simpler words?
I just did. I said an external magnetic field that affects the cells and creates pore formations or openings to take genetic material in, or for genetic material to be inserted and to be taken out. Sound, microbubbles, oscillating, vibrating at a speed to create openings, pore formations for genetic material to be inserted in or taken out. I did put it in layman's terms.
Right. So, are you talking about, because that's a theory that they call the resonance theory that has to do with quantum fields, that basically we evolved because of like of resonating with the whole universe. Is that what you're talking about?
So you had asked me we were talking about the medium in which cells are spliced. And what you're saying, the third party, I'm only talking about this because you said it. So
Yeah, but
like
I'm trying to get to your whole vision of the topic. So you said,
it is introgression and genetic engineering. That's the origin of the eukaryotic cell. It's what you're saying. It's literally what you're saying. I just gave you the medium and how it actually does it make sense to you now?
so genetic engineering done by who?
You tell me. Look, oh my gosh, I'm only saying this because you said what you said out of your mouth. So who's
No,
this third entity?
but
I'm
I want to
asking you
know
to
your
clarify what
view.
you're saying.
Oh, you're asking me because I thought I was
Yeah.
asking you.
Yeah, you requested up. We asked you, how do you feel about what's on the screen? You said a third party or an entity. So you tell me who that is.
Hey, real quick, can I get clarification on one thing real quick?
Bro, if we're speaking to someone and we're having a conversation and it says no over talking in the middle, can we have respect for the person that we're speaking with? He's trying to understand something.
Yeah.
Give us a
So,
second, please.
okay,
All right.
so we still talking about my view, right? Not your view.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've been,
Yeah.
yes.
So in my paradigm, I think it's a higher civilization, like another civilization.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
You said it's another civilization. Cool.
Yeah.
Go ahead, UGV.
Oh, I just wanted just clarification on one thing real quick. So he said that there was 48 chromosomes, and then it ended up going to 46 chromosomes because 2 of the chromosomes fused together. So wouldn't we be left with 47 chromosomes, not 46? Where did the other chromosome go?
Wait, what? Oh my gosh, man.
Like
What the fuck?
like for example, like the reason why I'm asking is like, okay, so if there was only 3 chromosomes and 2 of those chromosomes fused together, then you would be left with 2 chromosomes, right? So if 2 of those fused together, then that's minus 1 chromosome.
Brother, introgression and genetic engineering is unnatural. It's not something that we're supposed to observe. He's talking about an entity splicing cells.
Okay, I don't really understand it too much, so I was just trying to understand, like.
I got you.
I'm not trying to argue with nobody about anything. I'm just
No, I
that's why I
know.
literally asked for clarification. I just don't understand where that other chromosome went.
All right, man. We're just gonna move on from that because if you don't have the scientific explanation and the biological explanation on how we're all one human race, on how the evolution theory is happening and in nature and how it's happening, then you can't spew lies to the public. You can't spew lies to the people because that's detrimental. You know what I'm saying? So again, we're two different species because we have two different cellular types and we have two different melanin classification that creates our soup. Y'all are formed from Hox genes and we are formed from morphic fields. We have a metaphysical background. You have a physical lab created background. There's no reason for us to be in confusion on how we're created. So again, who's next?
Go ahead, Zark.
Yo, so what you said earlier about evolution not happening right now, it is.
That's not what I
Chimps in the
said.
Congo were observed using tools. They've been recorded doing warfare for a long time. And the thing about white people being lab created, humans are the most expansive species on the earth. And they don't have hair. They need the melanin to respond to sunlight conditions. Like, for example, if you take someone born in South Sudan and you take someone born in a place like Ireland, those are two completely different climates with two completely different sun indexes and weather patterns. Of course, they're going to need different melanin production, hair, and not to mention that humans in Europe intermixed with the Neanderthals to create more genetic diversity to continue the human race to the Ice Age. So the claim that black people and white people are two different species with two different genetic sorry. It's bullshit. Like, we are one species spread across the entire earth, different climate, different solar indexes, different climate, different weather patterns. So, and the whole claim of lab creation, it just doesn't make sense. It's stupid.
You're saying pseudo, but explain synthetic biology and explain the use of eukaryotic environments and the manipulation of eukaryotic cells. You're saying it's pseudoscience, but we can look at dogs and cats. A simple Google search will tell you that they have introgress genes. A simple Google search will tell you that Neanderthals and Denisovans had introgress genes. I put that on the screen in here all the time. So instead of using insults, explain to me how a haploid turns into a diploid cell, please.
Yeah, and no matter where a so-called black person, a neuromelanated organism is on this planet, their genetic internal structure will never change to now have sulfur dioxide, pneumonia, and nitric oxide, and have different calcium ionospores from different animals that are unnatural as well, that got here through introgression and hybridization. You will never see neuromelanin change into vitrosynthetic eumelanin or vitrosynthetic pheomelanin. You will never see a prokaryote change into a eukaryote. So you're saying it's stupid, but you can't explain to us genetically and biologically how a prokaryote changed into a eukaryote.
I think we evolved by artificial
Go
selection.
ahead and get on mute. We're talking to someone, so we're
Go
not
ahead, Zark.
asking you the question.
Go ahead, Zark.
Well, the claim that white people are supposedly genetically modified, the technology back then and the technology we just developed genetic modification in like the 2000s and 90s. We just did that. So to claim that we could do that back then, or there's some entity that could do that back then, it's ridiculous.
So
How
We're
is
still
it?
primal.
two things.
Go ahead,
They were
Billy, take them.
dabbling in the robotics in the 9th century. It just y'all weren't doing it. But there are people here
Robotics?
that okay, while I'm responding to you, give me the respect, please. All right. So two things here. There is proof that robotics was being tampered with and was being discovered as far back as the 9th century. The second thing, when you're talking about it's something else that he said and I got cut off and now I can't remember it. But oh yeah, can you explain the origin of cauliflower or kale? These things that have been on the planet for hundreds of years, but they have introgress genes because cruciferous vegetables are man-made. Dogs and cats are man-made. Mules are man-made, right?
Well,
So
yeah.
there's a host of give me a second. There's a host of organisms across different species that have introgress genes. And I just told you that Neanderthals, I'm just going to find that for you. While you're talking, I'm just going to put that on the screen so you can see it. Go ahead.
Yo, Nignog women are fucking retarded. She just proved that.
Well, dogs and cats, we selectively bred those. And same with cauliflower and kale. That is the same plant. The same with Brussels sprouts and cauliflower, or broccoli and cauliflower.
It's
the
does
same
it
plant
emerge from biogenesis
selected to
though?
have different traits over
Selected
hundreds
by
of
who?
years of human selective breeding.
By
Same with
humans.
dogs. Like, let's take an example: German shepherds. Those dogs were selectively bred, obviously in Central Europe, Germany. They have a specific purpose: to herd sheep, to herd cattle, or not cattle, just sheep, lamb, goat. And the dogs, we selectively bred them to have a unique trait, to have a unique cognitive ability. It's the same with any other dog species or cat species. Or not species. What is that word?
Neanderthal, introgress genes in the middle of the screen. So introgression, just simple term, is where you literally, not through biogenesis, this can only be done in a lab, where genetic material is fused together with another genetic material, and it's done through a medium of hybridization. They're saying that Neanderthals are not 100% Neanderthals like you're trying to tell me in this conversation, and that their genetics has been tampered with. I'll show you something else, because this is only happening with y'all. It's not happening with our people. Like,
Well, that's because
Hold on for
Neanderthals
a
weren't in
second.
Africa. It's as simple as that.
you're saying Africa,
Neanderthals
but through
were
tectonic processes, this is all the same landmass.
Yeah, that's the
We can
thing.
look at the 3 boundaries and how they come about. This
Yeah.
is the same landmass.
Homo erectus, Homo floresiensis all have introgression genes, introgress genes,
Facts.
hybridized genes.
This is literally talking about how they took the graft of 2 Neanderthal skulls and they created 10 clones in '07. This is just the starting point of it, because I know that it's kind of cut off, but this source goes in depth and explains the genetics and the experiment that was done with y'all's DNA. They cannot splice our cells because it's coated in light. I have 2 scientists that look just like you that are pinned on my page that literally say you cannot splice our cells. You're trying to make it a black and white thing, but we haven't just been talking about black and white people. We've been talking about everybody outside of our people. The Asian predates you. The Dravidian predates you. So we can't just talk about the YT man, right? Y'all have been also programmed to think that this is just about y'all. But according to y'all's genetics, the Asian man is first within your genus. No, because someone else is speaking, and then we'll get to the next guest. Give us a second, please. Go ahead, Zart. Go ahead and respond and land. All right, man. Like, who's next? Go ahead, Shantae Slay. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Okay, but yeah, black people are like millions of years older than other races, and then you go to school, right? They teach you, well, everyone came from black people, and one day I sat down and realized, um I saw that sub-Saharan Africans, like the oldest bloodline DNA, doesn't have any Neanderthal in it. And I was like, so where did they come from? That was my question. And then I was like, so if they didn't come from us, that means we don't have, that's a different species. So I went to Chat GPT and I'm like, okay, Chat, is this a different species than us? And it was like, no, we're all the same species. And I'm like, how, if you can't genetically trace them back to us, if we were here millions of years before anyone else? I mean, I'm just giving a like input on speciesism. Like, what do you
Yeah,
guys
because
think about that?
Yeah,
Humans have
they're
been around for millions of years.
yeah. Okay, hold on for a
I
second.
don't think we're
So-called
a separate species. If you can breed,
Yeah, so-called black people, no matter where we are on the planet, is ancient. You see what I'm saying? Because we have prokaryotic cells, which are ancient cells. We also possess neuromelanin, which is made of the same elemental atoms that makes up stars, that makes up galaxies, that makes up different planets and different solar systems. We have the DNA and the blueprint to create solar systems as well. So we are as old as the universe. We are not just as old as like how they try to tell us. But I do see what you're saying with us being a different species than them, and that's because we have Stargate DNA, and our DNA holds interstellar gases and nanodiamonds, and is made up of hydrogen, helium, oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon. And that's what differentiates us with their DNA, which is vitrosynthetic eumelanin, vitrosynthetic pheomelanin, and vitrosynthetic neuromelanin, which is made up of sulfur, nitric oxide, and ammonia, which are unnatural chemicals when put together through alchemy.
All right, gratitude for that. Let me get to, I think it was Noetic Cosmos. Go ahead.
so I don't believe that out of Africa guess either, because we do have different species, or what they call different species within our DNA. Like the Africans have between 2 to 19% of an unknown hominid or human within the Homo genus. European Europeans like us have up to 4% Neanderthal. Other people have Denisovan. If we were out of Africa, then you would expect Europeans to have the unknown hominid DNA as well. The answer that they try to cling to so that they can keep that theory is that the Africans waited, basically waited until some had left to go to the Levant and then on to Europe, etc. And then they bred with this unknown hominid. But that's just completely unrealistic. Like, humans don't wait around and say, "Oh, we better not breed with them so that we can have this this evolutionary path later on." However, our genome is almost identical. Obviously, even a tiny change in DNA can mean a big difference, but it is almost identical. So the only possibility that I can see is that we evolved independently of each other as the same species with outside help. Because if we don't have a clear chain from Africa to Levant to Asia to Europe, but we're almost identical, then to me that looks like a prototype or a model was dropped off in each respective region based on its geographics and its weather and all the pressures that would be necessary to survive and to thrive. And we evolved independently but as the same species. I actually think, and I don't care how crazy this sounds, I think the reason these ETs are coming to this planet is because our entire species is a repository for DNA, because they have evolved so highly through artificial selection that they risk sterility because they're too similar
What?
genetically.
What are you
That's
talking
what I think it
about?
is.
They
Or do
evolved
you
It's
so
think
so
those
high.
things
highly
are on
from
the Pentagon videos? Do
artificial
you think they're not real?
selection.
Yep,
Bro,
that's where we're from.
so then explain to me the artificial selection then and how we were artificially selected, please.
Wow,
I
Oh
think
man.
they
my
took
gosh.
hominids from each region at the time, and that they changed their DNA from there, and that we are now DNA
Who?
repositories for an
Who?
insurance policy for them.
Who?
Yeah, they
Whoever
changed
these
whose
aliens are that
DNA?
are coming, you can see them in the Pentagon videos. They're clearly defying the laws of physics. There's no debunking of AI or CGI. These things are real and they're not human, or we wouldn't be spending money on fighter jets.
So
Yeah.
wait a minute, you're telling me that another entity is what is splicing cells and you're talking about artificial
100%.
selection. Okay,
Yep,
so then
all
that
of us.
means that someone seeded the eukaryotic cell here, correct?
No, because they can take existing genetics
How
from
would
each
they
region and
not? You
add.
just told me that artificial
How do
selection
you,
was done by a separate entity. So how is the cell that's being spliced
not the
not done
whole
by
thing.
them?
They took existing specimens from each region and altered them.
Nah, not the region. Listen to what I'm saying. You said that there is another entity that is splicing and have created the eukaryotic cell, and that is what is being spliced over
Didn't say
time.
that.
And you said artificial selection.
Didn't
Well,
say
these
that.
weren't your exact words, but you said that there is an
Exactly, they
entity
weren't my exact
performing
words.
artificial selection. That means that the only two cellular form types that we know to man are prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Prokaryotes were already here. You can't mutilate a cell that's
That's
coded in
easy.
neuromelanin. So are you talking about prokaryotes? Like, this is what I get into: the genetics, the melanin types, the proteins, the enzymes, and we talk about the full genetic expression, because y'all just be saying this or that, but you're not telling me what though. You're not telling me, is this a prokaryotic cell? Is this a eukaryotic cell? You're just saying it was spliced. What was spliced? The
The
evolution
existing
theory is talking
specimens, the
about
hominids that were there at the
two.
time.
All right, I'm gonna come clean. Go ahead and explain to me what you mean about artificial selection and the eukaryotic cell being seeded here.
They took existing organisms already on the planet.
From
They
where?
changed those organisms
Existing,
from all
hold
the
on for
different
a
regions.
second. Hold on for a second. Existing organisms from what form type?
Hominids. Existing humans that were already here. There's 13
So
species at least.
eukaryotes?
Whatever they were in whatever region.
But
No.
eukaryotes are already spliced. But then you're saying that beings came and found beings that were already spliced by a different entity and then came and spliced them again. That's what you
Well,
just.
That's what
how
you're
That's what you're. That's what you're
saying. That's
telling
the
us.
breakdown, the
Well, how
science
come a
behind
genome?
what you're
How?
saying. And you're saying a hominid, but a
No,
hominid
I'm
is a
not.
full-grown organism. And I'm asking you about how the organism, how their cells function.
Yeah, a hominid is a human.
Yeah.
Hominization is a process
Right,
of making a
exactly.
human
Human
How
through
do you explain we all
introgression.
expression, which
have
is what I'm
almost
talking about.
identical
So
genome?
Yeah.
we're not doing the over talking, bro, because we're asking you questions that you haven't answered. Like, you literally just said artificial selection. That's proving my point that we didn't evolve. That's what the live is about. The live is about genetic engineering and introgression. You told me I was wrong, but then said artificial selection and that the cell was seeded here. You said hominid, human-like, human. Eukaryotic cell, because the only other cell form type for all other life is prokaryotes. Hello.
Yo, can I ask a question?
Come on, y'all.
No. Oh, let's see who's next. Real.
Don't
Go
let me
ahead.
answer. That's why you didn't get your answer. Just kept over talking.
You kept over talking me. I was literally speaking the whole live, seeing you over talking me when I was asking you a question. I was asking you the question and you were over talking me. You didn't know what I was asking. You was just over talking me. All right, real. Go ahead and tell us why you came up. Somebody said, I'm glad she said that because I didn't know. Frontal lobe underdeveloped. Learn about your genetics. Stay here. The fuck, stay here. What do you mean you didn't know what the live was about when it says it on the screen? Go ahead, real.
I believe that evolution is a thing.
Explain it.
Okay, like
You believe it's a thing, and then you're gonna stop there. Is that where your research ends? Go
these
ahead and
people be.
go ahead and tell us
You
your
was the
stance.
one coming off mute over talking everybody, and now you only got three words to say.
Actually,
Go ahead.
I wasn't over talking
You
anybody.
were. Go ahead.
I was just answering your question.
Go
and
ahead.
answer what we just said, man.
I believe that skin tone is a evolutionary trait.
Go ahead and explain how skin tone, even though skin tone is a reflection of what's taking place in the genetics and the biochemical composition that makes up the skin. Go ahead and explain to us how skin tone is a part of evolution.
Yeah.
It's an evolution for environment.
Damn, bro, speak up, bro. We can't hear you.
Wait, no over talking. Wait.
You've been over talking people this entire life.
Who you talking to?
You're not answering the question, man.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Hold on for a second.
It's simple,
Go
y'all.
ahead. I think it was Noah. Was Noah up here first or Ovio? Do y'all know, or did y'all come up at the same time? Go ahead, Noah.
Okay, so you're saying that you think that Neanderthals were like.
Hold on, we can't hear you. Is your hand in front of the mic?
No.
We can't hear you good.
Shit, wait, hold on.
We're not making it about race. We're talking about genetics. Frontal lobe,
Yep.
underdeveloped.
We keep saying so-called black.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so you were saying that you thought like Neanderthals were like made in a lab or something like earlier on, weren't you?
Evolution is the biggest lie we're told. Can you tell us how you feel about the topic? I was talking to someone else.
Okay, fair enough. I think it isn't a lie because I remember you were saying that like dogs were like man-made, or like they were but like how it worked is they started off as wolves, but over time humans, not like early humans, not like now humans, but early humans tamed them, and over time they bred them with like specific individuals that worked better, like some who are like less aggressive, and over time they changed from wolves to dogs
over time.
Can you tell us how they changed? What take place to them on a cellular level? What was the change?
Explain the biological process of change.
It was like breeding certain individuals who had certain like attributes, like some wolves who were more like tame or like not as aggressive, or certain wolves that were smaller.
Yeah, it's called domestication, is what I said earlier.
Yeah,
hold on.
We domesticated those over lots of time, and they're not wolves anymore. They're dogs.
So y'all, people that struggle with stone, rocks and stone, all the way up until what, like 2,000 years ago?
It was
are the
longer
ones
than
that
2,000.
were able to successfully so-called breed wolves into dogs. I asked you a simple question. I said, how did the cell turn into a different organism? A dog is not a wolf, but
Because
dogs and wolves are on the planet though.
Because over
Can you explain to me what the change over time, how? What happens on a cellular level to the organisms, please?
Because over time, the parts of the
Oh my
wolf, like the
gosh.
genes that involve them, were slowly they became less and less part of the genome.
Less a part of the genome. How would
Like
it
that-
not be a part of the genome?
Because
So what you're telling me,
so
what you're telling me is something unnatural took place with these natural organisms, and you took them out of the environment, and now something unnatural started to take place with their genome. Is that what you're telling me?
It's called genetic splicing, man.
Please
Y'all-
stop over
man.
talking, please. You're grown, please.
Yeah,
Wait your turn, please.
I want him to answer that. Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying is like wolves are still part of dogs, but like they're not as much as they once were. Because like
Are dogs wolves?
They came from wolves, yes.
Are dogs wolves?
They came from them, yes.
Are dogs wolves?
They're not wolves themselves.
Okay, so
but
they're
they
two
came from
different
them.
species. A wolf does not have introgress genes. It has a single set of chromosomes that stem from
No,
the
'cause they're
same
both
embryological origin. But a dog has introgress genetics.
Yeah, because a dog has 78
It's not.
chromosomes. It has more than one genetic material from from a different
Exactly.
source within itself.
It's
So
not
it doesn't
just a dog.
it doesn't just have so-called what you're trying to say wolf. It has multiple different genetic material, about like 15 to 19,000 different genetic material from different organisms.
You're talking about a dog,
But
but a dog has genetic material from other organisms that are not wolves.
So how do you taming a wolf give it 19 more thousand genetics from outside sources? That it
No,
how do you taming a wolf now give that dog zebrafish DNA? How do you now taming that wolf give it pig DNA? Huh?
Where are you getting pig from? When have pigs?
Oh my
ever
gosh!
been
So
a
you
part of
don't know the
dogs?
genome of the organism and all
I
the
know the
DNA
basics.
that's within the genome that we're talking about.
Yeah, but
We're
like
talking
pigs
about
have movement.
complex cell organisms. They're not 100% of anything.
Exactly.
What do you mean? That's what you're saying, right? You're saying you're the same as a chimp. And you're the same as a dog, and you're the same as a cat. So you wouldn't be 100% a dog or a cat, right? So you are a eukaryotic cell organism.
I'm not saying we are them. I'm just saying we came from them.
Can you explain to me how the cell
You're not them, but you came from them?
That's
Because
interesting.
you shared their DNA, right? And your DNA is your genotype, right? And your genotype makes your physical characteristics, which is your phenotype, right?
Yes, but like we have a similar body plan.
Thank you.
What's the problem?
Your phenotype is expressing what's taking place in the genome. Why don't we phenotypically present the same?
I love how you're talking about over talking. You guys have been over talking me this entire time.
You already
Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing.
You already fell to your own sword when you said yes, that your genotype makes your phenotype. So we don't have the same phenotype, nor do we have the same genotype. Thank you for playing.
Go ahead, Ovio.
Hi. Hello. I just want to say before we get started, I just want to make sure. What is it about evolution that you specifically do not believe in?
The theory itself. Like, what do you mean, man? All the theories that are suggested under evolution.
And the most basic theory of evolution is that we went from prokaryotes to eukaryotes. That never happened. So that means everything that they're trying to say is connected, that came from each other through morphology, is fake.
Okay, so I just want to be sure. No need to get annoyed.
No, we're annoyed because you sat here and you heard your same counterparts ask us the same questions that you just asked. Go ahead.
Sorry. Just trying to get a story straight. I just want to make sure. It's gonna sound like a really silly question. Just bear with me. I just want to make sure that you know what the definition of evolution is.
Tell us why you think what you think about evolution. You don't have to ask me anything because what you say, I'm going to respond to, right? Go ahead and tell me how you feel. Go ahead. Yep.
All right. So, personally, the reason I believe in evolution is due to, the mountains of evidence, the fossil records, carbon dating, what's it called? What's it? I've forgotten the word now. All right, never mind.
Selective breeding? Wait.
Yeah, selective breeding. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beating for that word.
Sorry, I'm just on the spot. Brain fart. You know how it is. Yeah. So that's the reason I believe in it. There's plenty of transitional fossils showing evidence of different species evolving into other populations of species evolving into other populations of species, such as Archaeopteryx, transitional bird, transitional non-avian dinosaur to avian dinosaur, Pachycetus, transitional whale, Australopithecus, transitional hominid. That's basically the reason I believe.
You just listed out things and you did not tell me how prokaryotes engulf another prokaryote to create a eukaryotic cell, which would have brought everything that you just named into existence. So y'all like telling me what's here, but you don't like telling me how y'all got here, which is what the evolution theory is trying to suggest. Thank you for that. Okay? Professor Steinhead, go ahead.
Okay, let me explain to everybody the reason why evolution
the evolutional theory is wrong, because the only thing that exists is this second. The future or the past does not exist. So everything that is exactly the way that it is supposed to be, and nothing is able to change. That's why we are stuck in this 3D world. Nothing can change. We can only be exactly what we are supposed to be. Like the numbers in pi, or anyway, like the numbers in pi that never duplicate. Just like those numbers, there'll never be another me, there'll never be another you. We are the numbers in pi, the spiral. Actually, the spiral, the reason pi spirals is because our actual reality is electromagnetism. It is a light wave that we exist in. So this is the reason why evolution is a flawed theory, because it says that the past has something to do with the right now and the future, and the past nor the future has anything to do with right now. Right now is the only thing that exists.
That's
Thank you.
false. Through quantum science, classical mechanics, quantum physics, everything that explains the universe, that is false. Because everything is
false?
happening simultaneously. Our cells are past, present, and future. The eukaryotic cell is present.
I
And
didn't
it's
say everything
present. Look, let me respond
didn't
to you
happen
because I
together.
didn't cut you off not once. Let me respond to
Okay.
you, please. You said that everything is happening now. Everything is happening simultaneously. What you think is present and past is really just you or whatever it is at a different so-called frequency, because time does not exist. So how can we talk about past, present, and future when time is a man-made concept and the universe does not operate according to time? Our cells, prokaryotic cells, neuromelanin is a biochemical substance that is the light that you're talking about. It is the only biochemical substance that is condensed sunlight and can condense and can condense light. So this is what is coded in our cells and actually morph us into this physical reality. So I understand where you're coming from, but we need science to actually structure that. We need to actually understand that this is not a so-called time-space reality. To your point about this being an electromagnetic planet, this is a magnetic planet, and my source for that is Dr. Delbert Blair. In the 90s, in the 80s, he talked about how the planet was becoming more magnetic, and we can literally see that based off of Earth's resonance, how she's returning to her magnetic true resonance, right? This electric grid, this fake electrical grid is electric, right? Pseudoscience, pseudo light, in vitro, right? So that's the explanation. We're not supposed to be on these phones, AI, artificial intelligence. These light posts go back to the 13th century with the creation of the panoptic society. So I don't agree with what you said, but I do understand what you said. So gratitude for sharing that. I think it was like, you know what I'm saying? We not on that. Go ahead. I don't know if Cocos or the nigga that with the Chinese, who is up here first?
I think he was. He can go ahead. I'll wait.
Go ahead. You just spoke. Go ahead.
Question. How the fuck do you think modern day dogs exist?
Bro, you're like 12. Like, what's up? And you asking about dogs, but this conversation is about the cells that make up the dogs. All right. So I got you with that. Go ahead, Cocos.
Hey, so I accidentally came up tapping, my bad. But since I'm up here, I'm learning. And again, I appreciate you and the knowledge that you all come with, because this is very interesting. But I will say that I'm learning that a lot of things that we were taught in school are big, fat lies. So that's why all of this tracks for me. Once you understand that they are just trying to hide who they are and who we really are, then the things start to click. But I also want to say to everyone that's coming up here, and it's like you're moving the to prevent from saying that these things come from Black people, from neuromelanated people and things. In my opinion, that's what I'm getting. It's like y'all are moving the goalposts to do exactly what they're trying to do now and give us credit. So thank you for letting me speak.
Abundance,
Gratitude.
mother,
Go
abundance.
ahead, highly advanced priest.
I appreciate you, sister. Shout out to the live. Salute to scholarship. Uh, I'm having so much fun listening to you guys here. And again, I like to say I appreciate. I'm a metaphysical teacher myself. Dr. Blair was one of my master teachers. I've been doing this about 25, 30 years. And again, I agree with everything the host here is saying. It's wonderful to see my young people uh, communicate and talk about these things, because we are going into a new era, I'd say, a new aeon. The people that are coming up, what the host is proving now that she is exactly right. The people that are coming up, they don't have the comprehension level because we aren't the same, right? We know that just as she was saying, our genetics come from the stars. When you speak of the Big Bang, you're talking about us coming here or coming to this existence, right? Because our genetics do come from the stars. When you talk about carbon or neuromelanin, you're talking about the carbon, which is 98% of this realm, because Earth is not a planet, it's a realm. Again, I'm enjoying the live. I won't speak too long, but I definitely am following the host now. And again, the people that are coming up, they won't be able to understand. I'm watching the people in the comments. They won't get it, and that's because we don't have the same genetics. We don't have the same mindset, mentally or physically. We are not the same, right? And we know this now. So I appreciate the live. That's all I wanted to say, and I'm having fun. You also connected some dots on some things that I am researching further. I wanted to say that as well. So I appreciate you,
Okay, brother,
family.
gratitude. You're saying
Abundance
that
for that, brother.
you studied under Dr. Delbert Blair and that you are versed in metaphysics. Can you explain like more of that? Can you talk about like what's on the screen and relate those two things?
Well, like you were saying earlier, evolution, it's a lie, right? It only can explain why and who these other people are, right? You have organic chemistry, which is the study of us, period, right? And then you have inorganic chemistry, which is which is finagle, right? Which is the inorganic ones, right? Made in a lab. And I also can prove this as well. I have some receipts here. Um, to go in further on this, our genetics again comes from a supernova. Every atom in our body is stardust. And they try to say that we all are carbon. No, we all are not. There's a synthetic form. And I broke that down. We are 666. That's why they try to demonize us. But 666 is pure carbon, right? What they are is carbon 14. And I break that down in one of my talks, which is a synthetic form of carbon that's made in the laboratory. And again, I have the receipts here. What we have here, what's going on is the ones that are inorganic, they and even some of our people, they won't get this. They seem to not want to get it, but that's because we're going into, like I said, a different phase now. We're manifesting quicker, right, at this point, and all of us are not on the same. We're not on the same frequency. So these things that we're hearing now, right, seem to be thrown off to them, or they can't seem to make it add up, right? Because it's not ready. It's not their time to actually get it. But I digress right there. If you want to know anything else, I'm here.
No, gratitude. I would just say let's keep researching our genetics, our morphology. You see what I'm saying? Especially when
Right.
it comes to the carbon and what we're actually changing into because of the UVC radiation. But let's see. I think it was Adrian. Go ahead.
Hey, how you doing, host? First, I just want to say that I agree 100% with the information you presented and what you're talking about, knowing who we are as the prokaryote cell. But there's been a couple people that have come up on the panel and, they want to generalize our existence to Africa. This is the thing when it comes to that, and we looking at this whole evolution theory. I don't see even us as so-called blacks as equal, because Africans, from them having albinos at an unprecedented rate, and then you have whole tribes that have ostrich feet, I don't even think we're all the same when it comes to melanated people.
Can you explain it
So when we,
genetically?
huh?
Can you explain it genetically since you're saying that?
Yeah, explain that to me.
I wish I could. I'm not even gonna fluff
Okay,
y'all
so
like
why would you
I
say
have.
that if you can't explain our genetics and how we're
It's
actually
just
different?
something it's just something I'm observing when it comes to different. This is just observation and me researching. You have whole groups of
Yeah, what's
African
the
tribes
research?
that
That's what we're
have
asking.
ostrich feet. Okay, look up the Vodun tribe and then look at the genetic condition that they live with. That's
What
something that
genetic
we don't share
condition?
with
What is
these
the name
people.
of it?
I couldn't tell you. I call it ostrich feet. That's what they refer to it in the article. But what I'm saying is we don't share some of these things that other so-called melanated groups have. So when people come up here and they want to limit melanated people to Africa or sub-Saharan African, I just don't think that's true along with the evolutionary theory. That's all I was saying.
Okay, you're saying that so-called black people that present just like you and have neuromelanated cells and stem from the same embryological origin and totipotent and stem cell as you is not you because of you're saying ostrich feet, but
Because in albinism, I just have not
okay,
seen our
hold on
people
for a
produce
second. I'm
al.
just responding to you. All right? I'm just responding. Albinism is not exclusive to our people. When it comes to the biochemical substances, it is not the same melanin. See, that's my biggest problem that I have with people that push this rhetoric is that they say, oh, I don't want to be grouped together. I don't want to be grouped together. But then they say melanated folk. Every single organism on this planet is melanated. Microorganisms are pyomelanated. Everything has melanin. You would not be able to observe life if it wasn't for melanin and pigmentation. So there are 5 basic types of melanin and 3 that are synthetic. So when you're talking to me about something like albinism, you need to be able to talk to me about the biochemical substances that make up that organism that you're talking about. Because Dravidians are also undergo albinism, right? That is how you basically that's one of the reasons as to how we ended up with the YT man. Right? All these other people express albinism different than we do. But when we look at our people, they still biosynthesize the sun. Their integumentary system still undergoes black body radiation. Right? It's not about the color. It's about what the color is made up of. These people's hair still point towards the sun just like ours. Right? The ends of their hair still look like proton paths for synthesization. Right? They're still neuromelanated. They're just one of the 48 different shades. You're a different shade than them.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
the
I
thing
don't I
is, you're
don't
trying to
like that
bring
shit,
up
man.
some ostrich feet, but you're not telling me what is causing that genetic, what that genetic structure to express that way. Because
And I said I
again,
don't know. You can
because
go look.
again,
Why are you over talking us when we're just responding?
exactly. So, because again, the fact that our people are in this system and are brown or this copper colored state is means that we're consistently being poisoned and we're adding and accumulating heavy toxins within our body and our anatomy. So so-called black people right now throughout the entire planet, the reason why we're undergoing birth defects, diseases, is because our blood is being tainted. There's an animal DNA organism on this planet that has been spreading diseases and viruses and pathogens and carcinogens into our bloodstream. And they've been doing this by slightly changing our environment, graping us. We're eating these people. You see what I'm saying? And antigens based on the species that has been poisoning us is going to affect us differently. This is what haplogroups is about. They position you and group you in how they are poisoning you. You see what I'm saying? So I'm confused on how we are saying our people are different, but we can't explain the genetic or biological processes that makes us different. You can't
Can I
explain that to me.
respond?
Why are you trying? Thank you. Thanks for playing. Thanks for playing, y'all. Thanks for playing. Why? Look, if we ask you a question, can you explain it? And you don't, but then we begin to explain the science and then you cut us off, you can leave. We let y'all speak and we don't overtalk, but y'all love doing it to us. If you had the knowledge, you should have came off mute with it the first time. We asked you respectfully. Can I talk? Can I talk? Well, look, can I go? You should have explained it from the jump. I don't do division. In this live, we do not spread division. If you can't explain division, you shouldn't even be up here. We talking about the eukaryotic cell and you making this shit about us and you can't explain it. Stop doing that shit, man. I don't take it lightly.
You can't explain it.
You can't explain it. Don't do that shit. Please stop spreading division and stop lying to my fucking people.
Exactly. My people, so-called, are from Cameroon. So am I different than y'all? Am I different than all of y'all so-called Black Americans? Even though we have the same DNA, I'm the one who's actually learning about my genetics.
And you saying you agree with us? Like what the
agreeing.
fuck? And you saying that you don't even know who's who?
But I'm different from you. I'm so-called, but you can't explain to me the genetic differences.
You get the fuck on. How about I make it easy for that ass? Next time, bring science and not feelings. The fuck? You a grown-ass man.
If I don't have the same DNA, what is my DNA and what is yours?
You a grown-ass man. Oh,
what is the
get the fuck on. Get the fuck out.
What is the genetic composition of a Black American? What is the genetic composition of a Black person in UK? What is the genetic composition of an African? What is the genetic composition? Y'all can't answer that shit.
You're saying you've been agreeing with me for the past 2 weeks now. Y'all gonna piss me off today. You've been agreeing with me for 2 weeks and saying we're different. Come explain it to me. That's why I don't laugh in a kiki with a lot of y'all. Cause y'all will come in here, gift me, talk to me, I kiki, laugh with me, but can't explain the division. That's why I don't laugh and smile in everybody's face. That's why. Explain it to me. Yeah, explain it to me, man.
The brother was cooking. Now, am I your brother now?
Yeah, am I your brother now? See, that's what you get, man.
Y'all don't understand.
See, I don't do shit like that. I definitely don't.
Y'all are mentally, focus on the topic. Now it's focused on the topic.
Yeah, now it's focused on the topic. How about this? Make it easy for that ass. The fuck? Who the fuck you think I am, man? Like I'm saying, these sisters, y'all keep playing, look. Oh my gosh, man.
Y'all
learn about your womb and your cells before you speak to me, man. Learn about that shit first. You've been in my life for 2 weeks. You heard what I said. Every time y'all do that, y'all leave, but you can't explain the division. Get out. That's why I don't do that. Hey girl, I don't do shit like that. We stepping for the children, man. Exactly, that's what it's about. Passing the neck to the next generation, the truth.
Exactly.
I don't want to pass feelings. I want to pass universal truth.
Universal laws.
Electrons pass photons to other electrons. If me and you can't talk the same talk, it ain't nothing for us to talk about, sis. I just told you electrons, who we are on an atomic level, so-called Black women, we pass light to each other. If your ass can't articulate it, it's nothing for us to discuss. Go raise that frequency, man.
That means you don't know how we're being abused.
I get tired of y'all smiling in my face and doing that. I really do. I really fucking do, man. I really do. I speak for the children, for the universe, for our men, for our women, for the trees, for the bees. Everything that is prokaryotic and aligns with nature, biogenesis, that's what we talk for. You want fruit, but it's not for a butterfly or a bee or an ant. But for you to even have the fruit. Y'all want to unify with other people, but you don't want to unify with trees. You don't want to unify with the sun. You don't want to unify with the universe. Y'all crazy, man. Y'all crazy.
Y'all waking up every day thinking you're different from your own
talking about focus on the
sister.
Topic. Like who the fuck on, man? Real spill.
Man.
Like
There's
I don't sell, and you're trying to separate two niggas that look the same.
You're trying to separate two people who look identically the same, but there's an unnatural species, a mixed animal hybrid walking on the planet. What type of mental illness is that, man? Don't you see that that's a psychological trap that you're in?
Like, come on, y'all.
You're still believing in titles. You're still trying to slap titles onto our people.
Like, y'all do this, and y'all do it in my face. Oh, we're not the same. I've been sending you invites for 2 weeks to come explain, but you want to come in here and gift me?
Like what? You sound like a scientist just talking about elephants. Elephants don't know they're calling them elephants.
Yeah,
Like,
only you know that. An elephant is doing what's within its genetics. The earth don't know that you saying Africa, Asia, North America. She's
yeah.
expanding and creating new land every single day through tectonic processes. 2023, 9,000 islands found off of the coast of Japan. Boom. One of many. Next. Let's go ahead. My sister Africa, go ahead.
Thank you so much, Rose, for having me. I just want to applaud you. And people should just sometimes just shut up and just listen and learn, you know? That's how we all learn and gain knowledge. There's some things that I might not know, but I might be on your panel.
I'm looking at your profile
And
right now. You're definitely hot.
can I, sir? And when you
Yeah,
come on panel, I'm sorry. Go
yeah.
ahead, man.
Like, no, you good. You good, mother of like. Go ahead. We got him out of here. Go ahead and
And
express.
it's sad to see people come on panel and say, "Oh, we're different from Africans," you know. But you guys we have the same trait. Okay, we have the same traits. Some black people have left the continent of Africa for over 400 years, but nothing has changed. They're still the same. For example, the black Americans, okay, they go through vitamin D deficiency in America based on the fact that they were taken out of their continent. The British people as well, the black British. When an African left the continent to go to Western world, they go through the same deficiency because they're leaving their attribute, their environment. And that's not the same as the white tea people, okay? You have the white tea people in African countries. They can only be under the sun for so long, okay? White tea people and black people were not the same.
African
There's a
Americans do not carry
difference.
the dominant
There's
West
a,
African
huh?
haplogroup E1B1 is.
There is a difference in our DNA between the white tea people and the black people. That's why we don't look the same. And people keep saying, oh, no, that's not true. DNA doesn't play a role. DNA plays a role because it's a gene that controls the way we look. And white tea people have their own gene that is different from the black people gene, which is why when you meet with a white person, your child is not going to look the same, you know, as a black person, okay? Or as a white person. It's creating something that is different, which is why as a black person, I met with a black person, my child will look the same as me, just like a white tea person creating a child with a white tea person will look the same as a white tea person. So we're different. We're not the same. So people, please go read the book and respect the host. She's spreading knowledge. Just listen and talk less. Black people and white people were different. Our DNA is different, which is why we don't look the same. You know, we don't act the same and everything, you know? So thank you, host, for having me. I just wanted to come up and applaud you. Keep preaching, you know. It doesn't matter if it's one person you have on your panel. It doesn't matter if you have one person viewing you. That one person is going to spread the message. But thank you so much. I'm going to drop. You'll have a blessed day. Thank you.
Abundance for that, but that's the same thing we was telling the other individual here. That we don't operate in titles. We operate in functionality. The whole planet belongs to so-called black people because we biologically identify with it. We are prokaryotic cells. You see what I'm saying? There is no landmass that we belong to. The whole planet is our home. Earth is just one of our homes. Africa, North America, South America, these titles don't exist. It was created by a language, and language means languish, which means to suffer. So that's what it means. That's where it comes from. So-called black people, we inhabit the entire universe. We are wherever the sun touches at, because our DNA is stardust. Our DNA is not Africa dust, North American dust. It's stardust, meaning that we are everywhere in the cosmos, wherever the sun touches. We are ubiquitous to the cosmos because, again, prokaryotic cells are ubiquitous, and we can live anywhere in the cosmos without no inner change in our molecular structure of our DNA. We can take the shape of gas. We can take the shape of liquid. We can take the shape of magnetism. We can take the shape of what's it called? Crystals. And guess what? Our genetic structure, which is hydrogen, carbon, helium, oxygen, and nitrogen, will never change because prokaryotic cells are past, present, and future, and they're ubiquitous. So we got to stop with that division shit.
Bro,
We got to stop saying, oh, they took them out. They didn't take the brothers and sisters out of Africa. You see what I'm saying? There was brothers and sisters all over the planet, and these people, after they got created, the white people that were the white people, Asian people, Arab people that are higher up in their communities were reptilians to program the rest of the species. So they went to the coastlines of every continent, which they found so-called black people thriving under the sun, and they spread religion, disease, and time. And that right there, they didn't come with GUNSs. They didn't come with BOMBSs to enslave us. They came with diseases. They came with religion. They came with making us speak. This is facts.
Yeah, I actually stepped away so I didn't hear like everything that the sister was saying, but y'all got to understand that we're not percentages of land masses. You are what you are because of your biology. You're made up of biochemical substances. You're made up of cells, right? You're not made up of Africa. You're not made up of America. This is what the colonizers called these land masses. These titles that y'all are talking about come from them.
Baby.
The haplogroups that you're talking about come from them. But when we get into genetics and where the embryological stem, the embryological origin, we're all the same. Now, we're far away from how we're actually supposed to be. If you're looking at any of us in this copper-colored state, we're not supposed to be in this copper-colored state. We're dense. What's my source for that? Dr. Joe Dispenza talks about density. And the more attached that you are to the physical, the more dense you literally become. We can see it happen in brain scans measured with the heart rate visibility machines that actually measure the intensity of the heart. The more you believe in the system, the physicality of what you're seeing right in front of you, and believe in the illusion of separation, which is explained through classical mechanics and quantum science, is not true. And that everything is happening simultaneously, everything is connected simultaneously, that this particle at this portion of the universe is directly connected to another atom in the other part of the universe. That is how that's what y'all got to understand.
Exactly.
That we're connected quantumly, right?
Big facts.
That we're connected on an atomic level. That's the explanation of it, right?
Exactly.
So when we're saying Africa, we do not all come from Africa. When y'all are saying North America, we do not all come from North America. And it's piss poor to me that y'all leave out the rest of the brothers on the entire globe and make this shit about Africans and fucking America. Please don't speak right now. Please,
No
please, please,
stove.
please, please,
You
please,
just
please,
cooked just
please,
then.
please,
No
please,
stove.
please, 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 please. I just want y'all to marinate on what I said. You are not percentages of land masses. You are who you are because of your biology.
Simple.
We're not, we were all over the globe. If you saying that you're indigenous to America, that means that you're indigenous to the cosmos.
Exactly.
If you're saying that you're
Facts.
indigenous to look, give me a second, all right? If you're saying that you're indigenous to anywhere on this planet and you look like me, that means that you are connected to the entire globe, which is connected to the entire cosmos. Stop being small-minded and trying to be on a landmass first. What do y'all think? Now I gotta ask, this land that y'all talking about that y'all don't come from, is it like what, Dookie land or something? What's up? Is this land like otherworldly? Is it not a part of the planet? Like, is it in another planet, in another universe or dimension or something? Why is y'all hating on the land that the mother creates and this is all a part of her womb? Why? Now I gotta ask, what is the crime? What's so bad about North America only being 2.5 miles away from Russia, connected by the Bering Strait? Russians and Alaska and people in Alaska can see the coastline easily. They can see each other. The only thing that's separating this land is water. But guess what? Water binds together because of molecules. So it's not that the land is separate. The water connects it.
Separation
Like,
is
come
the
on,
biggest
y'all.
illusion.
I keep telling
if
you it's
live
an
in this
illusion.
universe. If you're trying to say you're a universal being, separation amongst prokaryotes is an illusion. You don't even know how connected you are to ants, even.
Like, literally.
That's what I'm saying.
Man.
Y'all need to understand
Life.
morphology and genetics and different quantum waves of information and sound. You see what I'm saying? Through morphic resonance in so-called Jamaica. A so-called neuromelanated baby being born there, they pull in through morphic resonance the memory and shaping and how to form from past living systems from America, from people, from brothers and sisters in Africa, for brothers and sisters in Australia, and it all gets downloaded into that child, and it becomes the latest updated version of our species.
What's my source? Morphic resonance, morphology.
Yeah,
Rupert
morphic resonance,
Sheldrake.
formative causation by Rupert Sheldrake. You see what I'm saying? That's the book that's how we know how we formed into being. We are self-sustaining systems, self-organizing systems. We are immortal systems that get memory from past living systems, how to form our body through 432 hertz morphic resonance. That's how we do it. We create ourselves. We self-repair ourselves. We don't need no genetic information from any other organisms to live.
And then y'all are saying
I
that,
just wanna say,
one
hi, I've
second,
been sitting here
please.
for
1
ages,
second.
and
I
I just wanna
understand
say
you've been sitting
something.
here. If you are in a rush, you'll have to come back when you have time. We don't do over talking in here. I understand, but there was a whole list of people before you that we had to speak to. All right. So the thing that I just wanted to say though is that the people in the comments saying that we've been lied to in school, you're an adult. You're a grown man or woman. You can't be talking about school when you're a grown man and woman. So school shouldn't be the reason why you don't have the truth today if you're an adult and can make decisions for yourself in your life. All right. So let's see. I don't really know. Let's go to Pup Dog. You're saying that all of our people aren't the same. Can you explain it genetically, please?
Please.
Based on the haplogroups or
Genetically.
Embryologically.
Oh, gosh, man.
Genetically. We're not talking about how we were grouped with how we're being poisoned with animal DNA and proteins that are called antigens. We're talking about the cell coming into life, coming into form. Morphogenesis. What's the difference in the morphology of so-called black people around the planet?
y'all think they're all the same or what?
Can you explain to us why you said we weren't the same? Go ahead and explain to us how our people across the globe are not genetically the same, starting with genetics. See, that's how I know y'all yappers. Every time when we press y'all up, y'all, I can't figure out the mic. Oh, you mean this?
So this is
you
why
mean
we're
that?
not getting back to our babies, because you still believing in fairy tales and titles and Santa Claus and time and shit
Fictitious
and money and
stories
shit.
and
You still
shit.
believing in that shit. That's why we haven't gotten to our babies who are missing and getting miseducated by the eukaryotic cell. That's why. Because y'all still believing in this shit and you have no way to explain it. If a 5-year-old was to ask you, how can you explain that to me? You wouldn't be able to do it. You
At
would
all.
shut your mouth. You would run away. That's weakness. That's cowardness. You see what I'm saying? To our species, man. I can't respect that, man.
Pup Dog, I'm sending you an invite. Come off mute. You're saying that we're not the same. Can you explain it? You know how to come off mute. You just did. Yeah. Running. Look at you, man. That's not a good look. You feel me? That's not good at all. Go ahead, Brett Kale. Tell us how you feel about evolution being the biggest lie ever told. I'm gonna get back to
if we all came
educator too. My bad, sis.
We got you, mother.
If you up here for a
if we
long
all came
time,
from apes and monkeys, then why is
Wait,
who's next?
yeah, Brett Kale, we can't really hear you. You're going in and out, and your mic sound low.
how does this sound?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If we all from monkeys, then how come they're half ape, half monkey walking around right now?
What do you think you are?
What?
The Bible said that we're all created in the image of God, not in the image of monkeys. And it's specific that there's animals and people. We're not animals. It specifically says that we're not animals. It's the only book for the past 2,000 years that's been as people would say, biblically accurate. If we were really from apes and monkeys, there would be half ape, half monkey still walking around right now. Have
What do you
monkey
think
people
you
walking
are?
around. That doesn't exist.
What do you
Yeah,
think you
I
are?
think I'm a
What
human.
do you think a human
I
is?
think
because when you made that Bible, y'all made that Bible and gave it directly to us. So we were made in the image of so-called God. We are made in the image of the universe. We are made in the image of the planets and the sun. Y'all are made in the image of cows and dogs and pigs and chickens. So I don't you have that DNA. So I don't know how that book that was made by the same extraterrestrials who spliced you is telling you that you are a part of God's image when again God backwards just means dog. So you do have dog genetics and you have dog fur that grows out of your membranes of your skin.
there's no fur on my body, and dog backwards. I mean, God backwards does spell dog, but there's thousands of names for God for the past 2,000 years. There's thousands of
Interesting
names.
that you
There's
say
not
that.
just God. There's
Yep.
Yahweh. There's Yesha. There's there's thousands of names that we call God to describe who He is. And everyone says that AI is the devil, but Grok 4 that Elon made.
Thank you. We're talking about evolution. Go ahead, Mo 4G. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. My belief is that if there was, you don't get any half man, half apes fossils found, do you? So it's like it's never really happened. I think Darwinism is just one big. It was like a theory that just got out of control.
Yeah, it was a theory that got out of control, and you're saying you don't believe in evolution, so you agree that it is the biggest lie ever told, or what?
Yeah, because it's like it's not. There's no. There's nothing to prove it. There's no. You know. There's no back. There's no proof to confirm that what Darwin said was true. So it's just a theory.
Right, and we can actually look 75 years prior to Darwinism, the Hutton theory by James Hutton,
It's a
that was
theory. That's it. It's
published
a
in.
theory. It's a theory.
Thank you. So the James Hutton theory, which already debunks the evolution theory, right? It's saying that the same things will continue to happen to this planet and in the universe unless something unnatural takes place to it. It's saying that the same cyclical processes we see in nature will continue to happen unless something unnatural takes place to it. That is a theory that cannot be debunked. And it doesn't matter who the scientist is, you cannot debunk that because we have been seeing it for millions and billions of years, but we have not seen the eukaryotic cell arise through biogenesis. So exactly, you heard the YT people, they keep coming in here saying, well, evolution can be artificial. No, it can't. No, it cannot. Like, what do you mean? That's not true. You're telling me that someone can artificially create something and place it in reality, and now this is real? That's not what, you know what I'm saying? Facts. Where's the proof? You see what I'm saying? Where's the proof of the engulfment? Right? In nature. We only see it in vitro. All right, so let's go with, and it's a damn shame that these other people can come in here and express it and explain it, but our own people can't. Our own people don't get it, but they do. That's a damn shame because y'all are in the comments calling them dogs, monkeys, cats, all the different names, but they can explain, they have a base understanding of this shit, and we don't. We should be able to intellectually debunk these people and get them out of the way. And if we can't, that's a problem. Okay, let's take a break. Let's go to educator. Sometimes on my screen, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You can finish and I'll say something because I'm gonna say something and drop down and come back later. But go ahead. Were you
Oh,
saying
I'm just
something?
seeing if you had something to add, like, because I know you've been
It's
you
just,
do?
yeah. What I want to say, I'm gonna go back to the fact that fifth grade science. I got my grandson background. Fifth grade science because he's listening, and he's laughing because he's 2 years old. He even understands science. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, they don't get basic fifth grade science, and that's what I'm hearing. No, I'm gonna go back to fifth grade. Cell. Everything starts with an atom. They don't get that part, that there's two type of species. That means there's two type of cellular structure. That's all it is. All life has to come through the sun. So when any species is created that the sun can't do naturally, so whatever you do here, you have to do it under the sun. And because there's an ozone layer preventing your cells. See, the UV, this is a solar planet. We didn't have freezing technology. We didn't have that on this planet. They use zero technology, and I'm gonna leave that alone. That's physics. That's physics 101. That's electrons. They cannot harness that electromagnetic pulse, that energy. They see the electron, protons, neutron, because you need all three to create a reality. Ether runs everything. The sun is ether. And all cells must come through the sun. So what they're saying is the unnatural species was not created, cannot walk under the sun. That's all they're saying. This is a solar planet ran off of solar energy. We do not need an artificial construct. We're supposed to get 2 hours of sunlight every single day. When the UV index is 11, black people are supposed to be outside. When UV index is 12, 13, 14, when it's 115 degrees, black people are supposed to be outside. Don't matter if you're black in Africa, black in Jamaica, black in America, black in these dirty knees, begging knees. You need to have your black ass outside in that UV radiation.
Period.
We are changing. The earth is speeding up whether you like it or not. Be grateful that these two star seasons coming on here to tell y'all this is happening. The earth ain't asking, the sun is not asking you to accept it. The sun is telling you this is what it is. If you're not natural, you're not moving forward. Period. The sun ain't getting ready to argue with none of us. That's what y'all don't get. So be grateful that they even talking to you. Because what your GOVERNMENT is doing is using data centers to recreate their next illusion. You don't see what's coming. They told you Super El Nino is here. We just had 17 solar flares. That is coming from an electromagnetic pulse from the goddamn universe. And it's a female energy that's doing it. They said it.
Facts.
Electrons is the black woman, whether you accept it or not. We're not telling you. We're not asking permission. We're telling you who we are. We're past the Piscean age. We are in the age of Aquarius, where the truth is more disturbing than the lie. We all been lied to. But one thing for certain, and two things for sure, everybody gonna walk under this sun. This time, we all walking under the sun, hand by hand. The ozone layer is leaving. The poles have shifted. We are in a different magnetic frequency. Whether you accept it or not, I don't care. The sun do not care. We just got hit with 17 solar flares, S4. See, that hasn't happened in 146 years. The next level is S5. And when the S5 come, which Super El Nino is bringing it, they're going to rewrite the history on this planet. You're going to walk under the sun. See, you all been lying to yourselves that you can take the sun. So you know what the sun going to say? I will pull that ozone layer back. Walk under me. You won't have those central air, baby.
Yep.
That's what's coming.
No central air. You not.
In order for electricity to run, baby, that's ether. You must walk under the sun. We are the children of the sun, and you are the children of the moon. What are you talking about? I don't need your economic system to exist in my greatness. I am who I am. I am past, present, and future. Henrietta Lacks. The divine feminine energy was Henrietta Lacks. She produced totipotent stem cells. That is the electron. They can't harness it. They can't control it. You can never control me. That's the problem. They want to ionize that element. They see it. They can pull in that neutrons. They can pull the protons. They can't deal with that electron. That electron is causing solar flares with the sun. And if you think I'm lying, I challenge you, pull up NASA and look at that magnetopause. I Candyman you dare you 5 times with Candyman. I'm not playing with y'all. When July comes, when it gets hot on this planet, come outside with us. From 12 o'clock in the afternoon to 8 o'clock at night, 30 days a week. Sit outside with us and prove me wrong.
Facts. Minimal water.
30 days, I challenge you. Come, number water, baby. Get you a toilet. Amazon sell it for $59. Come outside. If you need your food, because guess what? I'm fasting. I'm going to fast right in front of your face for 8 hours. I ain't doing nothing but drinking water. Because that's all I need.
Yep, minimal water. We're in the sun.
See, I challenge you to do that with
facts. We need more than 2 hours.
Like my daddy say, put the money on the wood where it's good. Put your money where your mouth is. Sit outside with Skywalker, her man, me, and all the neuromelanated black women. Because all we need is one man, baby, and all women. We are no longer going to let you deny who we are. And you sit there for the whole month of July. Better yet, give me the month of August, because it's hot in August. All 50, all across the world. Sit out there with us from 12 o'clock to 8 o'clock and don't you move. No lotions, no potions. Sit out there with us and talk to me for real. You can't do it. So you ain't ready to do that, get off their lap. You don't want to come here to learn and tell your children the truth, then get off their lap. Because this is happening whether you like it or not. We just had 17 solar flares. Prove that wrong. Prove me wrong with that.
What does this have to do?
Right there. That has everything to do with what's going on the planet. The sun rules all reality. You still don't get it. And if you don't get it, you ain't going to transition. That's that simple. You got to walk under the sun. We don't need no cold. We don't need no cold. That's unnatural. Oxygen is inorganic composition. You don't even understand the difference between organic and inorganic. Everything starts with the ether, the sun. We are the children of the sun. Explain to me why they're using Henrietta Lacks DNA right now to this day. Look her up. The immortal life. She came from us. That's our elder.
Yeah, come off mute, Brett, and tell us. Since you spoke up while she was saying that, now you got to be the one to explain it. Go ahead. Come off mute.
Or you get quick off the line.
I have no idea what she's talking about.
Thanks for playing.
I have a question.
Look, with your question asked, we've been talking to you all day, man. Go ahead and go on mute. We'll get to you later. You shouldn't even have a question. Like, what? You been here for... Bro, we was live last night. This live been going on since, what? Not 11 p.m. What? And you tell me I got a question. It's 9:28 the next day. What the fuck? Look, matter of fact, get out. We got to get him out of here, man. We would have to get you out to get him, because I can't on my screen, please, before he talks.
The only difference between...
Thanks for playing. All right, thank you.
You had a question, now it's the only difference.
Look, we started last night. This is our third or fourth live. Anybody else that's coming off mute, you will be dropped. JBJ, please go back on mute, please. Thank you. All right. Hellbent, or excuse me, Lightbringer, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell for the people. Oh, by the way, all the stuff Educator was saying, for y'all in the comments, I could prove anything she said. But when it comes to this evolution thing, right, I wanted to ask a question for the people who actually believe it. So when you go to the National Library of Medicine, there's no black babies that's born with tails. Like, it literally don't exist. But you have multiple different cases, even till today, of different demographics being born with tails. So my question was, is our babies not born with tails because we've been in the sun longer? That's my question.
No, I ain't gonna lie. I'm not really fond of your question because your name is Lightbringer and you asking me that.
No, I wasn't asking
It's just
you.
respect.
I was
It's
asking
just
you.
respect.
No, I wasn't asking you. I was asking the people who believe in evolution.
Okay, so what do you think about it? What do you think about it? And if you don't agree, can you explain to us the
No, this was a
morphology
lie told by German people. This was created by people that's a part of the Royal Society. The Royal Society is the organization that created modern science, and they were a bunch of Freemasonic men who got together and pushed their ideologies onto the world. They're not actually real. They just was trying to write themselves into history, basically. And it also, you know, it goes into them. It's deep. It's deep. But no, it's all a lie. It's a lie. It's not real.
Okay, gratitude for that. Go ahead, Hellbent. Tell us the reason why you came up.
So none of you know what evolution actually means.
Go ahead and tell us before I drop you.
Evolution is just the basic kind of change when it comes to like life, when it comes to either single cellular back way back when things were single cellular. Now, when it comes to when it comes to evolution in a sense of the
You're on mute. Did you mute yourself? We can't hear you, Hellbent. Can you explain when you come off mute? Can you explain to us how these prokaryotes engulfed another prokaryote to create the eukaryotic cell?
Yeah, explain the kind of change.
Yeah, the kind of change, the change. Can somebody finally articulate it to us,
You're
please?
telling us we don't know it by evolution, but you're saying kind of change. That kind of change has to be a genetic or biological change. Go ahead and explain that process to us to show us how we are all one human species.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm not claiming to know exactly on, every little detail of evolution, but your little picture of monkeys to humans is such a straw man argument because nothing extant came from anything extant.
Okay, so you're again, what is it? What do the fucking words say on the screen? That evolution is a what? So why do you think the picture is doing that? Yeah, get out of here, man. Get out.
Because you guys don't understand what evolution is.
But you haven't been able to explain this. Thanks for playing. The fuck on, man.
I just said explain the processes,
Like,
man.
and you said that. Oh, I can't, but you can't either. Looking ass. Get out of here, man. JBJ, go ahead.
I came up here to say thank y'all for spreading this information, and I agree with y'all also that we are all the same because I'm fully black, like I'm fully melanated, and when I go outside, in the sun actually does heal you. Like you can be sick, like you can go into the house for a long time and like be under the like air and stuff. And when you go outside into the sun, you sit there for a long time and you don't move. The sun actually heals you. So what y'all are teaching is actually the truth. So I applaud y'all for that. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all for that.
Okay,
So that's
gratitude for saying that. Yeah, when you go in the sun, you get charged up because your cells are coated in neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight. So it literally feeds off of that sun. It actually burns those impurities off, known as the antigens, which is what is affecting us globally. So this is the reason why some of my people think that they're different from so-called Africans, or the Africans think they're different from so-called indigenous Americans, because we're looking at antigens. When antigens attach to the red blood cells, it affects the blood and it affects the phenotype
of the organism.
Yeah. Pheno means to show or showing. So everything that is physically assessed or can be seen is a part of phenotype. People often talk about physical characteristics, eyes, nose, lips, but another part of phenotype is also behavior, right? So when the cells become tainted or distorted by these antigens, it affects the way we behave. So the things that we see each other doing is a byproduct of antigens. These haplogroups that you're talking about, take it back down to the cell itself and the embryological origin. Don't start to me with how the YT man grouped us together. Talk to me about the cells in which all of the cells in the body originate from. That's called embryogenesis and embryology.
And the more you remove antigens out of your bloodstream by being in the sun, the more so-called black people around the planet are going to look exactly the same. You see what I'm saying? We're looking a little different because our blood is tainted. There's an unnatural organism on this planet continuously pumping carcinogens, pathogens, and unnatural heavy toxin within our bloodstream, which is affecting our neurological, cardiovascular, and reproductive centers of our being.
Let's see. Who is this right here? Highly advanced. Oh, did
Yes,
that person already go ahead?
I spoke earlier. I spoke once, and I just want to say I'm a drop pretty soon here. I just want to say everything the educator was saying. He's a follower of mine. We follow each other. She was correct. We are the direct representation of the solar of the so-called solar planets, right? Everything is going into we're so-called evolving, but it's not a evolve, right?
Shut the fuck up, nigger.
Oh my God, who is this guy?
Shut the fuck up, you porch monkey.
I'm gonna chill and let you embarrass yourself. Speaking on them, see, these are the people that they're not going to get it. It's offensive to them. The truth is offensive to them. But guess what? The truth don't care about your feelings. The truth don't care about that, right? We're the primordials. We're the progenitors of this realm, and there's nothing you could do about it. You guys wouldn't even be alive if it wasn't for us, right? Just like she's telling you. Y'all come up here and y'all be disruptive. You wanna over talk people because you can't know. But I like what she's doing. She's allowing you to say something. She's allowing you, okay, if you want to digress, I mean, you want to debunk about, you want to go against me? Okay, then show us. She's allowing you to talk. She's allowing all you guys to talk. But you cannot show it. You cannot be honest. You can't be honest. Just say you don't know, right? It's called scholarship. Keep researching. I digress right there. I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna drop down. Sister, you can drop me down. I appreciate you, and I'm following you now.
Okay, gratitude and abundance. We just got to get to the point to where we can articulate it to each other and articulate it to the next generation.
There's more to what you're seeing, and there's always going to be more to what you're currently seeing. That's
Yeah.
what's going to keep you in a consistent state of elevation of consciousness, is learning. Knowledge is infinite.
Facts. Let's see. Go ahead. Go ahead. Chorus. Go ahead.
Koresh.
Yeah, go ahead and tell us your
Well,
thoughts
you
and
know,
visions.
after the colonization,
Talk to us about what's on
The
the screen,
evolution
the
theory.
evolution theory.
Yeah. What are your thoughts and
I'm
visions on
trying
that?
to.
You're telling us
to.
about
And it-
colonization. We're telling you, tell us about the evolution theory, which is
how
dealing
can I
with
ask
self.
you how old? Can I ask you how old you guys are first?
Go ahead and
That's weird as fuck.
go ahead and tell us
Asking you
the
how old you
evolution
are. You
theory.
sound young as hell, and you don't.
Okay, get the fuck out of here, man. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah,
like what's
just
up with y'all, man? What's up? We asking you to come up here and explain why you requested up in here. And you asking all types of shit that don't have nothing to do with what the conversation, you throwing the flow of the conversation off.
yeah, just please focus on the topic. We're not trying to move around. The evolution theory. Prokaryotic cells to eukaryotic cells.
Go ahead, user. Welcome up. These is people that must have just got here. We've been live since last night. Y'all gotta just be coming in the room.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just got here right now, actually.
Okay, yeah.
I believe in the prompt evolution, the biggest lie ever told. I believe it's a big fat lie. I don't believe people come from monkeys or continuously evolved throughout the years. I don't know what you guys believe, but I just got here, but I believe in, the real evolution. We started from Adam and Eve. Simple.
Can you explain to me how
Explain?
Adam and give me a second to ask you a question, okay?
Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
I got you. Adam and Eve had children, right? So
Yes,
that means
Ham
that
and
the
Sam,
children, I got you. So the children are siblings. So how the hell did we all come from them?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure when it comes to.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure, but I believe it, yeah.
You're not sure, but you're just gonna willingly believe in incest, but you're not sure.
I mean, back in the day, who knows if it was called incest? And if you believe in God, then you would know that.
Oh, wow, man. Wow.
Yeah, I gotta take you off the
like,
panel
what the
now,
fuck, man? What the fuck?
Talking about back in the day is called this.
Oh my gosh. What?
This can't be.
So the action is okay at any time on this planet when look, you're telling me that at any time on this planet it was okay for siblings to have look.
And you're trying to bring that back to us by telling us about it. You saying back then, but why are you bringing it up to me now? Because you're trying to associate our species with that shit.
So for the ones that are coming in, evolution is the biggest lie ever told because no species on this planet, whether microorganisms, plants, animals, insects, so-called humans, we never went from haploids to diploids. We never seen autotrophs turn into heterotrophs. We've seen the engulfment take place in vitro, but we haven't seen the engulfment take place in nature. We never observed in nature through biogenesis a prokaryotic cell engulf another prokaryotic cell which was the emergence of a eukaryotic cell organism. We've never seen that. There's actually no scientist on this globe that can explain how haploids turn into diploids at all to the mega per second. It doesn't matter if it's a YT scientist or a BLK scientist or a so-called Asian scientist. No scientist has ever observed it outside of a lab. Right? So what evolution is saying is that there is fact in the theory. We can observe the existence of prokaryotes and eukaryotes, but the engulfment has not been explained. So it's always interesting when I see people come in here and they take a shot at this conversation when there's no one on the planet that can explain this shit. It would only lead us back to genetic engineering and introgression, which is your so-called artificial selection, by the way. All right? So that's the reason why evolution is the biggest lie ever told. That's
Can I
why.
jump in?
Go ahead.
Thank you so much for bringing me back up. Hey, I have a quick question. So I've listened to Educator and I've listened to you guys for a bit now. So I kind of understand where you stand. But my question is, does this does this apply to every other race or only to the whiteys? That's my question.
What do you mean by does this only apply to the white tea or not? Because what we're saying is that everybody outside of us is genetically different than us and they're a whole completely different species. We've been saying
Right.
that this whole time. It's not just white people.
Right.
Everybody outside
So
of white people don't look like us. They don't have the same phenotype as us. So they have a completely different genetic structure and organ systems than us. That's what we're
right.
saying.
I get it. I think we actually on the same page. But let me ask you this: how do you think these people came about then? Like, I
Nah,
don't
I ain't
know.
gonna lie.
Like,
You've
what
been
the
here.
fuck,
You've been here.
man?
You've been here
The
long enough.
last time you was up here, I
I ain't
explained
gonna
it to
lie.
you, man. We explained it to you 5 times. And then you're saying we're saying the same thing. Okay, so how did it happen? What?
There's more for you to see, my
It's more
brother.
for you to see, man. Like, and then you're saying I listen to Educator. Educator, look, y'all, it's more for you to see. It's more for y'all to see, man.
We're not prophets. We're not teachers. You see what I'm saying? We're not nothing like that. We want y'all to not even believe what we're saying. Go research everything that we're saying and see what you find.
All right.
Go research.
Go ahead,
Can
user.
I ask a quick question? Can I ask you
Can you
guys
tell?
what you guys
Actually, no. Let's go ahead and talk about evolution being the biggest lie ever told and how you feel about that. You're on mute.
Okay, now. Okay, can you hear me now?
Courts, if you've been disagreeing with me for 3 or 4 hours, you can come up. Why would you sit in a live you didn't agree with?
Can I ask you guys if you guys believe in God?
No,
All you guys? Or just you?
I'm saying we don't believe in God.
So you guys believe in science?
Can you tell us how you feel about evolution being the biggest lie ever told, please?
I agree. It is the biggest lie ever told. I don't believe we evolved in any kind of way.
Okay, so can you explain that, why you feel that way, please?
I just don't believe. I'm a man who believes in God. I'm a God-fearing man. So everything I believe is through God, basically.
So can you
I'm the guy
explain to
I'm the
me?
guy who kicked off, basically, who said Adam and Eve started the human progeny, basically.
So can you explain how God created unnatural organisms and put them here, knowing that they wouldn't be able to take the sun?
Unnatural organisms. Could you give me an example of that?
No, like, yeah,
You're not
man,
coming
I just
back
you
got
don't
up, bro.
even,
You're
like, this
not coming.
shit,
The fuck, man.
like, this tit for tat.
Give me an example.
Like,
Can you tell
can
me
you
this?
tell me?
Can you tell
Can
me
you,
this?
well, I believe in God. I know you are,
Why
but what
isn't
am I?
God? Why isn't God telling you? Why didn't God tell you that you're living with the unnatural species on the planet? Why didn't God tell you that? But He created all life.
Go ahead, A9. What's the reason for why you requested up?
I think it is a better possibility we were the Anunnaki's lab rats than we evolved, but yeah.
So you're saying that you were created and the eukaryotic cell was seated here and then you evolved.
I said it is more likely that we are the Anunnaki's lab rats than us evolving.
Okay. So
Do you know who the Anunnaki is?
you're saying it, look, Anunnaki, Yakub, God, Zeus, Jesus, Gilgamesh, Enki, and Enlil, it's all the same entity. But you're saying that you believe that the eukaryotic cell was created and that it did not arise through biogenesis and for what evolution is trying to claim?
I said it is more likely, not that I believe. I said it is more likely.
Can you just explain to us how you feel about it? Like, just
I'm
explain it,
unsure
please.
how we got to where we are now. I am unsure how it all started. Everything I look into is half-ass suspect. That is why I said it is more likely that we are the Anunnaki's lab rats than we just plain evolved.
So, what's something that you've studied? What's something that you've seen that led you to that conclusion?
Yeah, man.
Hello?
I ain't gonna. Yeah, you are genetically spliced. There is no likely, man. You're a genetically spliced organism. You don't have a biological identification to the planet, and you don't naturally evolve with the planet. So
Yeah, they got thing in our DNA they can't explain that doesn't belong there.
The whole entire DNA sequence, the whole genome is said to be a genetic abomination to this planet. So it's not just bits and parts, it's the whole thing. Like,
yeah, your whole anatomy, all the way
all
down to
30,000.
your calcium ionophores, is unnatural to us.
But
It's unnatural to the planet. So
yeah, it gets hard.
wait.
I'm just like,
Okay, hold on for a
we
second.
got you.
Terry Noel, go ahead and tell us why you requested up. How do you feel about evolution being the biggest lie ever told? You're on mute. Come off mute and tell us. Terry Noel, come off mute and tell us how you feel. All right. Lightbringer, do you have anything else to add?
Yeah, if y'all look at any of ancient cultures, they depict other things on like how the lands came out of the land and all of that type of stuff. They never mention anything of evolution. No ancient cultures, none whatsoever.
That's a fact.
All
Gratitude for
colonial.
sharing that. Go ahead, Nicholas. Go ahead and tell us how you feel about evolution being the biggest lie ever told.
Yeah, I think. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just eating lunch. Yeah, sorry. I'm just eating lunch. I do think evolution is real, and if you don't, yeah, I don't know.
All right, can you just not come up here and say like 1, 2, 3 words in a sentence? Can you tell us how you feel about evolution being the biggest lie ever told, please? Can you explain yourself and elaborate what you're saying on what you're saying?
Sure, I think people that don't believe in evolution are the same people that think the world is flat. So I think it's just.
Thanks for playing. Next time, answer the question. The fuck? JB, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I just wanted to say that y'all are correct. Like evolution it doesn't say anything about evolution like back then either. So yeah, I just say appreciate the for let me be up here, and I appreciate y'all. I'm here to learn though. I don't know everything, so gratitude to y'all sharing this knowledge, and thank y'all for having me. That's it. Thank y'all.
Yeah,
Abundance,
gratitude and abundance for that.
respect.
So, A9, now that we you're talking about the Anunnaki and that you think that it is likely that y'all were spliced. Do you believe that you were spliced, or are you trying to say that we're all spliced and that genetic engineering is the case for everyone? What are you saying? You're on mute, A9.
Yeah, I'm here. I had to respond to that guy talking about flat Earth. Like flat Earth and globe both ain't.
Go ahead and answer what's being said, man.
I didn't hear. I just turned up my volume when I heard the
So
unmute thing.
you remember
I
when
was
you were
using
saying
talk
that
to
the
text.
you remember when you were saying that the Anunnaki created us, or who were you talking about? Was it you? Was it me? Who were the ones that were seated and created on this planet?
Well, it wouldn't be you or me because that was how many millions of years ago that it might have happened. But the first humans, I was saying, is more likely that they were the Anunnaki's lab rat, and then yes, we reproduced.
So you're saying wait, who you're saying that these people that were created reproduce with the reptilians or the Anunnaki?
I'm saying that we are the offspring of the Anunnaki's lab rats.
You
So
keep
yeah,
saying lab rats
yeah.
because again, you're trying to avoid the word genetic splicing and um what was I gonna say that you said? You keep saying that we were genetically spliced. That's what I'm saying. Who is we and who is the
You
Anunnaki?
have
Who you talking about?
148 people in your lives, so yes, I'm going to use less complicated words that all 100.
Thanks for playing.
Like what are you trying
What are
like
you're not talking to the niggas in the comments. You're on the panel talking to us. We have a base understanding of evolution and how it is a lie. You're on our panel and we keep asking y'all to elaborate and explain and y'all can't do it, but you keep trying to tell us that we're all the same. But you can't explain how your cells is getting removed and depleted under the sun.
and you
I just
try
don't understand that, man. I just like stop trying to group us all together if you can't explain it.
and you
Period.
was
Go
trying to
ahead.
say
Yeah.
about humans. Again, we are not humans. And you were saying that humans was created millions of years ago. Y'all are only 7,000 years old.
I don't know where y'all get millions
Yeah,
from. That they're
millions.
not even saying that in evolution.
Y'all are 7,000 years old, and we can know that by the Sumerian tablets, literally in Iraq. Right now is in
I
Iraq.
gotta stop lying to our people, man. Go ahead, Burnett. Go.
Yeah, fuck.
Hello. I've just joined, so I don't know your guys' opinions. So I just want to start with, how do you think we got
No.
evolved as a species?
Evolution is the biggest lie ever told. Go ahead and tell us how you feel about what's on the screen and what made you request up.
Okay, evolution is completely factual, and there's a lot of proof to back it up.
Like what?
Explain it.
Okay, fine. You can go with DNA sequencing on how similar we are to other species, such as chimpanzees and other apes.
Not true.
That is true.
Please stop over talking, please.
We have 99% similar DNA with chimpanzees. So that is a fact.
We have 60% the same DNA as the.
No over talking until we get to you. No one in the room knows how you view. So talking is not going to be good. All right? Let him finish and then we'll get to the next guest. Evolution is the biggest lie ever told. No over talking is a part of that. All right? Go ahead, Burnout or Burnett. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll quickly back to that. With 99% of our DNA from chimpanzees, we also have hundreds of thousand years of proof of tools being developed from the earliest Homo sapiens. We have fossils of other Homo species, such as Homo erectus, which were a similar human species that died out. So there's lots of proof in that sense. So what do you make of that?
You telling me that you share DNA with chimpanzees, you share DNA with cows, you share DNA with pigs, you share DNA with dogs, that's not evolution. That's telling me that you're a part of synthetic biology, that you came out of the first white man, the first Asian man, the first Arab man, that y'all came from in vitro fertilization. That's what you're telling me.
Okay, fine. I will use examples that aren't just human then. We also have evolution of the finch species in the Galapagos Islands, which is an incredibly good example of how different sized beaks have developed from different food sources in the different areas of the Galapagos.
Okay, you're telling me about you're telling me about a single species adapting to an environment that's changing. I'm telling you, how did a prokaryote change into a eukaryote? How does a cell that doesn't have genetic information of whatever that you're trying to tell me that it is. How is it changing? How did a prokaryote change into a eukaryote?
Cellularly, genetically.
Biologically.
Y'all talk about the beak, the fingers, the thumb, what's taking place on a cellular level, because the theory starts out with prokaryotes and eukaryotes. All life falls into these two cellular form types.
Okay, well, that's development over hundreds of millions of years. So it's estimated to take about 200 to 300 million years between the first single-celled and multi-celled organism.
You're talking about the beak and the adaptation to unnatural things that have been taking place in the environment, but you didn't tell me how a prokaryotic cell changed into a eukaryotic cell. The beak changing doesn't change its cellular function.
Yeah, okay. I'd just like to say eukaryote cells did not become prokaryote cells, or whichever round way you said it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Eukaryotes don't turn into prokaryotes, but your theory that you're coming in here saying that you agree with is saying that prokaryotes engulfed another prokaryote to produce a eukaryote. So can you explain that? Oh my gosh, explain it to me, please, man, before I get to the next guest.
Okay, I'm just saying that what you've said isn't what happened. It was multiple small, very, very small microscopic unicellular organisms that contained individual clumps such as mitochondria and chloroplasts that clumped together by one engulfing the other into a symbiotic.
Oh my gosh, you're done. You're done. I just said a prokaryote engulfs another prokaryote to create the eukaryote. The only difference between what me and you said was microorganism. What do you think a cell like? What do you think like?
I'm not done.
Up, man? You gotta be. Look, you gotta be confused with what you're saying, man.
A prokaryotic engulfing another prokaryotic is the same microorganism.
That's not what happened, though. I was explaining what's happened.
But you're trying to say that these microscopic different organelles and internal membranes got clumped together because of prokaryotes doing that. But that doesn't happen in nature.
It was one cell engulfing another, and then a symbiotic relationship formed that they helped each other, so they continued to reproduce together.
Again.
Hold on for a second. Let him finish, please. I just want to hear what you're saying. Go ahead and explain your theory with endosymbiosis.
Multiple organelles within a cell, before cells were a thing, clumped together to form individual cells that were within each other, helping each other, such as through protein synthesis. And other biological processes that require different areas of the cell, such as ribosomes, such as the endoplasmic reticulum, that all are required for the replication of everything in the cell to all happen. So if that didn't occur, then we wouldn't be able to have anything, because we wouldn't have cells. That's how cells became a thing. They were multiple organelles clumping together, helping each other to reproduce.
Organelles are only found in eukaryotic cells. But you're telling me these organelles, you're telling me, yes, it is. It's only prokaryotes don't have internal membranes, nor do they have organelles. So you're telling me these organelles that are just free willingly without a eukaryotic body are clumping together? That doesn't make no sense. That doesn't make no genetic sense, because eukaryotes have organelles, and the organelle that you're trying to say that got clumped together is mitochondria, which is a genetically spliced organelle or organ that comes from synthetic life, in vitro synthetic melanin. Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. We have
so go ahead and prove to me where the mitochondria came from, or the organelles came from, if eukaryotes didn't exist.
I before you answer that, because I will have to get to the next guest, you brought up symbiotic relationships, and we can look in nature today. You can see a bird on a rhinoceros back that is eating a microorganism or a bug off of the rhinoceros back. Do we see the bird turn into a fucking rhinoceros? Do we see the engulfment in nature? So no. So I'm going to read you actually a snippet that explains biology and ecosystems. It literally says in nature, this is known as mutualism, right? There's 3 types of symbiotic relationships: mutualism, commensalism, and parasitism. 2 distinct species cooperate so that so-called natural selection favors both of them over their competitors.
And then after that, they go back to doing what they need to do genetically for their own species. They don't stay together and make a one species because, again, they're two distinct species.
These are
Yeah.
two different
So,
species, not two prokaryotes engulfing another to create an entirely new species, man.
so a bee going to a flower
Hold
to
on. You're trying to hold on.
yeah, so a bee going to a flower to pollinate it, so that flower can now help other life feed from it. That's mutualism. You see what I'm saying? When you see a bird on a rhino's back eating the bugs, cleaning the rhino's back, that's mutualism. But that's two different species that are again going to perform different genetical activities at the end of the day due to their genetic makeup.
But gratitude for sharing that. You can stay up here. I just need to get to the next guest because other people want to speak. All right, go ahead, Hamnetcher.
Peace, love, and light to the fam. You're absolutely right. Evolution is the biggest lie ever told. Started with Charles Darwin and Darwin's theory of evolution. People should get his book and check it out. He was basically trying to say the newest species on Earth is the most supreme or biologically supreme species. He was absolutely wrong. His working mechanism was something called pangenesis. If you look that up, that mechanism was totally wrong. It was debunked by his cousin. You can also look up something called irreducible complexity. A lot of these people nowadays try to reduce the complexity of the body systems, making it form into their narrative and theory, and none of which is true. Darwin didn't know about mitochondria. He didn't know about the electron transport chain. He didn't know about certain proteins and or how you need certain pigments and things like tyrosine or phenylalanine and things of that nature. He had no idea. But this whole Darwin's theory of evolution, they're still dragging it on because it's a lot of, how do I say, racism in it. But it's all cap. You can check out irreducible complexity. It'll get more into it for you. I land my plane there. I'm not gonna be long-winded.
I ain't gonna lie, gratitude for sharing that, but I do encourage us to talk about the evolution theory and every theory that is suggested under it and debunking that, because that's what the live is about. But I got you for sharing that. Do not overtalk or I will immediately get you off the panel. There's already up here people patiently waiting. Do not, if you just got up here, it's no reason why you should be talking because we're talking to other people. All right? Respect. Go ahead, Disco. Or, excuse me, Pamela Fields was first, and then it was Disco. Go ahead, Pamela Fields. Did you mean to come up here?
I have something to do real quick. I'll come back.
Okay, go ahead, Disco.
Okay. Everyone is saying we share the same DNAs as chimpanzees. We share 60% of our DNA with bananas. We, like evolution, every time I try to tell someone that evolution is bullshit, they always hate on me. They always say shit like, you're so dumb, it's proven. You have absolutely no proof. No one has proof that evolution is legit.
We do. You are just lying.
Okay, thanks for
But you
playing.
bring
I
up
said if anybody overtalks, I'll be getting you out of here. You didn't have to say that to him. We asked you the question and you couldn't articulate it. So explain it better next time, okay? Explain it better. All right? So, Disco, you're saying that evolution is not true. What is true?
okay. Selective breeding, if we talk about the changes in our body, is selective breeding. It's just
selective breeding. So so selective breeding is not true, but selective breeding is true.
what?
What? See?
Yeah, so the evolution
Well,
theory
you
is
said
not
selective
true.
breeding isn't true, but selective
Yeah,
breeding
what
is.
she meant to say is the evolution theory is not true, but you're saying selective breeding is true.
But selective breeding is suggested under evolution. I said what I meant. You're trying to say that this is not true, but you're saying that it is. Evolution talks about selective breeding and artificial breeding.
No, it's not.
Artificial selective
Okay,
breeding.
but evolution is our change with like Okay, selective breeding is, let's say someone is tall and he marries someone shorter, the kids are gonna be shorter. If you marry someone tall, they're gonna be taller. How is that not true?
You're talking about taller, but the thing is this conversation is about genetics, right? So that's actually artificial selective breeding because you're selecting this person and this person to produce this offspring. We're talking about the organisms of all life. We're not just talking about chimpanzees. Y'all are making it about that, but this is about all life on the planet. Nature did not select
Yeah. No,
all, you know what I'm saying?
I don't want to waste your time. Sorry, bro. I don't understand enough. I'm not educated enough. Have a good
Okay.
day.
All right. Got you. Parrot the Great, go ahead and tell us how you feel about evolution being the biggest lie ever told.
Bro, this is the parrot theory of evolution right here. They lied to us, bro. There was an interruption in the evolution process with the humans back millennia ago, and the aliens came down from under the earth, and they came and they started injecting the old humans, Neanderthals, with their own freaking chemicals that ended up then transferring over to another new subspecies, which is then the hominoid of the human that is now Homo sapien, and they're doing the same thing again. What happened in 2020, and now they're doing it again, so they can be AI with human hybrid, and they're already doing it again. It wasn't supposed to be like this. God didn't mean it to be like this, bro. They cheated the evolution. They wanted to speed up the process because they said we were too slow, and they didn't want to let it do it God's way. And in order for you to get the answer to the true universe's life truth, you gotta mix science with faith. That's the only way you're gonna get science with faith. That's the only.
So you're saying that another species outside of this planet mated with humans to create humans. I literally sat here and watched you say that out your mouth.
Oh no,
You
they didn't
mentioned
mate. They didn't mate.
first of all,
They
hold on
injected.
for a second. You literally talked about humans to create other humans. You said that there was
It
another
wasn't humans creating
species.
other humans, dumbass. It was other species.
You're saying dumbass, but you can't even articulate it, and you're talking about God. Like, what the fuck, man? Bring science and not feelings. I'm asking you the origin of the eukaryotic cell. A fuck that frontal lobe underdeveloped. Underdeveloped, man. It's underdeveloped. That's why y'all can't grasp the conversation. It's too many different animals, too different many organisms that want to speak through one nucleus. You can't formulate a thought. Like, what do you mean? Humans with another extraterrestrial species created humans. How the fuck did this Ciao. Go ahead, Soul Leveling. Oh my gosh, man. Fairy tales.
Divine Day. So
Gratitude. Greetings.
I was looking up stuff like to back up like what you're saying and stuff or whatever. And then I was like looking up the proof of eukaryotic evolution, which is what you're saying endosymbiosis or whatever. And they're saying like that a larger cell swallowed a bacteria to create a complex eukaryotic cell. This is what's accepted by geneticists or whatever. But then I forgot his name, but the other guy that's on the live was talking to the other guy, and he was like that prokaryotic cells don't have a membrane, doesn't have a membrane or organelles, and that is true or whatever. So I'm trying to figure out like where does like the mitochondria take place or have a part in the prokaryotic
It
cell
doesn't.
when everything. So yeah, so can you like explain like that or whatever? Like when they trying to say that one cell ate another cell and created a mitochondria and they like work together or whatever, but if it's saying that it doesn't have a membrane or organelle, how can that take place in this other cell? Like
It didn't.
Yep.
That's
That's
it.
somebody that simply did their research and said everything that we've been saying in here, and he's been listening for a while, and he finally grasped it on his own because he looked at the thing. A9 TikTok is letting me know that I have to remove you. I don't know what you're doing because I'm not on that screen, but TikTok is removing you. It's not me. So request back up if you can. But
Yeah,
I'm actually getting ready to put something on the board while Zell is getting ready to talk.
yeah.
Yeah.
Evolutionary biologists and different sort of cell biologists already are coming out and have been coming out saying that we've never went from haploids to diploids. Endosymbiosis is they've never actually seen it happen in nature. They've never seen that. So when you see eukaryotics and they keep coming up and telling you, or they would tell us that endosymbiosis happened, where is it saying that? Where is the prokaryotic cell getting the extra genetic information from? And they can't answer that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So this is what we have to keep doing and just keep questioning them. And once we question them enough, we would see that okay, there's no reason for us to live in the same society. Simple.
Yeah, so the difference between the if you look at the prokaryotic cell versus the eukaryotic cell, the prokaryotic cell is compact and efficient. It doesn't need extra genetic material from no other organism to function
Oh,
it. It doesn't have a nucleoid
yes.
region. If you look in the middle, that right there is not a nucleus, it's a nucleoid. So it's not a nucleus where all of this genetic material is trying to express or it's being sifted or filtered through, right?
Oh,
So
okay.
go ahead.
So I was still reading or whatever. It's saying that this lady named Lynn, she was saying
Yeah, he's
that
flagging my live. It's A9 flagging. I think you're flag. He's trying to report my live or something like that. So I just gotta remove you. I don't know what's going on. They keep flagging him. Um, I don't know what's going on, but when that happens, my whole screen get blanked out. Go ahead.
okay, so
Nigger, nigger, nigger.
See, I tell y'all, it be people flagging the live, and then they come up and do this. F1 in the chat. Go ahead.
So I was saying that scientists were skeptical that a prokaryotic swallow a bacteria to become a eukaryotic cell or whatever, and then they said we have like now and today we have technology to actually read DNA, but based on what we just said or whatever, why would a prokaryotic cell swallow something when it already have everything provided for it? It doesn't need to swallow anything
Ooh.
when it has everything already provided, right? Now
Yep.
it's saying that the biologist Lynn, she published a groundbreaking paper on the origins of myosin, mitotosin cells, arguing that the mitochondria was once a free living bacteria. And then they said that this debate ended in 1980 with a team of scientists successfully sequencing the complete DNA of a mitochondria or whatever. But the mitochondria is not in. I'm just make sure I'm getting this right. The mitochondria is not in the prokaryotic cell, right? Because of what y'all just said, and or am I not reading that right or whatever? Like it doesn't have a membrane or organelle or whatever. So
Yep. A mitochondria is an organelle. So we
okay, so how
prokaryotes
can
don't have
it?
it.
Correct. So how can it swallow something when y'all just said that later down the line reading in Gemini it says that it doesn't have a membrane or organelle or whatever, and you saying mitochondria doesn't has that does have that. So what y'all saying don't be making sense right here. If I'm just logically thinking or whatever, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, well, that's what we always talk about, paying attention to how they talk about the functionality of the cell. You see what I'm saying? They can call the heart a foot. They can say this is the reptilian brain. That doesn't mean you're a reptile just because they called it that, right? So the name doesn't really matter, right? It's just about how the DNA expresses, and that's what you're seeing with what you're looking at. When you look at the
Mhm.
physical expression, the gene expression, the behavior, they do not function the same. They wouldn't have came from the same origin. If you keep going and keep studying different prokaryotes and you keep studying different eukaryotes, you're going to see it in plain sight that there's
Mhm.
no way that a prokaryotic cell would engulf another because again all of its genetic material stems from one embryological origin to make it already a compact and efficient cell for everything that it needs. So it wouldn't just all of a sudden respond to its environment unless something unnatural took place, right? For an
Mhm.
engulfment to happen. But even
Oh,
then, we don't
yes.
have, you know what I'm
Okay.
saying? When it comes to
So
our cells, they're coated in
go ahead. Go ahead.
neuromelanin. All prokaryotes
Mhm.
are not, you know what I'm saying, the same. That's why when people say, oh, you think lions are prokaryotic? Well, all prokaryotes are not the same, right? You have some that are neuromelanated, you have some that are pyomelanated, that are allomelanated, right? It just refers to how it functions, meaning that all of its genetic material comes from one place. Science
And so
explains the
you
functionality.
So you and then I had looked up dogs to wolves. I mean wolves to dogs, right? And so I was like cuz he was saying 19,000 more cells or something I had wrote in or whatever, but it's not important. But I was, and it was like we did that over human domestication or whatever. We did that over, you know, a number amount of years or whatever. And then it was like maybe the wolf had a I don't know, a flappy ear, right? Okay, so I'm like, okay, but I see one dog. I mean, one mutation or whatever, and then let's just say the wolf had the mutation. Then we domesticated and we gave it food, and it don't have no predators. Okay, cool. But this happening over multiple times, like the wolf just this happening over multiple times throughout not process, but throughout history or whatever. If the wolf is in its environment, these mutations wouldn't happen like that rapidly or whatever for us to quote unquote domesticate dogs. And then we have these other dogs from a Chihuahua to a Great Dane. From what y'all saying, that doesn't make sense or whatever. So you're saying nature is fucking up and making wolves mutations, and then we take in the mutations and care for the mutations, and then they become dogs. That doesn't follow suit to me or whatever. And then I was talking about gene slicing or whatever. It was like, no, we didn't do gene slicing. We did this over human domestication, but that doesn't make sense because based on what you're saying is that nature is fucking up or whatever, and then it makes these mutations, and then we over time breed these quote unquote dogs and make other dogs or whatever. That doesn't add up.
Yeah, mutations happen because of the sun. You see what I'm saying? Every mutation happens because of the sun. So a cell that is suitable for to take in whatever form of radiation that it's able to interact with on a cellular level will continue to express the same because they're natural to the planet. So it's not going to mutate their genes because they wouldn't go and undergo a mutation because their genetics is not a recipe for that, right? So when we look at eukaryotes, where you have different percentages of rat, mice, bananas, celery, potatoes, dogs, cats, rabbits, everything in between, well, these all come from introgress origins, meaning that someone did it. So y'all are trying to compare so-called human error or man-made error and trying to put it on the universe or trying to blame the mother. That's not the case. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, somebody said, so you know what he talking about, splicing. He's talking about genetic engineering, introgression and hybridization, which is done through magnetofection, electroporation, cell sonication or sonoporation, transfection, somatic parthenogenesis, somatic cell transfer. These are the different ways over time they have worked their way up to be able to do CRISPR-Cas9, to be able to cut and splice with protein 9. They had to start small with pyomelanin before they could ever get to a dog, right? They had to start small with small, tiny insects, right? Before they could get to something like a butterfly, they had to start smaller than that. So, Burnett, I don't, I got you in here, but if you can't really explain how prokaryotes turn into eukaryotes with science, then you know what I'm saying? I don't really think you should be up here.
Okay, what I want to say is that you said that prokaryotes turned into eukaryotes, which isn't necessarily true. So, before we had eukaryote and prokaryote cells, we would have had incredibly simplistic organisms, very similar to modern bacteria, which is similar to prokaryotic cells. However, we also would have had other small organelles, such as mitochondria, existing outside of an individual cell. So, for a few billion years, everything was single cellular. And over those billion years, things eventually combine together. So you used the example earlier of how a bird eats something off the back of a rhino as an example of how something wouldn't have combined together. That's over a 30-year process. This is billions of years where for individual things to clump together, it takes an incredibly extended period of time. Time that we can't really, just imagine compared to the life of a human.
So we can't imagine the time, but we can trace everything back through a common ancestor.
Well, yes, everything had one common
Okay, so
ancestor.
then we should be able to explain it because we can calculate mutations with simple division using allele frequency. So regardless if it takes however long you're saying, we should be able to pinpoint it with simple division and calculation for speciation is the allele frequency over the total population.
So what you're saying, I agree with you that there is one common ancestor, if that's what you were saying. Because there have to be one common ancestor. We didn't suddenly have multiple different forms of life coming, but with them there will be mutations between each other.
But I wanted to clear something up that you said. You said before prokaryotes?
Yes, there weren't. Prokaryotes haven't been around for 3.5 billion years. We have no proof that they were the very first thing to ever exist.
Oh, really? Whoa, dude! They are the first life forms to ever exist. Oh my gosh, evolution said. Oh my gosh, prokaryotes mean before nucleus.
Literally the first cell to ever exist that is forged by the stars.
It was exactly a
prokaryotic cells.
What do you mean?
It was similar to a prokaryotic cell that have developed changes.
Similar to a prokaryotic cell, meaning that all of its genetic material would have to stem from one embryological origin. That's the similarity because that's how the cell functions, right?
Yes, everything had to come from one.
Thank you.
Everything had to come. Everything had to. It was a prokaryotic cell.
Thank you.
The prokaryotic light cell that you're talking about, they're talking about. I know what you're talking about, and they were saying it came about 1.9 million years ago, and that's
billion years ago, about 3.5.
Okay.
Cool.
Like what? That cell that you're telling me about is genetically spliced. That organelle that you're telling me about,
genetically
spliced. No prokaryotes.
He said everything is spliced. So how was the first life form? What, dude? You're out of your game, man. You're done. I ain't gonna lie. Thanks for fucking playing. Don't ever say that shit out your mouth.
So
what?
The Earth is spliced.
So Nick.
So Venus is spliced.
What are you on about?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean? You're saying that everything is spliced, but you're trying to talk about evolution. You're talking about Whoa. You're saying
dangerous.
that See? What's up, man?
You're dangerous to society, man. What the hell is that?
You just went against everything that you've been saying since last night. Or whenever we started the live.
Wow. Now you don't
Bro, oh my gosh. What the fuck? Dude,
I just spliced?
No. Literally, you said everything is spliced. How was the first life form spliced? How was the first life form spliced?
Man, you can't.
Oh my God.
You ain't putting shit in your.
What?
You said everything.
How is the first life form spliced? Look, this all started from him coming in here saying that arthropod from 521 million years ago, like, I gotta take it back. That shit was like at 3 a.m. when he said it, and it's almost 11.
Can I say something?
1 second, please. I'm speaking. All right, so let's finish. He just said y'all coming in here, but we've been talking to this guy for like 6 hours, man. You gotta give us a second. He said that he said everything is spliced. He came in here talking about an arthropod from 521 million years ago who grew an eye on its back. And the eye was sensitive to light, and that's how they evolved. I asked him, can you explain to me the cellular function of this arthropod for this mutation to have happened? And this is what the fuck he said. Now he's telling us that everything is spliced. So why are you telling me that things naturally evolve? Your frontal lobe gotta be underdeveloped, man. Like what? Go ahead, Jay, and come off mute and tell us how evolution is the biggest lie ever told. Fuck.
I'm just gonna like go off what Burnett said.
No, you're gonna go off another grown ass man. GAY, sexual dimorphism, which is something that we see heavily amongst your people, man. You're a grown ass man. Hey, I'm gonna piggyback back off of him. Piggyback. Let's talk about them pig and
Them pig genetics.
let's talk about these pig genetics. Yeah. Let's talk about O blood type and how it's connected to pigs. Like, tell us how you, as a grown man, how you feel about evolution being a lie. Tell me how you feel. Go ahead. You're on mute.
I don't think evolution is a lie
Yeah, tell us.
Tell us why you don't. Tell us why it's real. Tell us why it's true.
because there's fossils, there's lots of data showing that humans have a common ancestor with apes and like other species of apes and monkeys, and there's missing links, and we have the fossils for them and stuff like that.
It's sad as hell, man. I ain't gonna lie. You're talking to me about fossils, and you just said that you're piggybacking off of him when we were talking about cells. How the fuck are you piggybacking off of him? Talking
Because you
to
just
me
called
about
you just
grown-ass organisms when we were having a conversation about the cells that make up the organism.
That's what
because
evolution
you just
is.
called me gay for trying to go
Did
back on what
I?
you said.
Did
You
I?
did. You did.
See, now I got to get you out of here because you're flagging the lie for saying that. I didn't say what you said. I said GAY. So say that next time because now TikTok is saying you can't be up here. F1 in the chat. You're worried about that instead of telling me how you feel though. Instead of telling me what you know, you're like, "Oh, he called me this," because we didn't call you that. You called yourself that. I said sexual dimorphism, which is heavily seen amongst your so-called Neanderthals and y'all today, incomplete dominant or not. That's why when you type in Neanderthal woman, you can barely see that because these niggas was the same.
We asking y'all, tell me the genetic and biological reasoning on why you're saying the evolution theory is real. Y'all start with saying fossils. We have fossils over here. We found fossils.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
telling me
asking you
about
how the cell.
you're telling me about the skeletal system of anatomy. I'm telling you about the cells that make up the skeletal system. The
Man,
DNA within the cells, the internal membranes within the cells, the centrals that y'all have, which is only an animal DNA within your cells, the histone proteins that y'all produce, the cytochrome C amino acid that y'all produce. That's what I want to be talking about. How y'all have animal DNA.
you see how this man has been in here for like
What the
6+ hours and he keeps requesting up. He says, so where do humans come from? You just said that all life was spliced. You just said it out your mouth. You just said it out of your mouth. Except for prokaryotes that are coated in neuromelanin.
You want us to say a
Yeah,
landmass? You don't
you
come
want-
from a landmass, man.
Yeah, you come from your biology. You're born in your mother's womb. You're not born on the land.
And the first person in your species to be born was born in the ecto womb.
Yeah, that's wild.
AI is not new. Your DNA was sequenced in AI for you to exist. It wasn't made by a morphogenetic field. It was made by AI.
Y'all
AI
are
has been here on this planet.
He's saying
the
that
reptilians are making robots every 15 minutes.
somebody said modern humans come from monkeys and other shit. Ancient people are. They come from introgression and genetic engineering. They come from hybridization. Y'all can't keep saying monkeys. You see what I'm saying? Because there are monkeys that are supposed to be on this planet, so-called. Right? There's life that is supposed to be here. There's life that is prokaryotic. They're just not neuromelanated. It's just not a neuromelanated. They don't house a neuromelanated prokaryotic cell. They have pheomelanin. All of their genetic material stems from the same embryological origin, but it is that of an elephant, that of a lion. It's not these different, you know what I'm saying? Flea, chicken, banana, celery, cauliflower, dog, monkey, chimpanzee, bonobo, snub-nosed monkey, cat, pig, horse, cow. It's not that. Because everything I just named leads their their cells lead back to genetic engineering, saying that man introgressed the genes together. I just had it on the screen not too long ago. Your so-called Neanderthals have introgressed genes. It was highlighted. Y'all seen it?
You can splice into the cell, take genetic information out from any chromosome and put any genetic information in from any external chromosomes, and you can keep doing that because the cell is malleable to splicing, to getting cut into. It's not it's the cell membrane that is coating the cell is weak. It's not a liquid light. It's mucus. That's why it's easy to cut into. That's for eukaryotic cell. Y'all have a mucous membrane, cell membrane.
Facts. You cannot clone a neuromelanated cell because you need light or electroporation to do so. Neuromelanin is condensed sunlight. So when light tries to open the cell or comes near the field, it's just going to absorb it like black holes do. So neuromelanin is the only biochemical substance that is condensed sunlight and can condense sunlight in its nature. But there is vitrosynthetic neuromelanin. So when we're talking about goats, sheep, right, monkeys, specifically mice is another one, which is what they share DNA with. These organisms have vitrosynthetic neuromelanin, and they don't so-called gain it until ages 3 to 5 or 2 to 5 years old. So that's saying that it's not present in embryogenesis. That means that it's not congenital. How the fuck did it get within the cell if it wasn't present in utero and at birth? And that's a simple, you can literally, and I have a source, I'll have to like find it, but simply a simple Google search will tell you sheep, goats, rats, mice, and monkeys do not gain neuromelanin until ages at least 2 or 3 and up to 5 years of age. So this neuromelanin that we're talking about stems from different embryological origins, and we keep telling you that all life falls into these 2 form types based off of how their cells function. If you need genetic material from other organisms, you're not natural and you're a parasite.
Yep, you're not considered to be alive.
When it comes down to the 3 symbiotic relationships that we're talking about, like how he mentioned mutualism, this is a parasitic symbiotic relationship, meaning that a parasite is feeding off of the host organism and taking nutrition from this host organism, and it gets depleted at the end of the day. And the parasite seeks the next host instantaneously when this host is no longer available. Mosquitoes are an example of parasites. They need blood from other organisms to have children. These people that we're talking about need blood from other organisms so they can have children, right? That's why they need meat. Your body, when you come in contact with fruits, our people begin to metabolize fruits the moment it hits our lips. That process doesn't happen with meat because your body doesn't break it down, right? It is a stimulant. It's not even a food when it comes to our anatomy. And that breaks down to sugar, and that sugar turns into uric acid in our body. They don't undergo the same process when it comes to fermentation. So we don't even have the same gastric juices. You see what I'm saying? So we got to start understanding that it's not just about, you know what I'm saying?
Every organism in nature that's natural undergoes some sort of form of self-regeneration. You see what I'm saying? So even though that there's carnivores that, you see what I'm saying, they still undergo some sort of self-regeneration, because the only reason why the lion exists is because the lioness performs self-parthenogenesis, which is self-regeneration with her own DNA.
These people that have been here for 5 hours disagreeing, like, request up. Go ahead, April Love. April Love, did you know you were up here? I don't think she did. A lot of people keep accidentally requesting a Burnett son. You've been in here since the beginning, man. Let me see how long it said I've been live. Okay. This live has been going for 4 hours and 3 minutes. You've been in here since the beginning. You realize that? So everything you've thrown out, we've literally explained to you. There is no way. We've explained to you that this shit that you're talking about has not been observed in nature for 4 hours. And you've watched us tell other people too, based off of their take, based off of their point of view and their angle of science or whatever the fuck they believe. And you're still in here, man. Jay is saying, they saying, can Jay talk? Let's see. Let's give him another shot. Let's give him another shot. Go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I believe that evolution is true based on countless data off of like things like fossils, prokaryotic, eukaryotic cells that have like been taught in like basic biology in school.
They don't teach fossils about basic biology. They teach in basic biology at up to the 9th grade level about prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Literally, you was in here where a 5th grade science teacher says that she teaches it to her children. It is a part of the curriculum.
Yeah, there's a field of science that deals specifically with bones and fossils, but biology directly deals with cellular, molecular fields of life, organizations of life. It's talking about cells. Biology is dealing with cells. It's talking about life. Biology means the study of life. And when you start biology, it starts you off with cells. That is the basic part of evolution, is prokaryotic and eukaryotic.
Yeah, and biology also teaches you about fossils, like the remains of animals that were alive.
Yeah, that we're alive, but again, before we go to the fossils, we gotta find out if the cells that they're talking about is even true, or how they saying that it split up or combined it together. So now we have to ask you, if these saying these fossils came from that cell becoming a eukaryotic cell, how did a prokaryote become a eukaryote? And how is it that there's hybridized species walking amongst this planet, and there's hybridized species that can even be 200,000 years old?
Well, first off, eukaryotes are a product of like primitive prokaryotes long ago, doing endosymbiosis by like swallowing organelles.
Gosh, man. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, it's like y'all watch us literally say the same thing over and over, and y'all say the same thing over and over. We're asking you, how do haploids turn into diploids? How do autotrophs become heterotrophs? You came up here again for like the 6th time in a row, and you keep mentioning chimpanzees. You keep talking about this full grown organism, but this is a conversation about prokaryotes and eukaryotes, bro. You don't have to start at the full grown organism. We can go based off of how the cell functions, because all life falls under 2 cellular form types. You keep talking to me about chimpanzees, but chimpanzees is not the only thing that's within the human, the so-called the human genome, right? So again, I keep telling you about different organisms and their relationship with other organisms, and you keep taking me back to chimpanzees. Bro, we're not having the same discussion here.
I didn't
Like,
mention
you're just not having the
chimpanzees.
same discussion. And then you're asking me to define neuromelanated. Can you explain neuromelanin? You're on mute and when you're off the app. Can you explain what neuromelanin? You looking that shit up, huh? You looking that shit up? You looking that shit up? You gotta be, man.
In the wrong context.
Yeah.
So you don't
Tell us what
know.
neuromelanin is. You look, man, you're going off the app. We see you Googling, man. We can see you. We're watching you, bro. Why can't you just admit and say, hey, I don't know?
You're trying to Google.
I would have just told
Trying to
you.
find out that we're
You're
the
trying to
same or not.
Google. Wow.
You're
Look
trying-
at this.
you-
The lives
you're
are
trying
recorded
so
and posted
hard.
on YouTube, by the way.
You're
Everyone
trying-
is going to see this shit, man.
You're trying so hard to be genetically like us. For what? We're
Wow,
not the
man.
same, man.
Look at you, man.
What do you mean genetically like you?
Explain to me what neuromelanin is, please, without switching your app. Stay
What
here.
does it mean? I don't know. What does it mean?
You're looking
See?
it up.
You see?
You don't even know what you're
You
looking
see?
at.
You're trying to tell, so
you're
you don't
trying to
even
look
know
up
how
my
the cell
DNA.
function.
You're trying
You
to
don't
look up
even-
my DNA and then ask me what am I talking about with DNA? But you're
Oh
looking
my
up my
gosh,
DNA
what
right
the
now.
fuck?
You're on your phone trying to look up my DNA.
What the
Your
fuck?
DNA?
And the people, look at Burnett. Look. He said, what is it then? He heard me 15,000 times explain that neuromelanin is the only biochemical substance that is condensed sunlight and can condense sunlight. It is found in the brain. It coats neurons. What do you mean? It is essentially brain melanin. Like, damn, I'm surprised
Stardust.
niggas didn't say brain melanin. Like with that 3-year-old shit, I'm surprised y'all didn't come in here with that.
Okay,
What do you
so
mean?
now
Nah.
that you defined what
Jay,
neuromelanin is,
thanks for
Neuromelanin,
playing.
when it enters different atmospheres, it changes its name.
Thanks for playing,
so
man.
neuromelanin in the cosmos is called stardust. But when neuromelanin travels down all the way to the biosphere, it becomes neuromelanin, which
Yep.
is condensed sunlight.
Sunlight.
It changes through different states of matter through cymatics. You see what I'm
X,
saying? That's what
cyclical, reciprocal processes that we see throughout the universe, no matter what takes place in the universe. Come on, man. You got to be out of your mind, man. You need to get back in it if you can. What? Crash outs, genetic crash outs.
Your DNA is talking about the elemental atoms that create it. So it's talking about the melanin that you have.
You're
the
just
type of
saying
melanin
what?
that you have is explaining the type of DNA that you have.
Bro's just saying
So
what?
if you have vitrosynthetic eumelanin and vitrosynthetic pheomelanin, and you're telling me that you evolved, how is it that you have a lab-made melanin then? Because vitrosynthetic pheomelanin is lab-made.
Come on, man.
And literally every time that melanin hits, what's it called? The sun hits that melanin, it undergoes acute body radiation, which is the same thing you go through. How is that possible? How is it that the same symptoms of the diseases that you have is the same symptoms that you have when the sun hits you? That's what we want to know.
Anon Smokes, we know your name. We see that you're on a you know what I'm saying, backup, but we're not letting you up. Y'all love coming in here, but you can't answer our questions. Why would you just come in here and just embarrass yourself for 4 hours straight, man? F1 in the chat. And I seen Start come back in here. The moment that Start came in here, the live got flagged. Okay? Now they lifted it. As soon as I blocked him, now they lifted it. You see what I'm saying? So here's the thing, y'all. Y'all have seen it in real time.
Yeah,
Every
man.
single time, man, these people cannot explain their own existence. We can explain ours and link it all the way back to prokaryotes, and beyond prokaryotes, we can take it to the stars because of what the prokaryote is engulfed in, what's around the cell. You see what I'm saying? The neuromelanin, condensed sunlight. That's why you're supposed to be in the sun, right? That's why you're supposed to be in the sun, because your cell is made of sunlight. You're the sunlight in the universe walking in the flesh, man. So, Soul Leveling, go ahead and let us, go ahead and land. Yeah, like, we got a lot of energy because we be in the sun. Yeah.
And that's why I like watermelon and melons. I'm not gonna talk about that. But you just said, like, your friend just said that prokaryotic cells do not have a membrane. I mean, yeah, a membrane or organelles, but that is clearly what endosymbiosis is. So that cannot be a thing. You said this multiple times, multiple times. Like, I don't get it. But anyway, so now I like now have a clear connection of neuromelanin and what Bobby Hemmett and what you call it be talking about now. Like, literally, and there was this other guy who explained that we are chemical makeup, or we are literally the universe, or whatever, walking around, or whatever. And so when they be like, God created, no, I created the universe. I am the universe, or whatever. But anyway, that's a different story. But now it's all making sense. And now that I have a clear understanding, I can do some more research and be able to talk about this like off rip. Thanks.
Gratitude. Keep going. Abundance. He said neuromelanin exists in it. He been here for 4 hours. And I just explained less than 20 minutes ago. Oh my gosh, man. I literally just said that there, oh my gosh.
You've been here
here
the whole time.
I literally said that there is in vitro synthetic neuromelanin and there is neuromelanin, aka cosmic melanin.
Y'all do
What
one
do you
research
mean?
and you think you right.
Yeah, you think you know everything.
You go one route and you think you got the whole city
Different
mapped out.
origins,
Okay.
different origins, synthetic light, not neuromelanin. And if you think you're the same, why the fuck can we take the sun? We can go 8+ hours in the sun right now. Minimal water, no sunblock, nothing. How about we just test the hypothesis looking at?
Just add the
How about
in
we just
vitro.
test the how about we just test the theory? How about we run a whole experiment right now? All the white people, the Asian people, all y'all. You versus all my people in the sun right now. 8 hours. Minimal water.
Let's have a sun off.
Let's have a sun off, nigga. Let's have a genetic off. Like what? Let's test it in real life. No shades, no hats, no sunblock, nothing. Let's test it. Real life.
You scared to walk under the same sun
I
as us.
seen the views drop. I literally seen 2 people leave when I said that. 3 people leave. Look, let's test it in real life, man. Stop playing with my people. Y'all know we come from the sun. Y'all know we the sun in the flesh. You know you feel this UVC when you walk past me. That's why y'all be looking at us like that. You need shades to look at me. It's not even just the sun because of the radiation that's reverberating outside of my body within the morphic field.
Yeah, and soon everybody going to be forced to be outside. There is no more inside but AC. There is no more fan. There is no more electrical tools to keep you cool. Shades, umbrellas, that's all going away. You're going to have to stand on the same sun as us and then show us how you built those pyramids. Show us how you became a great civilization. You're gonna show us how you really got through your evolution. You see what I'm saying? Because again, the sun is separating us.
This nigga said no
You see what
problem.
I'm saying?
Let's
The
do it in
sun-
the UK. No,
The sun is separating our people.
let's do it in my so-called hometown. The whole planet is that. But let's do it in triple-digit degree weather in Texas. Let's do it in D, Texas. Let's do it in Fort Worth, Texas. Talking about let's do it in the UK.
You're talking
No,
about
you're not gonna.
You're
Nah.
saying we copying your people's hair. What are you doing on the planet?
Who's copying
What
whose
is your
hair?
what is your biological and genetic identification to the planet? To where you can even say that? Who are you? Genetically.
He said
Like-
homes are going to melt.
Like what the fuck? That's the problem.
You're talking about I'm copying off. Girl, you don't see me copying off no wolf hair, no dog hair, no cat hair, no none of that. You see full 9 ether proton paths. You see biosynthesization throughout my whole entire integumentary system to worry about some hair. Talking about you're copying off. Nigga, you been cosplaying since you came out them caves. Y'all was wearing them things under y'all skirts so that way y'all could look like women like Sarah Bartman so you could look like me. Y'all putting box braids in your hair with lice, head full of lice, and you trying to be like me. You trying to talk like me, AAVE, but you can't mimic magnetism. What the fuck on?
A walking disease.
Nigga talking about a heifer hopper, cow DNA. It's crazy how y'all love pictures with dogs, pictures with cats. She called herself a heifer. Nigga, you called yourself a cow. Fuck out of here, man. Gene expression. We don't express our genes the same. I don't think about myself like that. I don't consider myself to be an animal or for my genes to express animalistic. I don't have dog hair. I don't create animal proteins and enzymes.
baby.
The fuck? I don't
Facts.
smell like fucking dogs when I get wet. I smell like radiation. The fuck? Niggas
Can I debate
they
now?
smell wet when you walk past them. Mucus membranes, like stale fucking water,
That sulfur
like hot dog
dioxide
water.
leaking through them
Like
pores,
the
them
fuck?
heavy toxins leaking through them pores, fucking damaging the ecosystem around you, and you trying to say some shit. This is the thing. We gotta walk these niggas down. These
Genetically.
these your doctors, yeah, genetically. These your doctors. These your teachers.
The
These your
fuck, these
peers.
are ladies at the front desk. Let's go. Look, new challenge. Let's go 30 days, no shaving, no waxing, no tanning. What? No threading, no nair. We gonna see what's real spill whenever them razors stop getting manufactured. Since we're seeing your system being dismantled from the inside out.
Yeah.
The fuck? We gonna see them dog DNA. We gonna see that dog DNA up close and personal. Vestigial tails and all. Talking about, oh, you're copying my hair. Y'all are eating unalived animals off the street.
We literally
What the
saw
fuck,
a
man?
eukaryotic man eat rotten chicken off the trash can.
Nigga, out of they trash can right here.
Out of a trash can, bro.
And then he bit it a couple times, then spit out mucus,
Cough,
diseases, just spreading the fucking disease far and wide. Like, what the hell you're digging in and he's not homeless.
Exactly.
This man is not homeless.
Like, your
this man is doing this
undergoing chromosomal deletions, and you're having a global extinction level event, and you're worried about us?
Man,
that can't be it, man.
Girl, you see me.
That can't be it.
Can we talk about evolution?
Can we talk about evolution?
How do we go from haploids to diploids? How do we go from haploids
Talk
to
to me.
diploids?
Why do y'all have look? Yeah, let's talk about evolution. Tell me why were your people the only ones with vestigial tails in the hypertrichosis? Why are y'all still being born like that? You didn't evolve. You couldn't have evolved. You're still being born with this shit.
Who are my people?
Bro.
Eukaryotic cells.
Yeah, you finna
Mixed
look.
animal hybrids.
You finna let us get you off again. You finna make us take you off.
What have I done? So you've said my people. Who are my people?
We just said it.
You've been in here long enough to know.
Animal hybrids.
You've been in here, man.
So you're saying eukaryotic
animal
cells are my
hybrids.
people because I have eukaryotic cells.
Yeah, YT, so-called YT people, so-called Asians. You see what I'm
So
saying?
are you saying that black people don't have eukaryotic cells?
No, we do not.
So are we ignoring that all white people evolved from black people?
Oh, now you keep throwing out, bro. You then threw out 5 to 10 different things. The last time you was up here, you said all life can be spliced, including prokaryotes. Now you're saying you come from us. What are you talking about?
I never said that to do with splicing. You did just.
So
make
I'm
that
gonna ask you again because
Okay.
you heard me tell you what neuromelanin was. How do you get a neuromelanated cell? How do you get a vitrosynthetic excuse me, I'm getting a text, so it was throwing me off. How do you get an in vitro eumelanated and pheomelanated cell, an organism, from a neuromelanated organism? Please.
I'm afraid I don't know what that is.
Okay, so let me explain it to you. I don't have a problem with you saying that you don't know, but if you can't answer my question, I'm moving on from you, okay?
Yeah, okay. Ask me the question.
Okay, so you have lab created melanin, right? You have 8 different types of melanin, 5 that are basic and natural to the planet, and 3 that are not, which is the vitrosynthetic eumelanin, the vitrosynthetic pheomelanin, and neuroMelanin. How do you get a synthetic version of melanin from the real kind? How do you get a lab-created melanin, a electroporated melanated organism?
Which type did you say was lab created?
No.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
We're talking about the an unnatural fake neuromelanated cell coming from a neuromelanated cell.
Neuromelanin is natural.
Thank you. How do we get to vitrosynthetic neuromelanin?
So how do we get synthetic melanin? I don't know.
That's not what I said. How do we get synthetic in vitro neuromelanin?
Well, what is in vitro neuromelanin then?
Look, I just fucking told this man.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did, man. So that's the last time that you can come in here, man.
And you've been trying to. You were like,
you've been trying. Get me in. Get me in.
Get me in.
mommy, pick me. Like, look, bro. Look. You don't even know what's coming out your mouth. Now you're saying you come from us.
Like, what the hell?
What? Now you're saying you come from us. And I'm asking you, based on a cellular level, how do we? The cell is coated in a biochemical substance known as neuromelanin, which is condensed sunlight. How do you get how does a neuromelanated cell create fake in vitro synthetic melanin?
Exactly.
How can you create, Like,
if neuromelanin is natural,
man.
And again, neuromelanin is stardust, so it's older than prokaryotic cell, and it actually is what coats and programs the cell within our bodies. So how does that now change, so-called over time? Explain the biological process of change over time, of how it changes into in vitro, which is lab-made, synthetic melanins, which is in vitro synthetic eumelanin, in vitro synthetic pheomelanin, and in vitro synthetic neuromelanin. How does that come from a natural biopolymer that's in nature? Just explain that to us. And if you can't answer that, shush your mouth.
Yeah, the people saying stardust. Yes, everything starts as an atom.
Yep.
Atoms become atoms become tissues. Tissues become cells. Atoms become molecules. Molecules become tissues. Tissues become cells. So I don't know why y'all started the full-grown organism instead of just talking to me about the cell itself. That's what evolution is talking about, prokaryotes and eukaryotes. It's the basis of it. It's 5th grade science. Like, that's what, like, look, I got to keep telling y'all that a 10-year-old can explain to me the function of these two different, and we've seen, what, at least 40, 50 grown men today fail. 40, 50 grown men. Oh, and a few women. So like 53, 54 people, almost 60 people. Then we got to count the last live. And then the live before that because we got shut down. So like 70 people. And then we've been doing this for 4 years collectively. We've had literal biologists, kinesiologists come back to us after 3 weeks of talking to us and say, you know what? You might be onto something. I'm looking at y'all like this is your first day in here today. Today's your first day. Like, be for real, man. Y'all gotta stop playing. Like what?
Yeah,
like the comments are wild. They love yapping in the comments, but they won't get in the box. Look, and the ones that do, failure. Like, you know what I'm saying?
They can't even come up and explain.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, our people gotta detach from this system, y'all.
Yeah.
We gotta mentally detach from this system. We clearly see there's nothing for us here. We're way more intelligent than these people. They're paying for water. They think that's sane.
Yeah, they think that's supposed to happen. You think you're supposed to be having, like, you think you're supposed to be facilitating our mother's womb? You think you're supposed to be facilitating our mother's amniotic fluids? Like, what do you mean? You think you're supposed to be in control of her meridians, her energetic pathways? You think you're supposed to be drilling these tectonic plates, aka Earth's joints? You think you're supposed to govern Earth's blood, aka her oil? Like, come on, man. We can relate everything that we see in nature back to it because we are one with it.
Exactly.
What do you mean, man?
And when we get back to playing with us. And when we get back to nature, that means all neuromelanated people are gonna inhabit the planet again. So when you saying then do it, detach, what you about to do? where you about to go? What you about to do?
Ain't gonna lie,
you
this
talking
nigga
about
funny.
detach and do it. You're not gonna have no place on the planet. Every neuromelanated child, woman, and man is going to have a home on this planet again. And y'all are not going to be the middleman to try to give it to us on our own planet.
You say use
Like,
Kendrick
y'all are
Lamar's
getting
phone.
removed.
Why are you telling
We're
us to
gonna-
use Kendrick Lamar's phone? You see what I'm saying? Deflecting from the truth. You just want to be saying shit, bro. Like, look, grown men and a few women. You see what I'm saying? Grown men and a few women. This is wild. Like almost 100 people. This live said touch. Almost 4.4 people today. 4.4K. In just 4 hours and 28 minutes. None of y'all have been able to articulate it. Not even our people. I'm mad about that. Like, what the fuck? I'm mad about that. I'm mad that we more fascinated with their animalistic DNA than the fact that we come from the stars.
Oh yeah, I don't believe that Stardust.
Oh,
What?
Stardust? Oh, you believe this mixed animal hybrid, but you don't believe you see? Get out of here, man. Y'all like playing.
Where do you think atoms and molecules and crystals could come from?
Yeah. Where do you think that comes from? Come on,
do you think
man.
that's air you're breathing?
See?
Do you think that's morphology that's happening, and when you're going to bed, amazing things are happening to where things are taking shape on this planet. You see what I'm saying? Things are happening on the bigger scale of the light spectrum that you're seeing, and you don't think it's happening because you don't see it because you believe in a God. You see what I'm saying? Not knowing that, again, you shape your own reality with your own mind, your own brain, your own body, your own thoughts, your own decisions.
Go ahead, Brian Douglas. Did you mean to request up here or did you do it by accident? Yep, they did that by accident. Yeah, because the thing is, I think that this same account already requested up, low key. Brian, did you mean to come up here? Chill. All right, Burnett, you got to give it a rest, man. You keep clicking the button.
There's nothing else,
it's nothing else, man. We've talked to you about everything.
You're an afterthought now.
Yeah,
man.
you're like a fly that won't go away. Like,
whoa.
What? You're like the gum on the bottom of our shoe now. Like, what? It's an afterthought, dude. You gotta get some rest. All right, we'll come back next time.
Do more research.
Yeah, explain it better next time, please. Explain it better.
Yeah, we got you this time.
Yeah.
But next time you can come back and maybe you could show us something new. But again, you have to explain it with genetics and biology.
Facts. They want it to be a conspiracy theory, but look, the thing is that the genetic engineers, the synthetic biologists are saying that the only way that the eukaryotic cell could have gotten here is through genetic engineering, and that's what checks out. Exactly. That right there checks out more than anything that is listed under evolution theory. Every single theory that is suggested, they have more proof on that than they do for how haploids turn into diploids. Mark my words. Mark my words.
Exactly. So we should really be mentally planning through metacognition on going back into nature. We should be already making neural pathways on going back into nature and leaving this world behind. Money should mean nothing to you. You should know that it's just a tool because your brothers and sisters are asleep right now. And you know that the true currency, which is between your hearts of magnetism, is not awakened because they're still asleep of who they are. So what you should be doing is amplifying your own magnetism, amplifying your own intelligence, so you can be an example for the brothers and sisters that do need to wake up. So when you shed light on everybody that needs to wake up, and we all start to wake up and move how we need to move in our genetic manner, we will leave this world behind and we will depend on each other.
You feel me?
What I'm saying? Stars depend on each other. Yes. Elephants depend on each other. Ants depend on each other. Bees depend on each other. Wolves depend on each other. Why is so-called black people depending on an inorganic species, an unnatural species, to live to the next day?
That means no more money, because a lot of people say, oh, I'm not religious, I'm spiritual, but that money's saying, God, we trust though. That's what we got to understand. The money is what keeps you attached. I can't go over there because I got to pay my bills. Do you? Do you? Or are you choosing a reality of that? I promise you it's that easy. People keep trying to make manifestation something else. I promise you, you got to study the subconscious mind to really know where you at, man. You really do. You really do. Look, the way that these YT people, these Abraham Hicks of the world, these Nikola Teslas, they do not give you the blueprint. It's through the mind. And whatever that you believe subconsciously is what's going to continue to manifest. So it doesn't matter how many times you stand in the mirror and say, I'm confident. If that is not your subconscious belief about yourself, the opposite will continue to happen. So if
Exactly.
our people don't believe that we're connected, the opposite will continue to happen. If
We'll
our
never
people don't
ever.
believe that we're connected to the planet, then we won't come together. And this shit is going to, because this was meant to keep you from separated from the universe, separated from all aspects of it, which includes each other.
Yep.
Everything was the same. Everything was harmonious. Everything was cyclical and reciprocal until something unnatural took place to it. We take it back as far deep as the cells. If you can't hang in a conversation like that, you're bad. You should have requested up in another live, not this one.
Yep. Get back in alignment. We've been out
Science,
of orbit.
facts. Science is explaining the natural world. It explains spirituality. That's why our people got to tap into it. We say metaphysical, but can you explain that to me? Right? You saying you 9 ether, but can you explain ether, the significance of 9? Right? You saying that you're a sun god, that you're this, that you're that. Can you explain it to me? Can you explain your connection to it biologically and esoterically? Because those two things are the same. They are the same. They are directly connected. That's why we tell y'all the morphic resonance, the morphology is what brings you into physicality. That's just the physical explanation for what's going on. The word doesn't matter. You see what I'm saying? But understand how you function in this realm, man. That's how you're able to manifest, which I promise you. I promise you it's that.
Once you know the foundation of your abilities, you can only now amplify and enhance them. And how far can you enhance them if you're only using 3% of your brain right now? That means you have 97 of so-called junk DNA that is non-coding proteins.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Genetics. So that means they deal with what? With directly the dormant genetics that you still have to unlock, and directly with solar magnetic particles, with magnetism. You see what I'm saying? So we have to understand that there's more to see. There's more levels of consciousness that we need to reach. There's more dormant amino acids, enzymes, and DNA within us that needs to be unlocked, because we need to pass on strength, truth, harmony to the next generation. You see what I'm saying? Metaphysically and physically. We got to do that.
Yeah. So I want to see more of our brothers and sisters actually be able to articulate it, really, because if you can't tell me, you can't tell the next generation. Right? That's why we keep manifesting this reality, because the only narrative that we know is the one that they're telling us. How does the mother actually interact with us, right? How do we actually interact with the mother? What is our biological, our genetic tie to each other? Because that's what it's about. That's what connects us here, is our genetics and our biology. You are who you are, not because of a title. I see somebody talking about Native American, cool. You are who you are because of your genetics and your biology. You're not who you are because of a title. If Elon Musk is African, then who the fuck is who? Right? That is a YT man. So how could he be the same as me when we don't look the same? And our phenotype is a genetic, or is a physical expression of our genes. That right there is 5th grade science, man. Phenotype and genotype, they start you out with that. They teach you that before they teach you prokaryotes and eukaryotes. Like, what are you talking about? That's in the same little spill with Punnett Square. Like, y'all, if this is basic science, you should be able to come in here and articulate it, but y'all can't. You want to say that you come from the so-called BLK woman, but you can't explain it genetically, right? Telling me, oh, they have fossil records of what? Of what? Fossil records of what? Right? So that's the point of the live. That's always the point. You see what I'm saying? No, I don't block people that agree. I block people that overtalk. I block people that flag the live. I block people that say harmful things to other people in the comments. I block people that do things like that. I don't care that y'all call me names and that y'all say things to me. Just no over talking. I already know who I am. So you expressing your DNA to me means it bars none to me. But there'd be a lot of disrespect. All right. So that's the thing. That's the thing. Any last minute words? Anybody want to come up and say anything? If not, somebody said, I think People did not understand what the definition of it. But if you understood, you could have requested up. You know what I'm saying? That's how that go, right? That's how that goes. And yeah, they didn't have a base understanding of what they were saying. So they could understand what we were agreeing with. I put the definition in the chat. You see what I'm saying? Cool. But that definition is you gotta know you gotta know how to facilitate that. Right? Because when these people are saying that they come from you, you got to be able to say, that's not true. Genetically, that's not true, and be able to articulate it.
Yeah, we don't know you genetically. We gotta start saying that. And that's gonna create an atmosphere to where we can easily move away from these people. You see what I'm saying? It's about the atmosphere. What are we creating in our environment so we can move easily? Before we gotta change our inner environment so we can change our outer environment.
Yep, that's how it goes.
That's how it goes. The only way out is in.
Yeah, because the brain is the first thing that is crafted in embryogenesis to bridge the gap with fetal development. You are built around the brain. 16 clumps of cells forms the medulla, right? Each of our cells are coated in light. That's what is constructing the suit. That's the physical explanation of the soul. SOL, sunlight, solar being, solar radiation, right? Soul is SOL pertaining to the sun, right? Holy Bible, like the sister said earlier in here, it's an allegorical book that translates to Helios Biblios. See what I'm saying? Sun book.
Yep.
So it's an allegorical story for what actually takes place atomically and genetically and biologically. Genesis is talking about parthenogenesis. Eve meaning the electron. Atom, atom, right? Proton. Right? So if we can articulate it down to the atom, then we can articulate it metaphysically.
And if we start telling our children this, oh my gosh, watch how they move with the truth. Watch how they manifest with the truth. I'm telling you, children are the literally primary manifestors. They make the sun rise and set. Literally. So we have to understand that. I appreciate everybody coming in and talking. This was a very informational live. For the people who was watching in the back, you saw everybody's mindset. People who are still indulging in titles, who are still indulging in the evolution theory, who still thinks they're them. Then you saw the eukaryotic cell, how they behave, how we can't be around these people, how we can't grow our babies around these people. You've seen this. We can't even grow our babies around people who think like them because they're going to run the same game on us when this electrical grid shut down. They're going to still trying to run money and patriarchal system on us.
Mm-hmm.
So we gotta stand on that genetic truth. I'm telling you, nature will never turn her back on you. Mother Universe, she never turned her back on you. You can turn to her anytime.
Literally, she's been sending the signals in response to our distress signals. That's why we say get out and ground. Because when you come in contact with the grass, just below the grass is the root system or the nervous system. And the nervous system communicates. All trees on this planet communicate through the mycelium network, right? Every tree, every forest that you see is possible because of fungi, because of mushrooms, because of that mycelium network. That is the symbiotic relationship that trees have with fungus, okay? And fungus does not turn into trees and trees don't turn into fungus. They just have a mutual relationship. It is a mutual, honorable, respectful relationship that nature has with herself, right? So that's the thing. When your feet send out, I think it is negative ionic charges, and when it comes in contact with the positive charge of the planet, it neutralizes the blood. And this is how it actually is a natural blood thinner when it comes to grounding, right? So when you do that, you send out signals. You send out all information about you directly to the mother. And so now what she's going to do and say, my child is sick. There's an issue with the blood. So now I'm going to sprout dandelions. Now I'm going to sprout the Indian blanket flower. Now I'm going to sprout lantana. Now I'm going to sprout trumpet flowers. Now we're going to sprout horsetail. Now we're going to sprout sage, peppermint, because there's an issue with the child. There's an issue with the blood, right? So that's why we talk about eating according to your genetics and what stems from abiogenesis or biogenesis, things that are not hybridized, right? So before you eat something, is this man-made? Is this hybridized? Where did it come from? If it's connected to domestication, leave it alone, right? If it is natural, wild, right, occurring, if it is natural and wild occurring, meaning that it is a parent organism, right? Then that is fine, right? Pomelos come from the mother, grapefruits do not, right? Mandarin oranges do not come from the mother, right? But Sankoya oranges do. You see what I'm saying? Melons come from our mother, but what is it? The black beauty or black whatever, them little sugar baby. That's what it's called. Sugar babies don't. Right? What is a sugar baby? The earth don't know that. The earth don't know cauliflower. The earth don't know kale. The earth don't know collard greens. Right?
And
Just
yet
because
she still feeds them.
Yeah, she still feeds them. Right? And a lot of the times these other organisms take more water and nutrients out of the soil that the real organisms need. That's why I say you can't just come in here and talk about so-called humans. You got to talk about all life now, because all life, according to you, you're saying is connected, but I beg to differ.
Even the trees know that you're a eukaryotic cell.
Facts.
They feed you differently than they feed natural organisms on the planet. They feed eukaryotic trees differently than other trees.
Right. And this is not about race. This whole live has been about genetics. You've been here. You're another one that's been here for almost 5 hours talking about race. We told you 5 hours ago it wasn't about that. Go ahead. Do you know what anonymous? Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't know what the full name is.
Go ahead. The orange profile.
Do you know what anonymous is what it says.
Okay. Now, do you know how we went from haploids to diploids? Like the fuck? Do you know how we went from haploids to diploids? The fuck? That's the question I'm asking.
We already agreed on evolution is the biggest lie ever told. I gave a scenario on something else it could be. I was trying to ask you in the comments, but you guys, I guess, weren't reading but some of the comments. Teach me. I'm all ears. I wasn't up here to fight with you now.
Teach me. I'm yearning for information. Teach me. Oh, fuck. If each one reach one, not each one teach me, nigga. The fuck? Go, bro. If we know the evolution is not real, go look up what is. You're a grown man. Trying to treat me like Google. Trying to treat us like we Google.
Why was you in the comments going like you see?
These are the people going against us, but then saying teach me. Like what the fuck? Yo, this can't be real, yo.
Look at Burnett. He's
These
still
are
in the
same
request.
two people that want to request out.
It's on. We down to 2, y'all. They keep coming back.
Nah, y'all. This can't be.
You gotta go learn, man. You gotta go learn.
We really got fooled with these species on
like
this
low
planet.
key.
This is embarrassing.
We have a lot.
Real,
we have a lot of energy. You can hear it. We haven't even been sleep. Well, we did yesterday.
We haven't even slept yet.
But we be in the sun for real. We probably will take a. Well, somebody asked us in the summertime, would you say that y'all produce more content? Yes, because we be in the sun.
Exactly.
So that's when we go live a lot. That's when it be back to back. That's when you see us live. You know what I'm saying? We take a break, go in the sun, come back. You see what I'm saying? And then we're going to get more downloads than we did the first time. You see what I'm saying? So the sun will literally power up that DNA. I promise you, if we come back today, we'll have some new shit. And we can prove it too. So that's the thing. I ain't gonna lie, I probably will come back today. Like after I study some more, you know what I'm saying? Look back over my notes. After I, you know what I'm saying? I want to read morphic resonance a little bit more. And I want to read the book about the birds. But
Me and baby finna sharpen each other's mental and then get back on here. You know what I'm saying? Sharp each other's telepathy, morphic resonance, get back on here and express new consciousness, new wavelengths of light. You see what I'm saying? To our brothers and sisters. That's what we do. See what I'm saying? That's what these lives are for. See what I'm saying? Don't ever get confused on your path in life. Once you know your genetic truth, don't have no self-doubt. Don't let nobody tell you who you are. You see what I'm saying? Become who you are.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's what this is about. Becoming who you are.
Yeah,
That's what
facts.
life is about. And becoming who you are, you have to know where you came from. And that's the womb, baby. That's the womb. The
Somebody said, do we
neuromelanated
study
womb.
science? You study the planet. Science is explaining the functionality. You see what
Study
I'm
the
saying?
universe.
This
Yep.
whole conversation that you heard, my brother, this was look, classical mechanics, quantum science, or all quantum science, quantum physics.
Astrophysics.
You heard portions of the string theory. You heard quantum entanglement. Yeah, astrophysics, physics,
The Big
earth
Bang Theory.
science. You see what I'm saying? Genetics, how can we leave that out? Biology, anatomy, physiology. You've heard it all. That's why I say connect all branches of science, all of it. All
Yeah.
of it, all of it, all of it. You walk past something, what's that? Learn about it. Where did it come from? Sit down with it.
If your brain is curious about it, you need to learn.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? If you're in nature and you're curious about a plant, okay, learn about the allomelanin, learn about the chlorophyll, learn about botany. See what I'm saying? Learn about what herbs helps you, your anatomy, that helps your people. You see what I'm saying? Learn what herbs helps with wounds. You see what I'm saying? With cuts. You see what I'm saying? We just gotta learn stuff like that. And once you keep doing that, keep that perpetual progressive challenge in your brain of learning. You see what I'm saying? Of learning yourself. And I promise you, you're gonna propel, man. You're gonna grow.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna grow out that concrete. You're gonna grow out of that, man.
Like everything, the herbs, everything, cells, atoms put together, this is like 11 years worth of information though. We didn't even just, you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like when it comes to genetics and biology, he knows more than me. Absolutely. He's well versed in neuroscience. And when it comes to the atoms, the protons, the electrons, photons, he's way more well versed than I am in quantum science, but I have a base understanding of everything that I would not speak on anything that I don't understand, that I can't articulate on my own. That's why I do go live on my own. That's why he goes live on his own. That's why we challenge each other even while sitting here. Sometimes he puts sources on the board I ain't even seen yet. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I talk about theories I haven't even told him yet because we're in a perpetual state of making sense of our reality. You see what I'm saying? From the feminine perspective and from the masculine perspective. So
yep.
Yeah, y'all, if you need the lives for this one is going to be absolutely magnificent. I promise you. The last 3 lives have been absolutely perfect, and they've actually tested our intellect and are helping with our neurogenesis. You see what I'm saying? So we do post them, download them, and put them on YouTube. Play it back. If you was on the panel today, listen to yourself. Figure out where you went wrong. Figure out where you went right, depending on who you are. Come back next time, but bring science. You see what I'm saying? Do not bring feelings, all right?
Yeah. And the thing is, I know that the information that I'm getting is all because of a woman. You see what I'm saying? The genetics that's able to grasp this knowledge is because a woman gave birth to me. You see what I'm saying? A universe gave birth to me. So I appreciate all the mothers of life. I appreciate the brothers of life. You see what I'm saying? Let's keep learning. Let's keep elevating our consciousness so we can get back to our babies.
All right, Rook T, go ahead. You see what I'm saying? My YouTube is linked in my bio, so you can click that and it's gonna take you straight there. Also, whenever I do get off live, you can check back into my story. I'll post it there. You see what I'm saying? Just tap the link and it'll take you there. Go ahead, Rook T. Go ahead.
Go ahead with what?
Nigga, thank you. Thanks for
we
playing.
finna come
You
back
see what
later,
I'm
y'all.
saying? Gratitude and abundance.